Net.
Andy Murray and Lloyd Glasspool pulled the Union Jacks back to within 3 points of the British Bulldogs as they beat Joe Salisbury and Kyle Edmund.
The Union Jacks are well and truly back in business.
2 sets to 1, 4-6, 6-3, 10-4.
In the final match of the day and a chance to even the scores, Jamie Murray and Heather Watson took on Liam Broady and Harriet Darts, and it all came down to the championship tiebreak.
Oh, what a point that was. Brilliant drama here. Oh, what a return. He splits them. It's wide. And the Union Jacks all go into the final day, all square with the British Bulldogs here at the Battle of the Brits team tennis. What a way to end the day that was. Jamie Murray and Heather Watson sneak by. Incredible drama, but they get the job done.
Well, if you thought that was an action-packed day, this is what we've got coming up for you today over on Court 1. Alicia Barnett is first up, and then on match number 2 we have Ryan Peniston against Liam Broady, and Heather Watson against Beth Gray for a couple of points there. Dan Evans is taking on Aidan McHugh for 3 points, match number 4. And first up on centre court, Anton Matusvich against Alister Gray. Followed by the ladies singles, Naomi Broady against Emma Raducanu. Jan Choinski is taking on Kyle Edmund once again for a 3-pointer. And then a rematch between Jodie Burrage and Harriet Darts. Bit of mixed action for you then. Andy Murray and Naomi Broady taking on Kyle Edmund and Emma Raducanu. And then more mixed to finish things off, Jamie and Heather against Joe and Harriet. So, a really packed day for you. 29 points on offer throughout the final day's play, but it is all square at the beginning. So we have some fantastic anticipation for the matches coming up, but what about the captains? They've been catching up with Nick Lester.
And we'll start with you. That was some end to the evening last night. The mixed doubles have proved to be a lot of fun here.
So much fun. I still haven't recovered from it. It had a bit of everything, that mixed doubles. It was high quality, lots of drama, our players gave it their all.
Leon, as far as your team selections go today, obviously they've caught you up a little bit. Just give us a sort of idea of your team selections, what your thinking was today.
See who's fit, first and foremost. It's been a long week for everybody. Obviously, we miss out on Conta and Norrie today, which is big losses for us, but everyone's played their part in this. We obviously had a great start across the first few days, and then the Jacks, have had 2 unbelievable days against us and clawed it all the way back. But today, I think what's interesting is a lot of 50-50 matches in there today, so it's going to be who takes the chances. I think there'll probably be a few match breakers as well, and it's whoever comes out on top of those probably.
Jodie, from your perspective, everyone feeling okay? It's been 6 days of tough competition.
Yeah, it's been a long old week. I think everybody's feeling a little bit tired now, but I think because we're absolutely level going into today and everything to play for, and as Leon says, lots of 50-50 matches, lots to look forward to. I think everyone will bring their best, the best that they can give, and the team spirit, the noise level, the atmosphere that has been created with no spectators has been phenomenal, and there's no question for me that the team support has helped us to get through a lot of those tight matches.
Greg, from your point of view, who's surprised you on your team this week? Have you sort of looked at certain players, thought have played above their level this week because of the team environment as well?
Well, if I look on the women's side, I would say Jodie Burrage has been incredibly well. I mean, the match against Raducanu yesterday was huge for us. Down a set, a little bit tired and fatigued, but mentally managed to push herself. Also beating Joe Conti Atalanta this week in the opening match was huge as well. On the men's side, getting to know Jan Choinski was very, very impressive. Mentally so tough. Never seen him play before. Big serve, big game. Really learning how to win. And he's been a great asset to the team. But overall, I'm delighted with our team. They have been magnificent. No matter whether we're winning or losing, our bench has always been full.
It has. Judy, as far as the younger players, what do you think the younger players have got out of this week?
I think the whole thing of rubbing shoulders with the older players and being part of something where we're all in it together. I hope they've learned a lot about just the simple things, even being able to speak to the cameras after the matches. This is great preparation for them for when they go on the tour. So it's been a little taste of perhaps what's to come. They've been able to lean on the experiences of likes of Andy and Dan and Kyle and Cam, who've been absolute role models out here. They have given absolutely everything. So I think they're really feeding off that from watching them, from being around them, from eating with them, from supporting them. The quickest and easiest way to get good at something is to be alongside people who are already great at what they do, and that's what this event has been great for the next generation.
As far as you're concerned, Leonis Davis Cup captain, I know you've seen a lot of the guys before, but you must have seen some younger guys here as well, perhaps that you could bring into squads as and when things resume again.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the men's side, you know, we've been very fortunate, obviously, with the Murrays and everyone else that's come along since then. You know, with what the great things that Evo's been doing, Kyle's been doing, Cam's, they're all established, and they've got a raft of doubles players as well. You know, and Jodie talks about what it's like being here, but we also see it when we're at, you know, slams and other tournaments throughout the year now. There's so many players and British coaches that are all in and around the player restaurant, player lounge, around the courts, and it's a really, really good team spirit. So when you bring that together with a lot of younger players as well, it really bodes well for the future.
And Annie, I appreciate we're working in unusual times, but would you like to see this sort of thing happen again on an annual basis, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely, and there'll be plenty of support from the players for something like this. You know, we've seen players in the team for the likes of Beth Gray, Olivia Nichols, who have really embraced it, who are willing to learn and feed off the more established players. And, you know, the atmosphere, the team spirit, the support, the noise, and ultimately the fun and the drama has been right up there.
Good luck today, guys. Thanks a lot.
So, the thoughts of the captains going into the final day. It is too tight to call. As I mentioned, a lot of 50-50 matches on the cards for the day. There is Alister Gray in your picture. He will be walking out first for this match on centre court. And Nick Lester will announce them onto the court.
It's the 7th and final day of the Battle of the Brits team tennis, with the scores all locked for the Bulldogs. Alister Gray. And for the Union Jacks, Anton Matusvich.
So the players out in a wonderful sunshine, actually. We had some scorching heat earlier through the week, but a nice cool temperature. Should be just getting up into the early 20s, so nothing really too concerning. That wind, though, you can see running through Matusvich's hair and Rosetsky's as well. It's been pretty blustery through the week, so something to contend with for them. Anton Matusvich, he really is a young up-and-comer. Had a run out against Kyle, and well, he has a couple of times this week. Put in a good performance there, but I have to say Edmund was looking very tidy indeed. But quite a different situation in this particular match. I've got to say he was probably coming in here as the favourite. There's Alister Gray in your picture. He's currently a college player out in the States, Texas Christian University. So his ranking's not particularly high, just because he doesn't get to play too much. But here's the toss.
That you can sit down as normal during the first 5 days?
Yeah.
Otherwise, any questions?
No.
Heads or tails?
Heads, please.
Heads.
Yeah.
And it's tails.
RC first. Go side.
See?
So the first match of the day worth 2 points here. Anton Matusvich against Alister Gray. They haven't played against each other this week. So first time out for the pair of them. Alister Gray mainly been playing doubles. This will be his second singles of the week. Matusvich took a couple of losses to Edmund, but did pick up a good win against Aidan McHugh, another youngster. Alongside me for this one, I am with Arvin Palmer. How are you feeling today, Arv?
Yeah, very well, thank you. An earlier start today as well because of the drama, the 6 matches on centre court as well. 10 a.m. start for these players, so they've been up early. They've been up a while preparing for this, and of course, what drama last night.
Oh.
Going to bed, kind of thinking about that. That was a pretty dramatic end to it, and well, couldn't have written a better script coming into the last day.
Yeah, it really was a sensational match, wasn't it? The tightest match we've had of the week, 17-15 in that final set breaker, if you missed it. But let's just have a little look at Anton Matusvich there. You see his sporting idol is his granddad, who was a speed skater, European gold medalist in the European Champs, representing Russia. His father is also here supporting him, who was a basketball player. So lots of sporting ability in his family. And he will be up against this man, Alister Gray. You can see they're ranking just outside 1,000, but he isn't able to play full-time when it comes to that ITF circuit because he's playing so much at college. Texas Christian University. Of course, for most of the college players, they did have to come back a little early because of the situation. So good to see him out here getting some matches. But he's played some good dubs this week, Alv.
Yeah, experienced doubles player now due to all the college matches that he's played the last years. And he's played well, really. I think he's got a good game. He's graduating in May next year, so the plan is to play professional tennis after that. He's going to be focusing on singles and doubles initially. But from what I've seen this week, it's been pretty good from him. I think he's got good technique, no physical problems there. He's become a lot stronger since being in the States, which is good to see. Good development.
30 seconds.
It'll be a really good match for him to get stuck into. And you can see there, beautiful skies,
Ladies
no
and
threat
gentlemen,
of
Alister
rain.
Gray won the toss and elected to receive.
Just a little bit of wind to contend with. But the players really have been dealing with all different conditions incredibly well through the week. And we're at the Bulldogs bench here. Cam Norrie, looking relaxed today. He's played a lot of tennis, but unfortunately was forced to retire yesterday. I believe it was a hip situation for Cam.
Yeah, hopefully just precaution, not taking the risk today and playing and just resting up, and he'll be good to go once again with a trip I'm sure he's going to be making across to America. Once the tour is up and running once again, I think he's due to play in Cincinnati and then of course the US Open.
That's ours, yeah.
So Anton Matusvich, first match of the day, taking on Alister Gray for 2 points here at the Battle of the Brits. It will be Matusvich to kick things off. Should be a good one.
Play.
A little bit of a shadow that the players have to contend with early in this one, earlier start. So there's a big oak tree that kind of is alongside this court, so have to contend with that. There it is. This centre, National Tennis Centre, was built around that oak tree. It's a listed tree, can't touch it. That was part of the deal, that was part of the build. It's a fantastic kind of visual.
Yeah, the facility here at the National Tennis Centre really is outstanding. Courts of all surfaces. Got some canopies as well. Plenty of grass courts right next to the Bank of England ground where they play Wimbledon qualifying.
You can see the Bank of England building just in the background there. ITF building, there it is, top of your screen.
is the ITF, also housed in the building. I think if you walk into reception, you'll probably find yourself a Davis Cup trophy. Tends to be what welcomes you. Quite it's an extraordinary trophy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a trophy that you can just put in your hand luggage and take home with you.
You don't lift the Davis Cup trophy,
no,
do you?
You just kind of stroke it when you've won it.
Stand next to it.
You get little replicas. Some of these boys here this week. Oh, I think he's left that. Good hustle there from Matusvich. Yeah, some of the boys here this week will have that on their mantelpiece. Of course, their famous victory against Belgium, in Belgium. I think it was Murray that made the final lob, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Over Goffin's head.
Had to be.
Fell to the ground.
Nearly 5 years ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2015, wasn't it? Yeah.
Fabulous passing shot from Matusvich off the back foot. Really stretching Gray to the max, and a solid hold to get things off and running.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the type of matchup we're going to see this afternoon, I think. With Matusvich, you know, he's a good mover, you know, side to side lateral movements, excellent in early stages here. Gray trying to come forward as well, use his wingspan, and his game style is to get to the net.
He likes the one out wide into your forehand. I'm assuming more often than not. But I'm assuming he's going to miss your second serve. He's obviously thinking your forehand's going to be weak, but it's not. Just play it off to start off with. Yeah. Here we go. Come on.
Alister, great serve.
Nice move forward from Gray. We're going to see plenty of that. He really likes to back up his strikes with some volley play.
He really has filled out the last couple of years or so. He was tall, but he was pretty streaky looking. Put on some muscle bulk. That's what University in America will do for you in the gym with other athletes as well.
It's funny, isn't it, when you know someone who goes, when they come back after that first year, as a foot fault cold, they do they do tend to have put on some serious bulk.
I look at that seriously.
Get on the shakes.
Bulk him up.
Oh. 15 all.
It's been a good week for Gray in terms of getting out and getting plenty of experience. Hasn't got a huge amount of wins on the board. Actually won the first match that he played. That was a doubles. He was partnering Dom Inglot. And he got a win
15.
over Evans and Glasspool. He's played a couple more times with Inglot. Took a loss against Andy Murray and Lloyd Glasspool, and then Jamie Murray and Lloyd Glasspool.
That's the wing that he's going to look to attack. And break that backhand side down. It's difficult for a single-hander. Go into that wing big. There's only so much you can do.
There is Lloyd Glasspool, as I was mentioning. He's played against Gray a number of times.
Certainly played his part this week, hasn't he?
Yeah.
One of the most valuable players this week for his team. For the Jacks.
40-30.
Makings of a very good serve, Gray. Good technique. 6'2", his profile says, but I get the feeling he's a little taller than that.
It's growing every day.
Yeah.
It never stops.
Uses his legs well. He's got good rotation. Nice consistent ball toss. Just got to be careful of the foot faults, that's all. It's the only issue this week. Give yourself a little bit more room there. Good.
It really is a fabulous single-handed backhand when he has time. And a good contact on the shot. Gray putting a lot of pressure moving forward.
Yeah, already 4 times to the net in 2 games, which is good. On 50% of the points when he's got there.
Yeah, I've known Alister for quite a number of years. He was part of the setup at JTC when he was a teenager before going to college, which is where I was working. So I spent a lot of hours on court with him. Really is such a professional. But yeah, when it came to the serve, we always knew that he was going to be tall.
Tall
in the
mother,
end.
if I remember
yes,
correctly.
Exactly.
Good genes.
Ooh, he had a gap.
In love.
He was coached there by Alan Jones and Joe Jury as well. Ryan Jones was chipping in at that setup too, but he was fairly late to actually hit his real growth spurt. So I remember Alan saying, look, stand on that bench. That's how tall you're going to be. They put it on the baseline, saying you're going to be serving from that height one day. Just had to wait a little while to get there.
That's not easy for a young player, is it, either, Naomi? I don't know what your thoughts are on it, but you're growing a lot as a youngster and your coordination's all over the place. It's quite tough, isn't it, to be able to deal with that? Your aches and pains. I always remember my knees hurting when, my joints hurting when you're growing at that sort of age.
Yeah, I had growing pains in my heels.
Oh, wow.
Which, when you were slamming on the brakes out wide, was pretty rough.
30-15.
Yeah, nice work from Matusvich there. You see Dan Evans is back and has found his voice. But Jodie Murray has been on the bench for Anton a fair amount through the week, as Greg has, but Jodie has been saying how good he is at hustling, how if he can have the right mindset and be patient mentally, he's got such a heavy strike that he can keep players pinned back and he can wait for his opportunity to really unleash. It was difficult for him, though, out against Kyle Edmund. I think he felt so much pressure
40-30.
to get that strike in as quickly as possible, as early as possible. He was a little rushed, something that Edmund picked up on, as well as Jodie Murray on the bench.
Yeah, I think it's very easy to want to overplay and feel as if you've got to play better than you actually have to in certain situations. This is something he will learn as he plays more. Already starting to prove himself at futures level, the ITF level. A couple of wins last year on the ITF tour, which is a very good sign. That's well done. Down to his toes. It's not too many 18, 19-year-olds that are winning futures at his age. He was a good junior.
Yes.
Made it through to the final of the boys' doubles at the US Open.
Yeah, he's got Jack Draper of the same age leading the way in terms of that age group, but he's leading the way globally in terms of that age group. He really is at the top in terms of rankings for a 19-year-old.
Excuse me, sold him short there at the US Open. He was the winner. He was the doubles champion there in the juniors, 2018. So he likes the big stage. He's tasted some success.
From one US Open winner to another.
Won the real one, though. And he won the junior one.
Yeah, I know. Well, a tough service game for Matusvich to come through. He's feeling the pressure from Gray early on, but getting the scoreboard moving, and he is up 2-1.
Matusvich leads 2 games to 1.
You just cannot underestimate. I mean, for me, of course, there's so much value in this event in terms of getting the players ready for when things do resume, but I mean, just look at the bench that Anton Matusvich is on there. You know, you've got Andy Murray, Dan Evans, Greg Rosetsky's had Jodie Murray as well to work with through the week. Jamie Murray, of course, out on the court.
Just think when he comes forward, just make him hit a volley, you know? He's not comfortable up there.
Cam Norrie getting him stuck in with Alister
so
Gray as well.
Always look 1-2 hard.
Yeah, sure.
It's definitely his motto, that 1-2. It's almost like Leighton Hewitt-esque, excuse me. You dip it, and then you rip it.
Time.
And especially for, I think, the young players, we always talk about how they need to mature and they need that experience. Well, what an amazing group of players to be around, and coaches. I'm sure this week will speed up that maturity for both of these athletes.
Irrelevant what's happening on court 1, Ali. It's irrelevant. It's absolutely irrelevant. Here we go. Here we go, Anton. Bulldog Island will do it against this chap.
Katie Bolter.
Yeah, not down to play today, just perhaps resting the back. Of course, returning to full fitness. It's Katie.
Head on it, Anton. Come on.
Very relaxed.
20-15.
For Matusvich, when you look at his ranking in terms of his age, he's the 26th highest ranked under the age of 20. So that's 19 years and under. But he's only just finished up his schooling. He's been very focused on that. He is definitely underplayed in comparison to a lot of the players out on the tour.
Yeah, most definitely. I think next Gen finals could be one of his goals at some stage. Under 21 competition. Once the tour's up and running again, good crack at it. Certainly a player that has a lot of confidence in his own ability. Watched him last year at Junior Wimbledon, made it through to the quarterfinals there. Like what I saw there, playing in front of big crowds, was getting good support and was feeding off that. Not afraid to speak his mind either.
Really let you back
Seems like Evans has brought the energy once again.
One final push.
It's been relentless, hasn't he?
Day 7.
Game. Great. 2 games go.
Oh, and there's another Anton Matusvich. Anton's dad. Anton Senior, as I mentioned earlier on, a very handy basketball player.
Good genes in the family.
Last 15. Let's go serve.
Yeah, a little bit challenging for Matusvich, and as much as the situation that has occurred through 2020, it's not ideal for anyone. Anton had just finished up his school and was going to kind of take a gap year to give playing a go, but that has, of course, been dramatically disrupted so far. So
Yeah, American University isn't off the cards for him, is it? He's going to see how it goes. It's always an excellent option. So many of the players here this week have gone that route.
yeah, also, I think university in this country's talked a lot about keeping both options open.
Yeah, sometimes you just, as a player, just need a little bit more time to really develop, you know, physically, mentally, tactically as well. American University is a great option, or university in this country is a great option as well. It's good competition. Just have to ask Cam Norrie. He wasn't ready at a young age. He made that decision pretty quickly that, you know what, I think I need to develop as a person, as a player, and American University was the best option for him, and it's worked out brilliantly for him.
Yeah, and he did give it a go for a while, didn't he? He played for a chunk of time before deciding, I'm not ready. It's a little easier to make that decision once you've been out there.
Yeah, I think he realised that, you know what, it's going to be tough, and you know, it's so easy to get on that treadmill from going from tournament to tournament, and you lose a lot as well, and that's quite tough mentally as well, and it's hard at a young age. Joe, another person, another player, has gone to American University as well. Grand Slam champion now in doubles.
Oh. 30.
Encouragement from Greg Rosetsky in the background. Pick your place. First serve. Sound advice. Maybe didn't need to be quite that big. He was far out of position.
Yes.
But it wasn't as if Gray was really in a dominant place there. That's where you just need to be able to back yourself, that you can get back into the rally from that spot if you choose a wise shot. Kick to that backhand with just not a lot of pace. It's quite tough to get that knife in.
I mean, they're just pouncing all over Gray right now. Any mistake, they're loud, making themselves heard. Having to deal with a fair amount out here, Alister. Used to it though, I'm sure. Playing out in America. It's pretty rowdy out there in the college matches.
Another tight service game for Matusvich. More juices once again, but he does manage to come through despite missing a good chunk of first serves there, so still on serve. Oh, there's Greg. Hello, Greg.
Hello.
So how do you think this one is going so far for Anton? He's had a fantastic week. He had a run out against Kyle Edmund, he's had that a couple of times, but now taking on Gray, it's a different prospect.
Well, it is a different prospect, but I think he's very clear on his tactics today. If he can keep him in the rally in the back of the court, I think he's better from the back and keep his depth, break down that forehand side, and also have a high percentage of first serve. That last game, he needed to get his first serve percentage up so he can get the first hit into play, but so far, so good.
And what's the plan when Gray comes forward? He's been approaching the net an awful lot already. Does Anton have any sort of passing shots picked out?
Well, I think it's just pick your target, really, and also Gray gets a little bit too close to the net at times, so also use that lob over his head because he doesn't really have that traditional split step all the time.
Excellent. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
I think that might be the first time we've had a captain ready and waiting for the interview.
Always keen to talk, Greg. Give us his insights, always very interesting. Someone also loved coming forward. Greg spent a lot of time at the net. Can relate to this guy. He knows he's got to do it well.
It was interesting you picked out the lob over Gray. I mean, it's very easy to think, well, he's tall, the lob's not going to be a great option, but it's more about the positioning.
Yeah, it's the timing of your split step, it's your positioning at the net. There's a lot of room up there to get it over his head. Oh, that is top class. Very quick across the baseline. Using the pace of Gray's approach.
You always run that risk going cross-court on the approach shot. Gray just not closing down.
Yeah, you do open up the angles that way, so you're not getting too close to the net. You're going to be left open somewhat. Piling on the pressure. All started with an excellent return. It's been all business this week, Anton. Played with a lot of intensity.
Floating slice from Gray just got carried.
Yeah, intelligent from Anton as well. Just played a couple of ground strokes with extra safety, more spin on it for control. Kept good length and picked the right ball to really step on. Had a little bit of everything this week, haven't we, weather-wise? Been extremely hot, cooler days. Wind as well. he's kept his composure well here. Anton doing the right thing and closing down the angles, and that didn't put Gray off. Kept his eye on the ball.
Still got a break point to fend off here though, Gray.
Needs that first serve to fire here. 76% of first serves made. He's winning the majority of the points behind it as well.
Oh, he's found it! He looked so far away from that shot, and to be able to control that one down the line, that's a tough break for Gray.
That is a couple of world-class passing shots he's found in that game. Matusvich, that is too good. What a combination. Did well to actually just get a racket on that one, Gray, but the follow-up was exquisite. Look at the movement across the court there. Good speed, great balance. Even better execution.
The British #1 liked it.
He does not need a second invitation, Evans, to get involved.
So Matusvich secures the break. It's amazing what a lift that can give you, just opening up on the serve there. And he fires down his first ace. Seems like he's really relished the passing shots in this situation. Seen a couple of brilliant ones.
He's probably done his homework as well. What was the matchup going to be like? Knew Gray was going to be coming forward, so had to be sharp.
Third double fault for Anton. And remember, he has had to battle through every single one of his service games. He's had plenty of juices. His first serve percentage is a little low, so he is under a bit of pressure. It's below 50%.
Quite sure what happened there. Looks as if he had plenty of time to play it. Just wonder if the wind got hold of it. Just didn't get the contact.
He did well with that second serve return there, Gray. He did manage to knife that backhand slice very deep down the centre of the court, but Matusvich really getting a couple of forehands flying.
Yeah, really good length he found. Just able to keep Gray back. Pinning him in that backhand corner.
You can just hear how up for this the Union Jacks are, particularly. Quite an extraordinary comeback. The end of the day's play on Wednesday, he was, well, not he, sorry, the Union Jacks were at 29-12 down.
I think it was after day 2 or 3, I'm not 100% sure, but I think they were 17 points back.
Yeah.
And that is quite the recovery. So they are just riding this momentum that they've... found the last couple of days.
Pause, please. Matusvich leads 5 games to 2.
Matusvich doing a good job coming through a slightly more comfortable service game. Consolidating that break, he's up 5-2. 2 points on offer for this particular match, but the points really do ramp up through the day with the final mixed match of the day worth a whopping 5 points. Just a little look at the grounds that we've got here, the facility. You can see the grass courts in the background. That's actually a combination. On the right-hand side, you've got National Tennis Centre. Grass courts on the left, you've got the Bank of England, where the Wimbledon qualifying is played. We've got hard courts. You can see there's a five-a-side football pitch there, the AstroTurf.
Call it the mugger, don't they?
Yeah, well.
Multi-use games area or something like that, isn't it? Yeah.
I've not set foot in there.
Oh, have you not?
Oh. And then you can just see the offices coming into picture there.
Got some paddle courts here as well now.
New ones, yeah. Under a canopy. Paddle, of course, being promoted very heavily by the LTA at the moment. We'll be seeing those pop up all around the country, I'm sure.
Yeah, indoor clay courts, outdoor clay courts. I mean, this is a wonderful facility. You won't want for anything here. State-of-the-art sports science, great gym, a couple of gyms, plunge pools.
Yeah.
On-site accommodation as well.
New balls. Good fault.
Yeah, gotta watch this.
Let's. Second serve.
Footfaults can be fairly off-putting. Just means you need to make an adjustment to where you're standing, or just stop that front foot from drifting over. Sensationally done there, the angle off the single-hander. That's one of the big advantages. You can just find that extra width.
Well, turning the table somewhat, finding his own passing shot. Brushing around the outside of that ball. Nice thin contact. That's what you're looking for. Get the angle, you know you've found the winner.
I don't think I ever opted for a thin contact.
All about power, was it, with you, Naomi?
All brute force.
Well, that works too. That
I
works
admire
too.
it whenever other people do it, but it just wasn't something that was on my radar.
Ready, 15.
They don't come back. They don't come back. Here we go.
Had a lot of vocal support from Dan Evans through this match, and a fair amount of heckling towards Alister Gray. But Liam Broady's now out for the Bulldogs, another loud supporter.
Ready, 15.
You get the feeling it's been a little bit of a competition between Broady and Evans, haven't you, all week? Been feeding off one another. They've kind of got their teams really going. Tough loss for him yesterday evening. Second matchup, court one, against Ryan Peniston. He's also played very well. He's come close on a couple of occasions.
30.
When we get into the baseline rallies in this match, you can just feel that Matusvich just has that greater weight of shot. There's just a bit more juice, and Gray is looking a touch rushed, just trying to deal with the pace.
Yeah, just backing those numbers up there. Matusvich up 9 miles an hour on average. That forehand wing.
Yeah, strong hold there from Gray. Continuing to push forward. That time the approach to the backhand of Matusvich really closed down the gaps well, so it was a tough pass to find. But there is a break, so Matusvich will be serving for this opening set. It's a pacey forehand.
15 love.
Finding those first serves helping Matusvich out in this game.
Let's for serve.
Nice depth there. Matusvich stuck inside the baseline, couldn't get out of the way in time.
Just powers it through. Such a clean strike.
15.
There's a lot to like about the Matusvich game.
Yeah, 83 miles an hour, that winner. Eyes only for the winner.
He's got himself a couple of set points here. Trying to be a little too clever there, trying to nudge it back behind Gray, but Gray hadn't really managed to recover that far. Super play by Gray there. Really aggressive on the return and then the backhand to back it up.
Yeah, well, he's stuck with the game plan today, hasn't he, Gray? Even though he's got past a few times, he's wanted to come forward. That was good execution. Nice feel on that, just nipping the outside of the ball on the final volley. Finding the angle. Good athleticism there.
First serve making all the difference once again. Just not allowing Gray into that point. And that seals the first set. It was quite hard fought, particularly the service games for Matusvich, but he comes through it without giving up a break, managing to snatch one of his own. Takes the opening set 6-3.
You see that 40-15 point where you set up? Beautiful there. Wait, because he likes to target, so wait for the next ball, then go into space. Do you know what I'm saying? So don't come in too soon sometimes. Do you know what I'm saying? The other one was perfect.
Yeah, good set of tennis from Matusvich. Still Greg with some valuable information for him. First serve percentage just a little low for Matusvich, who'd like to get that number up a bit, but did well behind that second serve, winning nearly 60% of the points. It's a good number. Felt like he was always putting pressure on Gray's serve. 1 of 2 break points converted there. More winners than unforced errors. That always goes down nicely. Really did move well and pass well. It's all business from the Jacks.
So a good level in that first set. Nice to see so many net approaches out on court as well, but it is the youngster Anton Matusvich that takes the opener 6-3. Interesting discussion between him and Greg Brzezinski after that set, just saying you can even wait one more shot. Everything he's been hearing from his bench has all been about patience.
Someone that likes to finish rallies as soon as possible, Matusvich. I think it's that building phase that we'll have to continually tweak and just make sure that he's picking the right ball to hit the winner on. And that comes with experience. More and more matches you play, you get the feel for it. In certain styles of play, different matchups.
Good resistance from Gray. He was under pressure there on that backhand side with Matusvich just peppering the corner. Just seems like Dan Evans has enjoyed every second of this week.
I mean, he has shown such good energy, hasn't he? Not only on the match court, but the support that he's given his team. the voice is probably going to have to be rested next week.
Murray, former British #1, and this is what this event is so incredibly valuable for the youngsters. Greg Rosetsky, another former British #1. And then, of course, the current British #1, not that guy, that's Lloyd Glasspool. Maybe one day. There's Dan Evans. But what an amazing bench to have. I think Anton will have to get used to being back on the road with just his dad in the corner.
Yeah, don't get used to this. This is not an everyday occurrence, is it? Having Davis Cup captains, Fed Cup captains, multiple Grand Slam champions, singles, doubles, mixed. All on the same courts, all feeding off one another.
And all feeding so much information. They don't stop. You know, you've got words coming from Murray, from Dan, from Greg constantly. Liam Broady might not have the trophies, but definitely got a loud voice at the side of the court. Very positive. Well, he was trying to be aggressive there, Gray, to get himself out of trouble, but just got that final forehand a little wrong. And Matusvich now with a bit of spring about his step as he's up a set and a break. It was interesting. Anton has always been very complimentary, and I think recognises that he's been fortunate to be around good quality coaches and have good information throughout his career.
You know, if you're going backhand, get into the forehand when you have the opportunity. You saw it broke down. Okay, that side's going to keep breaking down. Keep on doing what you're doing. First circuit, first point. All right? That's the hold now. Yeah,
that string's not going to go, is it?
No, never.
Come on. Well, I've seen him play Greg a few times and they ping.
Evan's concerned about Anton's strings. But yeah, he's always been so positive and actually said that he feels very fortunate to have worked with coaches from a young age. You know, when he was quite young, working out of Bromley, he was working with my brother Nick Cavaday, now the national coach at, or the head of the National Academy up at Loughborough. Then he went on to Alister Filmer, who's done some great work, working with Anton as well as Emma Raducanu, and then James Langford also helping him as well, all Kent-based coaches originally.
Here we go, John!
It's just nice to hear that he feels like, you know, I had a really good run there of quality coaches that were dedicated but also knew their stuff. It's very easy for players to say, oh, I had rubbish coaches, that's what it was.
30 love. Alexa, serve.
Trying to get a little more on those shots there from Gray, just letting rip on the forehand a bit more.
30-15.
dropped out of that forehand, Matusvich. A little too upright. Trying to get something going here, Gray. Get some sort of momentum.
Matusvich once again staying in the backhand corner as Greg Rosetsky has requested. Difficult to make those decisions as to when to slice it back and when to hit over the top. He's trying to dig his heels in here, Gray. Doesn't want this match to start running away. I can tell you that over on court number 1, Lumsden is up on Alicia Barnett, set 3-love.
That's, excuse me, I thought the point was that last one was going to be a winner, but that's the patience that Rosetsky was just alluding to. A couple of extra balls there, just to make sure that Gray was under real pressure there.
There's Dad, Anton Matusvich Senior. I think he's got to be pretty pleased with how this week has panned out. To go from wondering when you're going to compete again to getting a couple of cracks at Carl Edmund. Not a bad turnaround.
Considering the year was going pretty well actually for Matusvich. String of quarterfinals at ITF level, so he's winning matches.
Yeah, he's inside the top 600 now. So he's been making his move. Really enjoying this balance of play from Matusvich. Good combination of discipline and aggression. It's what he's been looking for all week. And he's up at set 2-love.
Pinning him back here and just able to step on that one. It was a nice height for him. Easy finish in the end.
Don't worry about it. Come on, here we go, here we go.
Everything is same.
I talked a little bit about how Anton's been lucky to be around some great coaches, but I did just briefly mention earlier it's the same for Alister Gray, coached by Alan Jones and Jodie, of course. Joe, a former top 5 player.
Yeah, and he's got a couple of really good coaches around him in the States as well. David Ruditi, the head coach at TCU, and Devin Bowen, former doubles player. Good player was Devin. He's worked with Cam Norrie as well.
It is such a crucial part of the sport, not to be underestimated, to surround yourself with good people. There are some players that are just that good that even in spite of working with inexperienced people or the top quality coaches can still get everything done. Oh, a little too casual on that drop shot from Matusvich, and good chasing from Gray.
Well, he's got a big stride on him, so he can gobble up this ground pretty quickly, Gray, and having to put the brakes on as well. Good hands. Not only have you got to accelerate, but you've got to learn how to decelerate.
This is a much-needed service game for Alister Gray. Just wants to stay with him.
There's a little sign of impatience there from Matusvich. Probably not the right ball to go for the winner on. Just needed a heavy ground stroke there to a safe target.
Yeah, it's about transferring the confidence you have in being able to hit a winner into the confidence of your base rallying ball, that it is good enough to keep people pinned back.
Gray.
But a really nice service game from Gray. Comes through that one to love. Still Matusvich has the advantage as he's up a set and a break.
Keep the margin. You just keep the tempo where you don't have to hit the ball any harder. You just keep that 80% going that you're doing. You know what I'm saying? Because you're controlling the rally. Just go right, left, right, left, right.
Keep taking it to him when you can.
Yeah.
Okay? Yes, he's good when he's got time in the ball, and you're going to have to work sometimes, but otherwise, take time away from him.
Yeah.
All right? Come on. Doing a great job. Those last two games, really good.
Yeah.
So good out. He comes in making finish.
Yeah, sure. And we're thinking drive middle again here.
Good positive words from the Bulldog bench.
Yeah.
Go like short,
especially from the ad. If you go short,
make him either step forward and then
Time.
come in. He doesn't want to come in.
Yeah.
Especially with the wind a little bit, with the return big through the middle, he's going to be kind of rushing it, you know?
Good targets.
Yeah, come on.
Here we go, Al. Come on.
Here we go.
Lots of information for Gray there. Nice and positive from Captain Leon Smith and Cam Norrie and Joe Salisbury delivering the tactics.
Yeah, encouraging words, making sure he's working hard, playing the right way. Feels as if he deserves a little bit of a breakthrough on the return game. He's making Matusvich work hard on serve. On average, it's taking him 5 minutes to hold. That's too good.
15 love.
Superb balance there for Matusvich. Control that volley.
We've talked a lot about the patience and the discipline factor coming into the game of Matusvich, which takes some time, takes a lot of experience as well. But are there any other areas you'd be looking to really try and develop for him?
I think in all areas, to tell you the truth, just 19 years of age. I think mentally as well, it'll be interesting to see how he sees the game.
Good love.
But I think, you know, tactically, I think they are the kind of probably the major areas that he's going to have to keep working on. Is building the rally before he finishes the point. I think he's very good at finishing points. He's got a big ball strike on him, but you know, working the point, 1 or 2 extra shots. physically as well. I mean, he's in good shape now, just 19 years of age, but certainly nowhere near the finished article yet. He's probably not going to reach his peak physically until he's 26, 27 perhaps. So keep working on that side of his game. Bring some variation to the game as well.
40-15.
No, he's worked very hard in last year or so on his serve. And more free points. Always goes down well. Quite unique with the way he holds his racket as well. He chokes up quite high on the grip there. Just wonder if he just kind of came down on the grip a little more. He had a little bit more dexterity with the wrist. You can see there.
Good patient work there, exactly what he's looking for. Quality ball striking, keeping Gray pinned back, not allowing him to get on top of the point, and doing enough. When it comes to Alister Gray, still got some more time at college. Time to develop, get that level of competition, because it's not an easy route, is it, going to college? You've pretty much got to play full-time tennis and also be doing a degree at the same time. It's a big ask. You're up early before school starts, playing in evenings, traveling around the country on weekends, although that might change.
I think it's going to be nice for him next May, where he could just focus on playing. 4 or 5 hours a day, putting the hours in on the court in the gym. No other distraction, knowing he's got his degree in the bag. That's a super point. It's been very clinical in the forecourt. The transition from the baseline to the net has been good. He's been striking it exceptionally well.
Andy Murray on the, is it leaf collection he's doing? Picking something up. I think he's got a leaf off the court. I think there was some mucky stuff on the court that he wanted to collect. Didn't want to use his hands. Fair enough.
Yeah, Matusvich can now say, I've had Andy Murray clean my side of the court.
30-15.
He's had Dan Evans collecting balls. Andy Murray collecting leaves. God, life will never be the same. A super backhand. When he's got the time on it and he's got that space to let rip, it really is superb.
Yeah, and that's a luxury he simply has not had in this match, where he's had time to really line it up. Slightly shorter return from Matusvich, and he's able to get his body weight through that. And he's got time to set up. It's been the problem. Not enough of those.
Game.
Definitely will help the cause here, though. Hanging in, doing well.
3 games to 2.
With an excellent service game from Gray.
Cam, nice to see you in the hot seat down there. How do you see this match unfolding?
Yeah, Anton's actually played great, served well, been really aggressive. Al just played one loose service game in the first set, but great level out here, and I think Anton's due a loose service game here.
What do you feel Alister perhaps can do a little bit more of out here to get himself back on serve in the second?
I think he's serving great. I think if he can be a little bit more proactive on the return games and look to take it to him a little bit, yeah, look to get into his backhand and use his slice and make it kind of tricky. It's kind of a little bit blustery and windy out here, but no, I think Anton's played a very clean match so far, and I think he's going to drop. He's going to have to drop a level at some point. I mean, he's playing great.
Sitting out today, Cam, I have to ask you, how's the little niggle, the injury that you picked up yesterday?
Yeah, it's just been a lot of tennis this week, and I've played a lot of physical matches, and yeah, I was just not feeling 100%. My hip, kind of pelvis area, and if I'm not 100% against Evo, it's going to be a tough ask, and yeah, just wanted to kind of rest and make sure I was feeling good, and especially heading into the US Open series. Great, Cam. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Well, suggesting that he was due a bit of a loose game at some point. The level has been very high. Might this be the dip in the Matusvich game?
Well, that's it, isn't it? When you're playing somebody who you feel like is playing just a little bit above their ranking, above their normal level, you do think that when things get close, there might be a bit of a wobble, but you've got to get it close for that to potentially happen.
You know. Let us serve.
Double fault coming in, offering up a little bit of an opportunity. It's a fourth double fault for Matusvich, so a bit of pressure here. Needs to find some first serves.
Sensible play from Matusvich. Was struck well, good length, not taking on much risk there. A big point.
Matusvich hasn't been under too much pressure on serve in this set. He has upped his first serve percentage. It was 45 in the first, now up to 75 in this set. So it's just making all the difference. But missed a couple in this game. That's the difference I'm talking about. Makes life an awful lot easier. Great work again from Matusvich. Credit to Gray, he's asking all of the questions, but at the moment, Matusvich is finding the answers.
Yeah, he's worked it perfectly at that point once again. Plenty of rotation on the ball for safety and control. And, Gray, well, there's not a whole lot you can do from 2-3 metres behind the baseline, playing against the wind as well.
Just a little update from court number 1. Alicia Barnett is coming back in that second set. Lost the first to Maya Lumsden 6-3. She's down 4-3 in the second.
A lot of left hand involved in that pass from Matusvich, just hooking that one cross court.
Correct myself on court number 1. It's already 5-3. Lumsden managing to get that break. So she's serving for it and actually has a match point to wrap that up in straight sets. Matusvich looking to make a move here, or make life an awful lot easier, and it will be less likely for him to have a wobble if he's got himself a double break secured. He's found that tee serve well today, Gray. Fourth ace for him on the board. So you can see the updated score at the top right now. That means that Maya Lumsden for the British Bulldogs got a whopping 3 points on the board with her win over Alicia Barnett coming through that one. 3-3. Yeah, this will be a good game for Gray to get out of.
Back behind's always going to work well. Doesn't matter what surface you play on. Gray was covering the open court. Very tough to stop and twist and turn in time.
That's a great effort from Matusvich, all over that net. The lob nearly caught him by surprise, but he pushed back well. Managed to snatch that point.
Yeah, it was excellent lob here. Oh, it's moving around a bit. Did well to keep his eye on that and get back to it, but that was superb. He's stretching out to this one. So easy to lose control of both these shots, to be honest, but he's able to get it out the middle of the strings, control it.
Let's. Second serve. Let's.
Well, the pressure's coming
serve.
from the bench. Gray is only 136% behind his second serve, and he's got to try and come up with something here. Break point down. Huge forehand return from Matusvich and followed up with a dismissive inside in. He secured the double break and looking good now for a Union Jacks win here on centre court.
New balls are into play now, all right? That's all good. That's perfect. You're serving. It's ideal. And the nice thing is...
Bulldogs are terrified. Anton's on fire.
Just keep doing what you're doing. You don't need to change a thing, okay?
Yeah.
Good tempo. Keep doing what you're saying. Wait for the right ball to come in. Don't rush it. Do what you got to do.
Yeah,
you win every rally from the back of the court, so keep doing what you're doing. First serve. Out here is going to be that 3/4 wide one with pace, okay? Make sure you get the cover. Do what you're going to do out there.
Remember, you're in control of this match, right? So it's all in your hands. What
So
he's saying, listen to what he's saying, everything.
See you soon.
Balance is perfect. Don't rush it, just take your time.
So let's have a little look as to what just happened over on court number 1. You heard the reaction. Match points to Maya Lumsden for the British Bulldogs. This one worth 3 points on the board. So Lumsden with the straight sets victory. Captain Anki off the bong very happy. Just pushes the Bulldogs out in front once again. The Union Jacks actually have not been leading since the 5th match of the entire event over on day number 1.
Been a while, but their recovery has been very good.
Looking like a possible 2 points here for Matusvich and the Jacks, so that will just take them within 1 point. And next up, we've got Emma Raducanu, another youngster from Bromley as well. There we go, 2 in a row. Kent's finest. She'll be up playing Naomi Broady. Tell you what, if you ever get to choose somebody to be on your bench for support, I think Dan Evans is going to be right up there. You're going to be feeling good, aren't you?
Well, I think this is part of the, I guess, the game plan, isn't it, overall? Just to get under the skin of the opponents.
Come on.
Couple of points away now from wrapping up a really strong performance for Anton. So Matusvich, big serving, short points, looking to seal this victory for the Jacks.
The
double faults have hung around for Matusvich through this match, but they haven't really been too costly. Not come in at the most crucial moments. It's the 5th one for Anton.
Here we go, this one now.
Was a little out of nowhere. He was in a difficult position there. Great.
Yes.
You're under serious pressure on the back foot, having to move away from the court there. Nice extension through it though.
Pressure once again, pushing forwards just to make that defensive shot more tricky. It hasn't happened too often, but Gray's got himself a break point here. In fact, his first break point chance at all. He has had a number of juices, particularly early on in that first set. It's not like he wasn't getting a look in, but just didn't quite get this opportunity. That's a big serve. Exactly what he was looking for.
Yes.
22 miles an hour. Consistently between 120 and 125 for this match behind the first serve.
Led for serve.
Jammer there, Gray unable to make the space, and some strong serving has got Matusvich out of a little bit of a hole in this game. Got himself another match point. And that'll seal it. A very tidy and mature performance from Anton Matusvich to come through that match in straight sets. A really disciplined display, but some good controlled aggression there. Gray was competitive, really did present a challenge, but Matusvich rising to the occasion, comes through 3-2.
Very good performance. Way to take your time, huh?
Clean set of heels for Matusvich. Excellent performance, to be happy with that. Teammates delighted. Brought it back to within 1 point Once again, that match was worth 2 points, so good job for
Beautiful.
the Union Jacks. Excellent match from Matusvich. Found a really good balance from the back of the court. Tricky conditions, not a whole lot Gray could do at times. He was being pushed back when he was coming forward. Matusvich was finding the 1-2 combination, dipping the initial pass and then finding the winner on the second. Good to see him plugging away, and I'm sure he will develop that side of his game a little more. Decent numbers on serve for Matusvich. Certainly the amount of points won behind the second serve. That first serve percentage did increase as the match unfolded. Some unreturned serves. One ace was good on the break points as well. 3 of 4 break points converted, and plenty of winners from Matusvich. He's got a lot of power to his game. 13 of those bad boys. Well done.
And the winner, Anton, is alongside Nick Lester down on court.
So congratulations. A couple of tough matches this week, but that must be very satisfying today.
Thanks, yeah. Sunday's a good day, especially when it's 45-45. It's going to be close, so happy to get that win for my team. Thought I played great today. Really controlled, didn't make really many errors. I mean, Ali's he's a tricky player. He slices, comes to the net, you know. But I did well. You know, I did well to hit to his forehand. It was weaker today. It wasn't that good. And serve at the start was a bit ropey, but it got better towards the end. You know, it took my time, like Greg and Jodie told me many times, and yeah, it worked. So really happy with that.
How often do you get to play someone like Al? Obviously, as you said, it's a little different the way he comes at you. It's a slightly different approach, and from your perspective, what do you have to change?
Well, I was actually, after the lockdown finished, I was hitting with him pretty much every day. But yeah, he's tricky. You just have to stay calm on the ball. Don't rush, you know, don't panic. Don't think you have to hit a win, and that's what I did today. And usually I'm quite erratic, you know, I like to go for big shots, but you know, really controlled today, you know, worked the point well, and yeah, I mean, he's quite good at the net. I think I didn't really allow him to come to the net that much today, which was nice, because he's got good hands, and I returned well as well. I actually did really everything pretty good today, so very happy with it.
Good stuff. Give us your assessment of the week. And you've been involved, you played some singles, you played Kyle a couple of times, obviously that was a good experience. How much have you enjoyed the week, and how much do you feel you've benefited from it?
Yeah, it's been awesome. I think it actually got better as we went along, you know. People are blending in, you know, the crowds, you know, there's some banter going on as well, and just the organisation as well. Also, it's awesome that I got to play as well, because I'm one of the lower ranked players, and to be like able to play this tournament, to be given this opportunity is incredible. Yeah, played Kyle twice. That was interesting. First day was actually good. I quite like indoors. I don't think he played as well than yesterday. Yesterday the games were quite close, but I think just Kyle, you know, he's got a better forehand. He rips it around. Hey, he's obviously a good player, so let's not hide that fact.
Good stuff. Been fun to watch. Thanks, Anton. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Well, what a week it has been for Anton Matusvich. Fantastic to round things off with a singles victory, and probably his best performance of the week. A couple of points on the board for the Jacks, so closing to within 1 point. I have a feeling this is going to come down to the very end of the day. The next up, the ladies' singles for the Union Jacks. Naomi Broady taking on the youngster Emma Raducanu. We will have that coming up for you very shortly. And behind the scenes, I tell you what, we've had so many matches and players. This stringer has been working overtime this week.
I work here at the NTC stringing rackets and customisation of rackets for the players that work here on a week-to-week basis. And this week obviously is a lot busier for me because we've got the competition, the tournament on here. But yeah, there's a lot of rackets. Some of the top players this week would have had about 15 to 18 rackets each done. So that's quite a few, it all adds up. So well over 100 altogether. Probably our highest tension here is probably around about £60. and the lowest is about 40, and most people go somewhere in between, around 50, 55 in tension. No, I mean, some of the guys have their rackets set up are a little bit heavier than the girls, but string-wise it's pretty much the same. All the top players have their rackets balanced and weighted, so they all feel exactly the same to them when they pick them up, every single one, because they've got about 6 to 12 rackets, some of the top players, and so they want them to feel exactly the same when they pick them up and play with them, whereas a normal club player would just have them off the shelf from a shop, and there can be a variance of they could have two rackets that look the same, but they could feel different, slightly different, because they weigh slightly different or the swing weight's different. It depends, it varies. Some players will play with one racket for a whole match. Other players like to change rackets 2 or 3 times during a match, a change of balls. So the balls newer balls fly through the air quicker. So some of the players like a brand new string, so they've got slightly more control over the ball. So that gives them a little tiny edge.
So much work going in behind the scenes to get this tournament off and running. There have been a huge amount of people involved. You can see their next matchup. Raducanu taking on Naomi Broady. Raducanu's had a fantastic week. It's a couple of points on offer here, and with the Bulldogs just ahead by 1 point.
Stay there.
This one is a crucial one. So we will have these players walking out on court, and Arvin Palmer is going to introduce them.
Match number 2, representing the Bulldogs, Emma Raducanu. And for the Union Jacks, Naomi Broady.
Yes, we are getting into the heart of the day here, aren't we? And what a day it should be, because a win apiece so far. What is it? Relatively cool afternoon now. Cool late morning, isn't it? Just before 10 to 12. Here's Naomi Broady up against Emma Raducanu. It's a match that has 2 points on the line. The number of points on offer will increase throughout the course of the day. The next couple of singles matches on here worth 3, and then 4 for the mixed, and then 5 for the final mixed and the final match of the day. Jamie Murray will be alongside Heather Watson for a second evening running. Nick Lester is my name, alongside Naomi Cavaday. How are you doing, Cav?
Yeah, good, thanks. Looking forward to the day. It's, I think it might come down to the wire.
Yeah, it may well do. No real surprise. Naomi Broady choosing to serve. First up. These two players playing this week for the first time. Naomi Broady, haven't seen too much of her in singles, have we, out here? She's been largely playing on the secondary court. Emma Raducanu has been out here a fair bit. Actually played Jodie Burrage yesterday over on the second court. So both have had a fair bit of tennis to enjoy it over the course of the week. Naomi Broady's had a lot of matches, like so many of them over the last month. She's been, of course, trying to get back to full form and fitness, having had that horrible ankle injury, wasn't it, last year, Cav?
Yeah, went over on it, and it's a really difficult one to come back from, because even when you do get to be fit and healthy, it's just having that confidence in the ankle to slam the brakes on when you get pushed out wide. It does take a little while to build that back up, but yeah, good to see Broady out and getting lots of matches on court.
Yeah, this week she had a win over Eden Silver, lost to Maya Lumsden, also lost to Beth Gray in singles, as you can see her little profile there. Big Manchester City fan is Naomi. You must have played Naomi, did you, a few times?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Played dubs together, played against each other in singles. She's 1 year below me, so yeah, know her very well. This will be a different prospect for Raducanu. You've got the single-handed backhand, you've got a serve coming from a real height, with Broady being taller than the other women in this event. And I think it's much more, when you're playing against Broady, it's much more about absorbing the pace, being really consistent, trying to expose the movement in the wings a little bit. So a different challenge for Raducanu.
Emma Raducanu, just 17 years of age, certainly highly thought of. Is the lady who's ranked 338 in the world, just off a career high, has already won 3 ITF titles at the lower levels, won the $25,000 event in India last year. This year made the final of the same level of event in Sunderland. What have you made of her tennis this week?
I think it's been really good. It's been a fantastic experience for her to have, you know, so many people on the bench and giving her advice and getting a run out against these top players, because it'll be a little bit of time and she has to wait until that ranking jumps up one more level really before she can be playing against these sorts of players week in, week out. But she's been full of confidence. She's been really aggressive. She's worked incredibly hard on the court as well. And I think it was a little bit of a shock to the system when she played against Heather Watson. She got kind of rolled over there with just such a huge amount of quality from the end of Heather Watson. I mean, but Heather is a top 50 player and she played like it, so that was really good for Raducanu to kind of feel that level, feel the difference, and now she can go away and try and improve in those areas that might have made that match a bit tighter.
We talked quite a lot, didn't we, a couple of days ago, especially against Heather, of her using the block return a little more. She didn't actually use it a whole lot against Heather, but one would imagine today it could well come into play and could be quite an important weapon.
Absolutely. We've got a big serve coming down, as I mentioned, from a height, so if she's going to look to try and take that up on the baseline, that forehand block return, I think, could really be crucial. She used it well against Jodie, but against Heather not so much, because there's just a little less pace on the serve from Watson, so she probably favoured just getting a strike in and getting over the top of the forehand there. But absolutely, she's trying to play with a little bit more variety. That's something that Mark Petchey has been adding to her game, which she says is very different to any other coach that she's ever worked with. And it's actually going to really suit the matchup in terms of Broady, because it's something that Broady doesn't necessarily enjoy as much.
Yeah, Mark's been out here the last month or so working with Emma, just helping her out. Very super academic young lady is Emma Raducanu. She's going to be doing A-levels in both maths and economics. So that'll give you an idea.
Yeah.
So Naomi Broady up against Emma Raducanu. Broady 30 years of age, so some 13 years between the two. Double duty today for Naomi. She'll be playing mixed with Andy Murray on the 4th match on here.
Naomi Broady to serve.
Brother, playing on the opposite team, is currently on court number 1. We'll be sure to keep you abreast of what's going on there.
Love 15.
15-all.
As far as the Broady serve's concerned, we know it's got pace. What else makes it uncomfortable?
Well, as I mentioned, coming down from such a height, it's incredibly flat when it comes through as well. It just means that you have to adjust your return position. You can't be in the same spot that you would normally be in. It will just get up a little higher on you. You can see there that Raducanu was taking that serve, that second serve, well inside the baseline just to stop it getting up so high so she can take it at shoulder height. But for Broady, when she had that, phenomenal time through 2015 and 2016, got up to the top 100, career high of 76. I mean, so much of it was about the serve. She was also ripping some beautiful single-handed backhands just like that one, but the serve was just so consistently reliable. You just knew it was going to be there, getting so many cheap points every game.
Yeah, made semis in Quebec, didn't she, in 2015? That was a big week for her there. Semis in Kuala Lumpur in 2016. Mr. Bouchard made the quarters in Auckland that year as well. Around at the US Open. Step in from that end because the wind is firmly in her face. That's what she did well.
Yeah, Raducanu will not have too much of a problem, I think, extending the rallies here. She'll feel like that is working in her favour.
Game, Raducanu.
Certainly going to have to find a pass or two, you would have thought.
First game.
As she does in this opening game. We were looking through some numbers that Hawkeye sent us in terms of the overall picture of the top female players here this week.
I'm just telling Emma that backing up is nothing to be afraid of here. You will get some pace coming through.
Yeah, in terms of pure pace off the ground, Raducanu actually won the lower ends off both the forehand and backhand. A lot of people suggesting she hits a big ball, and of course she does, but actually it's more of a heavy ball off the forehand than it is necessarily a pacey ball when you compare it to someone like Katie Bolter. They're all kind of in that late 60s, early 70s off the forehand in terms of speed. Backhand side, Raducanu a little down. In fact, pure pace off the backhand, actually the lowest of the week in terms of the ladies, but of course, up to 17 years of age, still a lot to physically develop.
Yeah, there's a bit of a difference between an aggressive strike and an aggressive mindset, and I'd say that Raducanu really does have an aggressive mindset. She doesn't necessarily completely release all the way through her shots to get the maximum amount of pace. Like that one from Broady, for example. You don't see that so often from Raducanu. There's always an element of control to her shots and shape. Might be, I mean, I'd like to see her bring it in occasionally just to have an injection of pace, but we do see that from the likes of Bolter and Burrage. They kind of really flatten off and give it a crunch.
Love touchy.
as an athlete, where do you rate Raducanu?
Well, she's very strong as an athlete. She's got really good movement, good power, good technique on all of the shots, so no holes there really. It's all going to be about how she uses what she's got on the court.
Oh my word.
Love 40.
Well, that serve's just not going to cut it. Took the pace off and went wide, so you would have expected that serve to swing a bit more, but that was right in the slot for Broady. Going to get some wild misses from Broady. That's how she plays. She likes to take a big wind up and be very aggressive off both sides. Get some cracking strikes. We've already seen that.
Wait, please.
Bad play, obviously going back behind Broady, especially with the wind behind. It's going to take it a little bit. Defensive lob in these swirly, awkward winds that we have right now. Plant the feet a little too early, you're going to be in trouble. So 3 break points come and go. Naomi's been playing down in George's Hill, won 5 of her 7 matches last week in the UK Pro Series, won every single match the week before, actually was 7 from 7 there at St George's. So certainly is match tight.
Advantage, Raducanu.
Raducanu, who won the British Tour here a few weeks ago as Andy Murray. That's a good hold. Railing off 5 points
Raducanu
in a row.
But 2 games to love.
Raducanu up 2 love. Actually beat Jodie Burrage in the final of the British Tour last month, did Emma Raducanu.
15 love.
Was due to play in the Progress Tour event, but was forced to withdraw from that one.
Dirty love.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a shoulder niggle couple of weeks ago that prevented her from playing there. And that has been something that's been quite difficult for her to manage over the last couple of years as she's been growing and filling out as a teenager. She has had lots of kind of minor injuries, nothing major to put her out for a while, but she has had to pull out of a number of events.
Strong stuff. Rushing her on the backhand. It's going to elicit a few errors and a few shorter balls.
Yeah, it'll be the same off both wings, I think.
One went over the
can get
fence.
that
I'll go and
depth
get
and
that in a
pace
second.
combination, because Broady with those long levers does have a bit of a long wind-up, and she likes to kind of stand and strike. So if you take away that time, it can be difficult for her to find the right contact point.
Game Broady.
So Broady's on the board.
Raducanu leads by 2-1.
But down the early break.
Just left of the cameraman. Thank you.
Balls down, I think we are as well.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. So it's going to go out. Move back, let it bounce, and then after that play, you still got time. But absolutely spot on tactically. Keep doing the same thing, keep going after it. Don't question yourself, just keep doing it. All right? And when it's there to finish, you finish it big. You got to see if it's above the height of the net. Here we go.
Yeah, the right sort of idea to try and kick it up there, but you've got to remember the height of Broady as well, and if she can get it around shoulder height, she will be relatively comfortable on it. She can fire away those backhands pretty effortlessly. So to try and get it up at head height, it's got to jump, and we don't have the warmest conditions here, so it will be a little bit of a fight for Raducanu if she's going to look to try and kick it up to that backhand.
Yeah, these Dunlop balls that we're playing with this week do tend to fluff up a little bit as well. A little bit heavy.
Yeah, I think the kick serve into the body is a little more effective with Broady. I mean, unless you really are getting it jumping up there, just to jam her, because then it doesn't need to be as high. It can kind of come around shoulder height, but if it's right at her, it's still difficult for her to find that contact.
(40-15).
Just a little too inconsistent so far. Here's
Raducanu
Broady.
leads by 3 games to 1.
Easy to play either at times, I wouldn't imagine, because you don't get too much in the way of rhythm, do you?
No, absolutely not. That's exactly how she likes it. All on her terms. Big striking.
The average rally length, Hawkeye telling us 4 so far in this one. She's a notch or 2 under what the average for the week is. It's men and women combined. Singles, of course.
Just able to bend that one a little out of reach for Broady.
Mentioned the fact that she's now managed by IMG, Emma Raducanu. Not so much significant in terms of obviously brokering deals long term, but it's also significant in terms of brokering wildcards, isn't it? Opportunities. That is, you know, opportunities. IMG obviously own a few events. Let's hope they still own some events when all this is said and done. But just openings, doors openings that potentially she will have.
Oh yeah, there's also contacts whenever you're looking for a coach. Speak to agents that have connections with coaches. They know who's floating around. And oh, the horn is back.
Haven't missed it, have we?
I know, I thought it was away for the day, but that was silly of me. But yeah, that's always very helpful as well, because it can be difficult to know that. To know who's available, who's interested, who wants to put their hat in the ring. So pretty good at kind of getting all that information for you. Broady not happy about that call. Very close on the line.
Yeah, not defending the second serve well, just 1 of 6 points, 1 behind it, a couple of doubles as well.
Yeah, Raducanu's taking that return very early. Keeping it simple there, really nice move forward. The difference there, she was pulled forward earlier on, and she really struggled there because it's just a completely different mentality and you're a little bit off balance coming forward, whereas when you decide to approach the net, you've got your head over the ball, it's much easier to get across and cover the net.
Ryan Penniston has a break on Liam Broady, but I can tell you it's break back point over on court 1.
Game Broady. Raducanu leads by 3 games to 2.
So Emma Raducanu still in the lead here. 3-2 first set. Let's have a quick chat with Greg Rosetsky. Greg, we just heard a little bit of the information you were giving out. What are the messages you're trying to get across to Naomi today?
Well, very easy. She's got to serve well, be aggressive, come forward, attack, and basically give Emma no rhythm out there whatsoever. Once you give her a rhythm and you're moving right and left, you're playing the wrong game style. So for Naomi, it's very, very simple out there. Be the boss, be aggressive, don't give her any rhythm,
and keep on attacking her.
Does it differ in terms of end to end, Greg? Because obviously the end you're at seems to be from where the wind is coming. How does that sort of affect court position? And we heard you saying to Naomi a little bit about don't feel like you have to step in. What are the differences from end to end here?
Well, the side Naomi was just on, obviously she's with the wind, so it's a little bit easier to serve. The ball goes through the court. And then on the opposite side, you're against the wind, so when you hit into it, you can be more aggressive and more positive because the ball's not going to sail long.
Good stuff. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Missing that serve just by a little way, possibly the wind getting involved. It really is swirly today. Wind more behind Raducanu at the moment, as we heard from Greg.
Didn't hit the slot with the serve again, and Broady able to get a good clean hit on the return. Of ITF titles. In fact, if you look back at her record, as Naomi was saying, been playing a long time. 2009, she really won her first ITF titles, won 4 that year in singles. Then won 3 in 2014. Doubles has had significant success.
I think one of the big titles she picked up was in Midland, in Michigan, the $100,000 event there. That's a real favourite with a lot of players. I played out there myself. It's just such a well-run tournament. Everything is catered for, and all of the players getting involved with local schools and going out and doing field trips and trying to inspire the next generation.
Are there parts of the world where the hundreds and the 60s and the 25s are sort of players are catered for better than other parts of the world? I mean,
yeah, well, I mean, it depends. So, for example, if you play out in the States, you very often have host families. All the members of the club say, yeah, we'll put up a player or two in our house, and they look after you really well. They drive you around. Sometimes they cook lunch for you. And more importantly, they come and cheer you on. It's really nice to have that level of support. You're typically traveling on your own. You get a little bit of that out in Australia as well. The European tournaments, you're much more left to your own devices. It's more of a hotel and tournament sort of thing, even though the tournaments are run very well themselves. But again, because the community gets so involved out in the States, they then ask for a little bit back from the players. And as I say, we would go out to the schools and do some talks and demonstrations.
oh, she read it well. She laughs because she knows she got away with it a little bit, but it was a good read.
I remember the first time I played in Midland, in Michigan. It's in the winter as well. You're talking about minus 30 degrees Celsius outside. We were playing indoors, so it wasn't too painful. But I think I got my scheduling a little bit wrong at that time. So I played in Midland, and then I think the next week I was playing in India in 30 degrees plus, and it didn't sit so well with the body.
Climatic change, Cav. Slight change in string tension, I would have thought as well. From one to the other.
I'm not going to lie, it was a bit of a disaster. Did not play well. It's also pretty much the other side of the world. So to do that in a short space of time is tough. Fast indoor courts outside. We've all made mistakes when it comes to scheduling. That was one of mine.
Game, Raducanu.
That serve was very close indeed, wasn't it?
Raducanu leads by 4 games to 2.
So maybe just caught the outside edge of the line.
Yeah, for Broady, I was just chatting with her earlier in the week. She says she's been very much enjoying lockdown, getting all the family back under one roof. Of course, she would have loved to have been out playing and competing, but taking the positives from the situation. Saying her mum's had quite a job on her hand to feed all of her kids, and with a couple of athletes on the roster, they do churn through some food.
Her brother, I can tell you, is back on serve in the first set against Ryan Penniston. 3-4 over there.
Just see there Raducanu trying to match Broady for pace and just got a little out of control. You are going to have to accept just soaking it up on occasion. It is a quality strike. There's some players at the side there. Harriet Dart, Beth Gray. They've played some good doubles together this week. Couple of wins on the board for them as a pair. Both Bulldogs.
Love. Game, Broady. New balls.
Good serve from Naomi Broady. First serve percentage in the high 50s right now. And it's just the one break, 4-3.
Need to get there. Yeah. And you will. Okay. Everything else fine? Yeah? Yeah. Okay. Just ooze of positivity. Yeah. You'll get a look in. Again, you don't need to feel like you over press on anything. Yeah? Within yourself is good enough. Let's bluster it. Lots of emphasis on getting your feet in the right position behind the ball. When she comes forwards, whichever way she's approached from, back behind her is a good option. I know it's like, yeah, she closes quite quickly. Back behind her because she's quick to go into the space, yeah?
Here we go, let's go now. Come on.
Captain Anki Athavon, who also played Naomi Broady on a few occasions, so well aware of her strengths and weaknesses.
New ball. Love.
Tough one to execute that one. New balls cutting into her body.
It's just coming on the screen if you want to see it.
so far, 50% of free points off the serve for Raducanu. Not enough returns being made. Oh, that's unlucky.
30 love.
Greg full of positive energy, as always.
Love.
Has moved slightly more directly overhead because the planes were definitely not quite as close to us over the course of the week. Oh, that's tasty.
Raducanu leads by 5
really under
games
too
to
much
3.
pressure so far on our own deal. Game away from this opening set. Part of the LTA's PSP program is Emma Raducanu. It's a good deal of funding that's distributed towards her team for them to and distribute in the way they see fit.
Love 15.
Yeah, she's just not getting a huge amount of rhythm from the Broady game, which is exactly what Greg Rosetsky was requesting, saying Broady's just got to keep aggressive, get that strike in, not give her the rhythm to really find her range. But it's just that the unforced error is a little bit out of control for Broady at the minute.
Unforced error, and the set slipping away.
Yeah, Raducanu just hanging in long enough for the error to come. Oof. That one got away from her.
Love 40.
So just half an hour or so this opening set. As Raducanu with chances to finish it off. That's a good hit. Really good strike up the line from Raducanu.
By 6 games to 3.
And the 17-year-old looking to put some more points on the board for the British Bulldogs. 6-3.
You know what's coming. You've got to feel for it. Yeah. And then it's all you. All you.
Yeah, nice set from Emma. She's definitely facing a different challenge in Naomi Broady. Not a lot of rhythm, some big strikes coming at her. And we did see a few great winners from Broady early on, but then those unforced errors, just getting up to 8, really catching up as the set progressed. Broady also struggling off the second serve, only winning 27% of those points. Raducanu taking it so early inside the baseline. But all in all, Raducanu just making one too many balls for Broady at the moment. And the unforced error is just coming from the end of the jacks.
Fast start and a fast finish to set number 1
Here we
for
go. Everyone.
17-year-old who's has Romanian and Chinese parents. Speaks Mandarin, I'm told. It's pretty impressive.
Many talents.
Emma.
Emma's plans in the
Second
next
sets,
few weeks? Is she
Raducanu to serve.
competition-wise? Do we know what Emma's doing?
Well, it's difficult to know, really. I think for her sort of ranking just outside 300, there aren't a huge amount of options.
Just wondering if she was going to play any
15
British
left.
tours or the St George's Hill Masters of the Pro Series there.
Yeah, I mean, look, she would love to get back out and play international events. If that's an option, I'm sure that's where she will be. But it might be the case that the British tours in St George's Hill is where she will focus. She's played in the British tour. She won one already over the past month. She loves to compete, and it's incredibly crucial at this stage of her development. You know, you go through a period of time when you're kind of a young teenager, that your coach is giving you the most information, but then once you've got the weapons and kind of the game in place, it's your opponent that will tell you what's what most of the time. For example, when she played Heather Watson the other day, told quite bluntly by Heather that certain shots weren't good enough and were going to get dealt with.
40 love.
And that's that experience that we talk about that you just need to pick up, and you just do that by getting the hours out on the court.
Of course, Emma actually won an award, didn't she, a couple of days ago?
Yeah, the LTA Awards, the Junior Girl Player of the Year. She, of course, comes from Kent, and it was another Kent player who won the Junior Boy Player of the Year. Ben Gusick won after his triumph in Orange Bowl. So, strong stuff from that county.
Game, Raducanu. First game, second set.
Tell us about him, the youngster who won the Orange Bowl. What do you know about him?
Ben, well, he's very small for his age, but he really has a fantastic movement. He is super consistent. I mean, he is beating guys who are, you know, feet taller than him at the moment. That tournament is out on clay. Works with a coach of mine that I know very well, Simon Greaves, down in Canterbury. And a real prospect for the future. Very competitive. He knows how to win at a young age. We also had awards for Women's Player of the Year. Joe Conter picked that one up, and men's, which was Dan Evans, as well as other fantastic awards.
There's one behind
for
the fence. Thanks, bud.
community venue, for example, volunteers,
You the
club of the
chief.
year, competition of the year. I'm sure this event will be in the running for competition of the year next year.
Love 30. $15.30.
It stops a run of 10 points in a row for Emma Raducanu.
$15.40. $30.40. Let's first service.
Raducanu looking to stretch out a bit here. Really just has had a little too much consistency for Broady so far.
Oh, that's her best shot of the day, arguably, under pressure.
It's so nice when she gets it right. A lot of brute force behind it.
It's good stuff. A little shape to that one. Raducanu taking it up the line, maybe not too aggressively. Oh, did well, because it looks as though she'd switched off momentarily, but tremendous balance.
It was good scrambling from Broady, maybe just a little unexpected that she was going to be able to get this shot back and get it back so well.
Advantage Broady.
Didn't get enough height on the initial defensive lob, and
one game more.
Naomi Broady upping her level to get a good hold.
It's going to be really crucial here that Raducanu manages to maintain her concentration. The combination of the Broady game style and the wind just making rhythm and just life in general very difficult. You're not going to feel 100% like you're just striking it cleanly. You're not going to get shots, long rallies, time after time to really get your eye in. And it's very easy to drift off mentally when it just feels a bit bitty.
Tie break over on court 1, just getting underway. And Broady did manage to break Ryan Penniston.
Yeah, looking for the high ball there, Broady, and just reminding herself she's got the wind behind her and just helped carry that ball out. Doesn't really matter what the situation is. Doesn't matter how you feel this match is going, the energy on the court, whether you feel like you've got momentum. That strike is always around. A couple of winners can just sail past you very quickly.
$40-15. Game Raducanu.
So more good serving from Emma Raducanu.
About 2-1.
Just keeping her foot on the gas here, looking to accelerate on. She's up a set 2-1.
I don't know where to
Go to her. Go straight to her.
Either straight to her or wherever she's approached from.
Okay.
Yeah? Because she comes in, she closes the net well, but she's looking to cap instead. Yeah? Off the ground, doing a great job. Yeah.
Also, she's not coming in the whole lot, so there's not a whole lot.
No.
I think she's only come once or twice this set, so. And you're in control of most of the rallies, so.
Yeah. Again, on the return games, just keep moving around. Yeah, give her different looks, but it's got to be the urgency with your feet to get behind. Yeah?
Yeah.
Done.
Just get it, come on.
Yeah, we've got this. Here we go.
Keep
Everyone.
fighting here. Here we go. Everyone now.
Energy ramping up from all those involved here at the Battle of the Brits team tennis. It's been a very intense week, that's for sure. Competition has been of the highest order. All those have been really bought into the team event.
Yeah, the depth just beating the single-hander there. Just didn't quite have enough time to get all the way through her swing. And Raducanu just having a chat with her camp. Lanky Othevong and Alister Gray getting involved. She was just saying she's a little unsure of what to do when Broady comes forward because she just has such long arms. It can be really tough to get it away from her. Their suggestion saying just go right back at her. Try and hit the body, make her move out of the way. You do often get it with players where the movement is just a little bit of a vulnerability and not super explosive off the mark. They can tend to close down the space quite often. The back behind can be useful. Tends to be the players that really back themselves in their speed and movement around the court that might hold in the corner and give you a little look at the space, but so confident on playing on the run.
Got
to be careful here, Broady. Doesn't want this to slip away. If she can keep the score close, then she'll be hoping that at the back end of the set she can just string together some big strikes.
14 unforced errors now for Naomi Broady.
Raducanu.
One more ensures the break in the second.
Raducanu leads by 3 games to 1.
Problems mount. This lady.
Yeah, from the back of the court, really does look like Raducanu's got Broady's number, doesn't it? She's often caught off balance. Broady's not getting a good read on where Emma's going to strike, so even from quite a neutral position in the court, we've seen some winners come from Raducanu as Broady either gets stuck in the middle or she goes the wrong way.
Love.
Broady has just taken set number 1. Court 1.
15-all.
Against Ryan Penniston. British Bulldogs going well in this second round of matches.
Oh! 15-30.
Well, Broady showing a bit of grit of her own hanging into that rally. The forehand slice causing an issue for Raducanu.
It's a break back immediately from Naomi Broady.
By 3 games to 2.
3-2. We are back on serve in this second set. Let's have a quick chat with Anne. Not easy playing Naomi, is it? Because I'm sure you've experienced many times, you don't get much rhythm, Anne, do you, out there? And I guess patience is required as well.
Yeah, I think that's an understatement. You know, it's tricky conditions as well. It's quite breezy, and you can hear what Greg's encouraging her to do. Just, you know, go for it, hit it as hard as you can. So, you know, Emma's just trying to absorb it as well as she can. It doesn't have to be perfect tennis out here from Emma. It just has to be good enough. And once she gets into the baseline exchanges, Emma is, yeah, the better player.
And what about the overall performance of Raducanu through the whole week? 7 days now, she's been out on court an awful lot. She's played some more experienced opponents, and she's been the favourite in the summer. What do you think? Has she developed through this week?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, she obviously needs to learn how to manage her time and the emotional energy that goes into everything. They've been long days out here, but she's absolutely enjoyed the experience. She keeps telling me every day how much she wants to be out there competing, so that's really refreshing for me as captain to hear.
Good stuff. Thanks, Anne.
Love.
Broady stringing a few of these winners together now.
It's nice to hear, isn't it? A young player who's urging and messaging you want to play, I want to get out there. That's just what you want.
Yeah, it makes the captain's job a lot easier if you've got everybody sticking their hand up and you can choose from the bunch. It's a lot to manage with 13 players in each team. You've got some who just want to play doubles and not the singles, like for example with an Andy. You've got others picking up injuries, as we saw with Cam Norrie yesterday. Try and not overdo it for the players, but try and get them out there as much as possible.
That's a flat strike coming through the court quickly. Getting onto Raducanu. Didn't give her any time at all.
Better aggressive hitting from Raducanu. Getting herself up the court. She doesn't want to sit back. It's easy to do because there have been so many errors from Broady that you can just think, okay, let's just make balls, let's extend the rallies, those errors will come, but they've dried up now. A couple of winners coming as well, so Raducanu needs to try and take control.
40-30.
Telling us so loudly, move over.
Fourth ace for Broady.
One take.
Good stuff. And the deep return causing all sorts of problems.
Oh, she's hit a purple patch here. Broady striking it so well. It's a big shot after big strike. Well, she went for it. It was
Advantage.
ambitious
Raducanu.
from that situation to go max pace.
Yeah, no holding back there, was there? It's a wild finish and a break point for Raducanu again. Just getting caught a little deep, isn't she, at the moment? Not quite do enough for the return. Wasn't too far away in her defence.
Brody's trying to ramp it up now, isn't she? Every shot she's looking to strike.
That's a tremendous return. Patience from Raducanu. Quiet out here today. It's given her another break.
Yeah, good maturity there as well, responding. Broady upping her level, trying to do something a little different, upping the intensity and the pace going at Raducanu, but Raducanu's saying, okay, fine, I'm going to have to deal with that. And did it well.
Led for service.
Both players stopped, thinking that ball on the line was long. Not a lot he can do about it. It's Hawkeye Live. Actually have 2 additional cameras for Hawkeye Live on the court this week. 12 cameras as opposed to the usual 10 for Hawkeye Live. Tennis taking control of the rally.
Love 13.
A couple of big backhand returns we've seen in this game from Broady. Looks like she's really finding her range. Just never know what is around the corner. You know it's going to be big from Broady. Whether it's going to be a winner or an error, just have to wait and see. good work there from Raducanu. She's just able to maintain that quality effortlessly when she's pushed into the corners. Moving through the shot as she plays. She does it well as well when she's pushed back on the V. Didn't see it in that point. She stayed tight to the baseline, but if she is forced back, really just keep the level high. Doesn't go for a defensive shot.
Oh, that was cut rather finely.
40-30.
Not sure that's where she was aiming. She did have half the court.
This one, Brits.
Game Raducanu.
So Emma Raducanu taking control of things. She has an iron grip on this match now, up a set and 5-2. She's heading for victory.
Yeah, good hold.
Yeah. Come on, James. Go. Give yourself a bit more time if you feel you need to. You've got your eye in on the return. It's all good. All right, big push here. Come on.
Here we go.
More points just around the corner, it would seem, for the British Bulldogs here. Naomi Broady hasn't quite been able to be consistent enough, having contributed towards the Union Jacks tally this week. Good mixed doubles wins with the Lloyd Glass full, winning the singles as well.
Lead second service. Oh. 15 love.
Bringing the heat on that point.
15 all.
Suffocating Broady for time.
Yeah, it's been a lot of good stuff in this performance from Raducanu. Really getting the balance nicely. It's the sort of match where you kind of have to be a bit reactive. You're just never entirely sure what's coming your way. About just absorbing the information, digesting it and trying to make the best possible decisions.
30-all.
Going to beat her in one direction there, wasn't she?
40-30.
Almost like stubbornly refusing to go to the open court.
Yeah, she'd set up the court really well, hadn't she? But that was the one to go into the space. Broady was not only pushed out wide, but she was a bit off balance on that particular shot, so closing down the gap wasn't really a possibility.
Just getting pushed back behind the baseline, not where she wants to be.
Advantage,
It's
Broady.
just such a good strike, isn't it? Just needs to try and find just a little more with the base level. The winners are absolutely fabulous. And the strike is just, it just looks quite effortless.
Oh, what a hit from Naomi Broady. I've seen it on a couple of occasions today.
Raducanu leads.
Going all out and
5 games
keeping
to 3.
herself above water in this match. 83 miles an hour, Hawkeye telling us.
You've got to remember, she's been a top 100 player. She has played at that level. And she was in the top 200 for an awfully long time. And with weapons like this, you can understand why.
So, chance for a 17-year-old to shut the gates here at 5-3.
15 love.
Certainly technically a very sound serve, isn't it? Talked about that a few times this week. A lot to like about the way she plays.
Let's first service.
Her best periods of the match, unquestionably.
15-all.
One of the best returns as well. Ahead in the point.
Yeah, she got up on the front foot after that deep return and then just stayed there. Big front foot hitting, corner to corner. For a pretty challenging return there, Broady, the off backhand.
Yeah, made sure she found the single-hander, didn't she, off the first serve, took a little bit of pace off it.
30-all.
Yeah, that serve just a little in the slot from Raducanu, so Broady getting a nice strike on the forehand.
Of course, we will see Emma later on in mixed as well. She'll be partnering Joe Salisbury. They take on Andy Murray and Naomi Broady. Use the wind effectively.
40-30.
The 17-year-old from Kent has worked her way to match point here.
It's 2 more points for the British Bulldogs. Another good win for the 17-year-old Emma Raducanu. She has been impressive all week. And she overcomes Naomi Broady for the loss of just 6 games here. Big smile on her face. 3-3. She's victorious.
Great job, Emma. Just too good out there. Too good out there today.
Yeah, it was. It really just was a little bit too good for Naomi Broady, even the experience that she possesses as a former top 100 player. So really positive for Raducanu. Spoken like a true athlete. Just wanted to pick up the win.
Get ready for the next
She did it in style. Really did play well. Had to contend with an awful lot. Conditions were tricky. The Broady game style very different to anything she's really experienced through this week. And it was really tidy all round, to be honest. More winners than unforced errors for Raducanu from the back of the court. She was being nice and steady there, and you can see Broady's unforced errors just getting a little out of control. Even though she did manage to pull back a lot of winners in that second set, just wasn't quite enough. The big standout area for Broady, that second serve, only winning 26% of those points. Raducanu was taking it early. She was being aggressive. She was getting a foothold in the point.
Let's head downstairs. Arv Palmer's waiting with the questions.
Emma, well done. Fantastic match. What pleased you the most today?
Thank you very much. I think that what pleased me the most was the conditions were quite tricky. It was quite blustery. The wind, the ball was swirling around, but yeah, we managed to maintain. I managed to hold most of my service games, which was going to be very important in this match because Naomi's serve is absolutely massive. So very pleased about that, and I'm most pleased about getting a win for the Bulldogs because the last few days, I mean, I've lost a couple tight matches, but yeah, I'm just really pleased to have backed that up with a win for today when it really matters.
And how hard is it to find rhythm when you're playing against someone like Naomi? Hit so big from the back of the court, as you say, it's tough conditions today.
Yeah, it's tough to find a rhythm. I think the most important thing is to try and make a play on her service games, just try and get every first serve return back into court, and from there just try to build the point, which I actually really backed myself once the rally got going, but yeah, I mean, I most struggled with getting her serve back because it's so good.
Well, overall, it's been a fantastic week for you. What will you take from a week like this?
Yeah, I'd take that. I mean, this team event experience has been absolutely amazing. You know, if it happened again, I mean, I'd be more than up for it because it's so much fun. But yeah, it's just great to play alongside other teammates who are supporting you, and they want you to win equally as much as you want yourself to win. So yeah, it's just a really fun week.
Congratulations.
Thank
well done.
you.
Yeah, maturity, certainly you feel beyond her years. Emma Raducanu, and will be fun to hopefully watch her development over the next couple of years. Let's hope that she can get out here and compete, certainly domestically over the course of the next month, and then 7 days.
Well, it's been a lot of fun. I mean, I think everyone's really enjoyed it. It's been a great atmosphere around the courts every day. Everyone's been getting stuck in, competing hard, cheering hard, supporting the team.
This week has gone extremely well. Players have had a great time, the tournament's gone really well. Everyone here at the LCA has mucked in and helped us, and it's been really, really good.
It's been brilliant, absolutely loved it. I think everyone's bought into the event really well. I mean, you know, I think tennis players naturally by definition are competitive. That's the way they are. Actually, when you do put them in a team environment, it's so unusual in many ways that actually a lot of them kind of thrive off it, and I think the vast majority here have done that.
I think it's been fantastic, especially the team element this time round. You've got the top-ranked players playing against the juniors with the juniors, and to have 4 captains on board and 2 teams of 13, to have that dynamic and the atmosphere that you can see behind us here, it's been fantastic.
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic to watch live tennis at its best, to see all the Brits get together, and the team spirit's been amazing. And I know that Harriet loves competing. She's had a few months off, like a lot of them, hasn't played many matches, so this is a great way back into playing matches. And yeah, she's loving every minute of it.
It's a small team, isn't it? And taking a lot of hard work, a lot of man hours to kind of put it all together.
I would like to see, you know, Battle of the Brits or national championships or a whole series of events like this take place, you know, not just for the rest of this year, but in years to come as well, to make sure we've got, you know, exciting, innovative formats for our players and our fans to engage with.
Jamie and I work really well together. We've really enjoyed putting this on and getting to know all the players, and we've just got a taste for more now, and we're busy plotting and planning and scheming to see what we can do next year.
I mean, it's a long week, but it's been fun. I think everyone's had a good spirit about the whole week, and yeah, it's been cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been an exceptional week here, and congratulations to all those involved behind the scenes who have worked so hard in order to put this event on. Here's a man who's also worked very hard. We've seen a lot of Kyle Edmund over the last 7 days. He's been practicing here at the National Tennis Centre over the last month, and he's set for a singles battle once more. Let's head down once again to Arve Park.
Match 3 for you on centre court now, representing the British Bulldogs, Kyle Edmund. And for the Union Jacks, Jan Choinski.
Yes, Jan Choinski, who of course, when he started playing under the British flag in recent times, good to see him here. Across, of course, is a base in Germany. He spends most of his time in Germany, does Jan. But from the little that I have to say I've seen of him this week, and having spoken to Craig Rosetsky on a couple of occasions, they've been impressed. Alan McDonald has joined myself and Nick Lester here in the commentary box. Thanks for coming up. How are you doing?
Afternoon, Nick. I'm doing well, thank you. Looking forward to this match.
It's been some heavy lifting for Kedders, isn't there, this week?
He's been on the court a lot. It's great to see him really embracing the event, and he's played some really quality tennis throughout the week. So this will be a tough challenge for Jan.
I think probably if you look at the sort of the matches that Carl's played since that defeat to Dan midweek, in a match that obviously stung a little bit, he's actually reacted very well, hasn't he? Feels like he's got better and better in the last 3 or 4 days.
Okay, gentlemen, same performance as before. That's right, and I think it was later that evening that Evans and Edmund faced off again in the doubles, and actually in that match Kyle played with Joe Salisbury against Jamie and Dan, and Kyle really dominated the court. I felt like his power was very hard to contain, and since then he's looked extremely good.
So this one worth 3 points. It's a big one. Every match is big from here on in at this Battle of the Brits team tennis. Liam Broady and Ryan Penniston are still on court number 1 right now. We mentioned that Liam took the first set. We'll give you a score update on the second in a moment. So here is Jan Choinski, who is 24 years of age. He's ranked just outside the top 300. Jan has been here with his father all week. How much does Jamie know about him? How much did you guys all know about him before getting in touch for him coming here?
I mean, from my point of view, this is the first time I've seen him actually play. I've heard about him, of course, and the fact that he's now playing under the GB flag. I think, pretty sure it's more or less the same for Jamie. He may have seen him training a bit at NTC, but hadn't seen him on the match court. So it's been interesting to watch him a little bit this week.
He had wins over Liam Broady, a couple of wins over Liam Broady. Had a win over Alister Gray as well. Took a defeat to Cam Norris. Has played a fair bit of singles as Jan this week. Not been involved in the doubles, but speaking to Greg Rosetsky, as I say, he was very impressed. He's a very physical player. It's a heavy ball. He's got a decent serve on him as well, so it'll be good to get a good look at him out here this afternoon.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup because in the 3-point match, the Jacks have thrown Jan in. Of course, he's going to be second favourite against such an experienced player as Kyle, who's really established himself at the top end of the tour. But he's got that something about him in terms of the weaponry, Choinski, that if he can establish a foothold in the match and Kyle's maybe a little bit off his best, that he would have a chance to really compete in this. And he did well against Norrie as well. That was a very competitive singles they had earlier.
1 minute.
Here is Kyle Edmund, who, having a laugh, has put Liam Broady down as his favourite opponent. He gets a bit of stick, Liam, doesn't he? He gives it out, but he gets a bit of stick out.
Yeah, I think that's been a feature of the week, that those who give know they also have to take. So they're big boys, they can handle it.
See much of Kyle play this week?
I've watched bits and pieces, yeah. I watched a fair bit of his win against Dan Evans, where he was looking very strong, very focused in that match. I think it was noticeable that obviously Evo has been one of the most vocal cheerleaders of the week, and Kyle himself has done a lot of sporting on the bench, but on that day Kyle was a bit more kind of quiet, took a bit more time by himself. I think it was quite important for him to, you know, refocus and put in a good performance there, which he definitely did. He kind of dominated that match really with his power.
Yeah, he's been working hard physically. We know that in lockdown, that period in the spring, of course, when players couldn't really hit any balls. We know he put on a bit of muscle mass to try and really bulk up in the areas they felt needed to do. His physical trainer Speedo has been working hard in that regard with a lot of different players. We saw that at the initial Battle of the Brits a month ago. And over the last month or so, he's been down here a lot with Colin Beecher. Colin, of course, was his coach in his formative years and his developmental years. Those guys have known each other for a long, long time. And there's Colin in the background.
Yeah, Beachy's been doing a bit of bench hopping this week. He's been working with Jodie Burrage as well, so he's the one character of the week who's been on both benches.
Yes.
So I think he's claiming that he's going to win the event no matter what. So he's in a win-win situation for sure.
It's nice, isn't it? Both bases covered.
And quite interested here to see how Choinski approaches this. Usually, when you're the underdog in a match, you'd be looking on that day to impose some part of your game on your opponent. Just do something in the match a bit better than them, and see if you can ruffle their feathers. And obviously he's got some weaponry, but he's playing against someone who's got one of the biggest forehands in the world, also has a very strong serve, moves well, backhand has improved steadily over the years, so there's not too many areas of Kyle's game that you would think that Jan would be able to exploit. He just needs to match as many as possible, hang tough, maybe make it as physical as possible, and see if Kyle's still feeling fresh at the end of the week.
just overheard James Kiathabong there informing HQ that
On its way,
Carl
then. It's
wants a cool box with some ice. It's actually quite fresh out here this afternoon.
Carl Edmund to serve.
But Carl obviously
Play.
wanted to try and keep as cool as he can.
Love 15.
You would imagine at the start of the week, if Carl was playing Jan, he probably wouldn't have known a great deal about him. But now we're 6 days in, everyone's seen everyone play, and I think probably we'll have a bit more of an idea what Jan's all about.
That's a good point. Yeah, possibly the surprise factor that Jan could have exploited might be a little less at this stage.
Oh! 15 all.
Most of the atmosphere at the moment in the tennis centre is focused on the other court, which is getting to the latter stages with Broady and Penistone. It's a bit more quiet on the main court at the moment.
It was actually at the end of 2018 that Jan Choinski switched nationalities. He has a British mother, this is Jan. He moved across to play for Great Britain. Still lives in Germany, as we say.
Oh! 40-15.
It was actually in 2018 that Jan reached a career high of 234, so it's about 100 spots off that right now.
Game Edmund.
We've seen a lot of that from Carl already this week. As he
First game.
secures the opening game.
As we were talking about Jan's journey, his process of switching nationality to play for GB. Obviously, on the bench there, he's got someone who went through that process himself. Greg Ruzetsky will know a lot about it. Very proud Brit, of course. Greg represented GB in the Davis Cup and played a lot of great matches at Wimbledon in front of the home crowd. So I wonder if they've actually this week had a little chat about that sort of situation at all. And shared some experiences.
Jan Choinski to serve. Love 15.
And a player in Choinski's situation here as the underdog against a strong opponent, you really want to feel like you get a foothold in the match, get comfortable early. So if he's got any nerves floating around and fails to take care of business in this first service game, that could make things difficult for him.
Which areas you've seen
Love
Carl
30.
fairly up close and personal, Al, being on the tour as you have? Which areas do you think of Carl's game have improved over the years? I know he had that very difficult period in the autumn last year, in the summer when things weren't going his way. How do you see the evolution of Kyle's game? Or how have you seen it?
I think for Kyle, I mean, we've always known the strengths that he has in his game. His forehand, he's got very solid serve. His forehand's one of the biggest in the world now. And one thing that I think Kyle has done is he's never lost sight of keeping on improving even his strengths. You know, there's weaknesses as well, but for him, if he became, you know, if he worked only on his things that weren't as good, maybe his backhand, his movement, defense, then he might become more all-round player. But if he took his eye off the ball of keeping his strength strong, then he might actually not have improved the way that he still has. But having said that, he's definitely made a gradual process of making his backhand rock solid. It's a very strong shot. He's not going to finish the point with it as often as his forehand, but he rarely misses. He's got a very solid backhand cross and can switch at line.
Edmund.
And there's the early break. Yes, it was interesting actually this week having a chat with Hawkeye about speeds. And obviously they generate a lot of good information for us. They actually told us that Kyle's backhand last year, in terms of pace, was in the top 10 on the men's tour, which I have to say, I confess, was a little surprising to me. The forehand we know, I think, was top 5, but actually to get those numbers, obviously pace isn't everything. It's the consistency that comes with it, but just in terms of outright pace off the back, and I think that's a good indicator that what he can generate off that way.
It doesn't surprise me too much, having watched him on the match court and the practice court a bit. You know, if you stand up close with Kyle and watch him hit the ball, he's really giving it a crack on his backhand side. Full commitment. He's had a few matches in his career, Kyle, where maybe there's been a slight question mark over his kind of physical durability, and I think, as you mentioned, that's another thing that he's been working on hard in lockdown as well.
Let's second service. Love.
Talking to him yesterday after his match, in the post-match interview, sort of you get the sense, like a lot of players, he's now itching to take the next step, get over to the States and compete, because this has been absolutely brilliant this week, as has the last month, and the level of competition has been perfect. But for someone like Kyle, he's ready now, isn't he? He's ready to go.
Sure. Yeah, that's right. I think there's a lot of players in the same boat. You know, it's been a godsend to have something properly competitive to play in the last month or so, because to just train with no real idea of what's around the corner can be hard to motivate yourself day in, day out.
Love.
Broady and Ryan Penniston are in the early stages of the second set breaker. Broady won the first. It's 3-1 to Broady with a break in the tie-break over there. That would be a win for the Bulldogs if they can see it through.
Game Edmund.
Just to finish that point about Kyle's development,
Edmund leads by 3 games to love.
Especially in this day and age, you look at the ages of the top players, how long they're going on for. It looks like, you know, Djokovic is going to be going another 3-4 years at least. Rafa the same. You know, the new normal is to still be going strong and in your prime almost when you're 30, 31, 32. So it's a long process for a player like Kyle on the tour. He's still relatively young, and he's gradually adding more and more to his game as he looks to build a really, really good career.
Don't need to play against him. What you've just done there is exactly what is so good. Balance is perfect, and just stay relentless with it.
Yeah,
that's all.
Will Herbert in the back right is his physio.
Some good simple reminders there from Colin Beecher to Kyle. There's nothing technical, there's nothing too complex. He just reminded him, you know, that to keep the balance right. I think that what he's talking about there is the balance of aggression and consistency, and maybe that's one of their key words there. He said to stay relentless, which I think for Kyle will just be a nice reminder to not let Choinski settle, especially when you're playing somebody who's probably not quite used to playing at this level. Don't give him an inch.
That was.
That was well played. And the pattern of the match so far is kind of what I feared a little bit for Choinski, in that he's not spraying the ball around, making errors. He's playing fine. He's just not doing anything at the level that Kyle's capable of doing at this point in his tennis development. He's not serving quite as well. He's not got quite as much heat on his ground strokes. So he needs something.
15-all.
It's a welcome point for Choinski there, and he just needs to find something in this match that can get him on the board, get a foothold. Whether that means that he's going to have to start being more aggressive, playing slightly outside his comfort zone, or changing his tactics, we'll have to wait and see. Because I don't think, as we heard from Kyle and Colin Beecher on the bench, I don't think Kyle's going to let up yet.
Only making 44% of first serves as well, Choinski right now. That's good depth.
30-15.
Actually plays quite a bit of team tennis, as you would imagine, being brought up in Germany. Desiani plays for Cologne in the Bundesliga, which obviously is a very high standard of tennis over there. Get some seriously good players playing in those top German leagues, as you do on continental Europe.
Good job, Choinski there, to his credit. Just sticking to his guns. I think he's just upped his intensity a little bit, his tempo of his shots from the baseline there. Last 3 points, he's forced errors.
Second double for Jan Choinski. I guess it's the one thing, perhaps. We talked about competition structure in this country. We've had National Club League, haven't we, for many years, but perhaps just building on that, getting a bit more of a kind of top level.
It's a big shot from Kyle. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think a few people have identified the sort of need or the opportunity to try and create more opportunities like that at home for for our top players and not just the very top, but the kind of level below as well.
Certainly on the continent, tends to be sort of July time they play in Germany, June, July. In France, I think they have their big leagues in December, don't they? In Belgium, I think it's around December time in the off-season.
Yeah, no, those leagues are very, very high quality, high level events, lots of top players playing in them, prize money, lots of spectators.
Game Choinski.
I didn't quite make the room for that one. And Choinski's on the board.
Edmund
I can say that
leads by
Ryan
3 games to 1.
Peniston now is in the lead in the breaker. There's a lot of noise being generated over there on court number 1. So it's Peniston up on serve in that tie-break in the second now.
So Choinski here on the board. That's good signs for him. And he'll feel like he's kind of properly in the match now, able to build on that.
Go!
Love.
Kyle's ability to hit his forehand with so much pace off a ball that's just kind of sitting there in the court with not much pace on it is exceptional. He used his body so well, and he's got such a kind of fast hand and arm as well.
Go!
Huge racket speed.
Oh. 15 all.
Winner in New York in February, just before the pandemic took hold. Second career title. That first one in Antwerp obviously meant so much to him. That was back in October a couple of years ago. I remember it well. Freddie Rosengren was with him then. Very emotional he was, understandably, after winning a maiden ATP title.
$30-15.
I think what Jan Choinski would have been kind of visualizing from this match in terms of how it could go his way would be that he would come out, Kyle would maybe be a bit flat at the start, and Choinski could make a good start and put some scoreboard pressure on.
Has he made it? I think he has. Choinski can't believe it.
Amazing that dropped in. It looked like it had just missed.
It's coming.
Thanks in part to the amount of work he gets on the board.
Exactly.
Just will drop at the last second, won't it?
Go!
$40-30.
So as I was saying, in terms of what Choinski was hoping for from the start of this match, it's possibly not happened quite as he had hoped for, but he's certainly in the match now and looks more comfortable. So he just needs to stay focused and keep doing his game plan.
Game Edmund.
That's a good pattern of play. We've seen him use it a lot this week.
Edmund leads by 4 games to 1.
It's a big serve out wide. And the follow-up going either way, putting the pressure on with the forehand. 4-1, Edmund leads. Let's have a quick chat with Greg. Greg, we spoke a couple of days ago, and you were actually very buoyant on Jan Choinski to me. What do you like about him?
Well, I really like his game. I think he's got a great serve. He's aggressive. He's got a good attitude. He's positive. And, you know, he's got some weapons, so that's the key. But this is a step up in class today against Kyle Edmund, obviously, who's been playing very, very well on the tour, who's physically well. So we're going to see what he's got today.
Thoughts on the opening 5 games? As you say, it's a big step up today. What are you seeing in his opening 5 games so far?
Well, a little bit too nervous in his opening service game, trying to force it a little bit too much against Kyle as well. And, you know, that's not always a good tactic. Everybody knows you've got to go into the forehand side of Kyle and then get into the backhand side. But you have to be patient and weather the storm. So, you know, it's good he held his last game. He's got to keep on building the momentum here and hold on to serve and then take his chances when he gets them.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
There's Jan's father.
That's an interesting point Greg made there about that you have to go into Kyle's forehand to then have more chance of exploiting his backhand. Which actually reminds me a little bit of Kyle's match in Davis Cup against Luca Pouille, who he lost to on clay when they played France. And Luca Pouille managed to do that. He was attacking his forehand quite a lot.
Love 15.
And the challenge becomes for Choinski, if he's playing his normal game, using his weapons as best he can, playing okay, but not able to make an impression in the match, at what point does he try to change something?
15-all.
Because for some people that's not so natural. I mean, perhaps his mentality would be more, I'm just going to keep doing what I do well, trust myself, back myself, do it as well as I can, and if he's better than me, well done.
I
listened to a lovely interview actually with Magnus Norman a few weeks ago, and Magnus was asked about the differences between the very best modern day tennis players now compared to his era. Magnus obviously was a player in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, and he said when he was playing he felt there was guys that could attack well, or generally they would defend well. It would be sort of a little more lent in one direction, but he said now everybody does everything well. You attack well, you know, a player will be in a defensive position, and then in mid-rally they'll be on an offensive position. And he said in his day it wasn't quite like that. Players were a bit more, the ability to turn defence into attack just wasn't the same 20, 25 years ago.
I think that's correct, I think, yeah. And if you look at if you look at the big 4 players of this era, the sort of Federer, Nadal, Djokovic, Murray quartet, when they were the big 4 all before Andy got injured, when they were all kind of basically cleaning up everything. In that era, you would basically say that they all had amazing attacking weapons, but they possibly were the 4 best movers and the 4 best defenders, or among the best in that aspect of the game as well.
Juice.
some atmosphere it is on court 1 right now. They're deep in that breaker. All those that have been involved in this event have made their way over there. There they are. Even a commentator's over there.
Game Choinski.
It's a good hit. Kyle left himself a bit of
Edmund
ground to make up, but
2.
Choinski with a good strike.
Yeah, that was that was an important game for Choinski there. Even though he's behind early here, playing a player like Kyle who can really front run well.
There's Ryan Penniston in the distance there. It's match point to Liam Broady, I can tell you. Liam involved in an epic last night that he just came second best in. Could be a big match, that one, in the overall picture as the day unfolds.
Love 15.
The movement and the transition, Alan, of Kyle in terms of his forecourt play is something that's been talked about a bit as well, hasn't it? And obviously he has enough weapons a vast majority of the time to beat players without having to come in. But obviously that you sense is an area that he's looking to improve as well. That was probably a pretty good example at that point, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. Yeah, he actually, credit to Choinski there. He defended 3 or 4 big shots very well there.
Let's Love 30.
So now we have a little sniff of a chance for Choinski, having battled to his last service game to stay only 1 break down. Love 30.
Oh. 15-30.
He did well because this guy made it difficult with a couple of decent defensive slices.
Just to go back to your point about Kyle in the front court, I think his style of play is never going to be to want to be up there volleying all the time, but because he's so offensive, he does get a lot of chances to come forward. But usually it'll be on his own terms. So I think his training for volleys would be very specific to finishing the point smartly on your own terms rather than having to battle to like low volleys and tough shots and stuff.
I'm not sure if he intended to go up the line there or whether he just caught it late, but actually wasn't a million miles away.
It's easy to second guess yourself there, like should I have gone for the shot or just made it, but I think sometimes you just have to back yourself.
Unbelievable.
40-30.
Worst fucking arrows ever.
Apologies for the language.
Unbelievable.
Obvious frustration from Jan Choinski off a fairly routine ball by his standards. It's the first time Carl's actually gone tee on the ad side in this match.
Juice.
Second double for Edmund.
Advantage Edmund.
Obviously he's a little tougher for him. He's thinking he's made routine errors, but as you said against Kyle, length is critical, isn't it? So he's feeling a little bit more as though perhaps he has to do a little bit more.
Yeah, it's an interesting phase of the match now. The atmosphere has stopped on the other court. There's no more cheering. It feels a bit flat out there, and Choinski's made a couple of errors. Not sure if he's lost his focus a little bit or just not quite feeling the ball on the strings the way that he wants to.
Juice.
And that'll be encouraging, forcing Carl to sort of change it up.
Yeah, and I think that the frustration that Choinski's showing now is also slightly encouraging from the Union Jack's point of view, because I think the early phase of the match where, as Greg said, he was maybe a touch nervous, is over now. He's settled into it, and now he's actually just showing frustration because he feels like he's in the match and he's made a couple of mistakes that he wasn't expecting, or he would never usually make, as he said himself. So actually now he's just playing in his normal fashion in the match, focused on what he's trying to do, and I think
Advantage Edmund.
Good finish. He's had to dig deep to hold there. A couple of difficult games for Edmund.
And as we mentioned, he's used that wide serve a lot in the match so far, and for his style of play with his forehand to set it up, that's a great serve to use.
Now, over on court number one, we were keeping you up to date with how things were unfolding over there, and this is how the match was concluded. A tremendous win for Liam Broady. A wonderful point to finish it off. That you have to feel for Ryan Penniston. He lost 3 matches in singles at the Battle of the Brits here last month, all in match breakers.
7-6, 3-6.
And it's been a similar story here this week for him. He's played to a high level, but has just come up short. That's 2 more points for the Bulldogs. He's been the nearly mad Ryan Penniston. So I think we've all seen just how well he can play.
Anyone who's had a run of close losses and they're tennis life at whatever level will know how hard it is to get over the line once you're on a run like that, and sort of feel for Ryan there, because he, as you say, his level's been very good. He just hasn't been able to find a way to get over the line, or his opponents played well at the big moments, as obviously Broady did there on that last point.
Yeah, I can tell you that Liam actually spent a good few minutes with Ryan after the match as well, sharing a few words. Obviously, you could see just how devastated Ryan was at the end of it, taking a few knocks. But as we said, he's got a lot to be proud of.
It's interesting, earlier in the week, during one of Kyle's matches, it might have been against Ryan Penniston actually, the Jacks bench were deliberately staying a bit less animated than in other matches, because they felt that the more atmosphere that you create, the better Kyle plays at times. Like, it's better to let him stay quite flat. So they were reacting less to Ryan's good play than they would have against other opponents. It's quite an interesting little kind of mental strategy there, not just from the opponent but from the bench as well. I think that Jan Choinski probably needs a few people to get on that bench and start getting behind him, because he's looking a bit flat now as well.
It's really Jan's first kind of high-profile singles match this week, isn't it? With all due respect to the opposition he's played, first time we've seen him out here on the main show court. Aside from that early match with Cam Norrie.
That'll contribute to his frustration a little bit, I think, being on the main court, playing a top player. And as I sort of mentioned before, I think one thing you want to do when you're playing somebody who's supposedly the favourite, better level than you, is to really make them beat you. Feel like they've had to play good tennis against you if they're going to win. And at the moment, I think Choinski's a little frustrated because he's handing Kyle too many points for free.
And there's another one. And with it goes the opening set here. Kyle Edmund, for the most part, in the driving seat. 6-2. The British number 2 takes it. I think you'll be pleased with, for the most part, that opening set. Let's have a look at some of the numbers, Alan. What are we picking out here?
Well, as we always kind of identify almost first in these situations, first serve percentage can be big. Neither are very high on that, but Kyle with first serve points 1 is far higher than Choinski, which is probably the main difference in terms of the volume of points that he's won in the match. Yeah, total winners for Choinski, he's actually not hit a winner yet, which, considering his game style and what we know about his weaponry, is potentially quite surprising. So whether he's planning to become more aggressive in this set or try and find a better balance, we'll just have to see, because he did really find that balance there. 10 unforced errors to 0 winners.
The National Tennis Centre here in Roehampton, bathed in sunshine now. It's been a mixed afternoon, really, weather-wise. Certainly a degree or two down, perhaps, on yesterday. Mid-afternoon, Heather Watson actually has just walked out onto court number 1. She's playing Beth Gray in a singles match that'll be starting shortly. Bit of pressure on the Union Jacks right now after the last hour and the way things have unfolded here.
Heather's on a good run at the moment. She started a little bit slowly with her first singles of the week, but had that great win over foreign player Emma Raducanu and a couple
Edmund
of very entertaining mixed doubles with Jamie Murray, where she played some really good stuff.
Love.
Yeah, Carl will be heading to play Cincinnati, we're told. He's now in the main draw of that event. Of course, the Western and Southern Open will be held at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. They are going to be using different courts, though, for the Western and Southern Open and the US Open, in order, certainly main courts anyway, in order to give the events different looks. Arthur Ashe and Louis Armstrong will not be used for the Western and Southern Open. They'll be using grandstand 17, to my knowledge. Nick Kyrgios, you may have seen, a high-profile withdrawal from the US swing overnight. He won't be heading.
Correction.
That looks well in.
The serve was like inside the line like this. We're going to show it, yeah?
See if I mean, it looked to the naked eye from the
Hawkeye,
commentary area
can
that
we see what
that
happened
was
there, please?
well in, as James Kjotevong
I don't know.
just mentioned.
I think they were tracking the wrong service box.
So apparently Hawkeye was tracking the wrong service box in that case.
Yeah?
No, that's not even.
It's just the wrong box, huh?
No, it's not even the right shot.
That's the wrong shot, Hawkeye. We're looking at the serve, please. Serve in the left service box. There we go. I don't know what happened there, Jan. We're going to replay the point there.
Okay, Gremlin in the system. We'll put that one down to experience.
Is that maybe the first instant like that of the week?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's worked really well.
Yeah, I don't think that I've seen a malfunction so far. I think he just hit the exact same serve there, maybe the same ball mark. Just to go back to the US Open situation, I think it'll be interesting, even at the US Open, how often they choose to use Arthur Ashe, because that is a huge court, like the biggest tennis venue in the world, basically. And to not have fans in that court would feel very, very strange, very empty.
Let's first service.
But they've got some great smaller courts, really nice little arenas, which they could potentially use for even some of the biggest matches, I think.
T15.
Some big time serving from Edmund.
First game, second set.
And he
Thanks, mate.
secures a set and 1-love advantage. Let's have a quick comparison of the opening set in terms of the forehand placement. And we'll take a look at this now. You can see Jan Choinski's forehand, not quite getting the depth. Perhaps you compare this to Kyle's, you can see just 13% in the green zone. Kyle doing a lot more.
Yeah, that's quite a stark difference, in fact, because you couldn't really look at Choinski's cluster there and see any sort of pattern of where he was trying to attack with his forehand or what he was trying to do, whereas Kyle, in terms of the depth and accuracy towards the tram lines as well, his clusters were much more purposeful looking. That's, again, quite a big game. The first service game of the second set for Choinski. He needs to find a way to animate himself here, I think.
That's done well, taking himself out of a difficult position. May just have seen the vulnerabilities of Choinski in the forecourt there as well. Not particularly comfortable, is he?
No, that volley, Kyle did well to get the ball below the net, but he didn't look like making it, really. Lunged into it a bit, lost control. Kyle's just upped his intensity a little bit, and you can sort of feel like he knows now that he's going to, the next 2 or 3 games, he's going to push to try and get a winning advantage in the match.
$15-30.
Excellent response, Choinski.
Of course, he's one of those players that's in a difficult position right now with his ranking being where it is, as we don't quite know how many ITF events are going to be put on in the autumn period. He's outside the top 300. Oh, that's well played.
30-all.
First winner of the afternoon for Jan Choinski. I mean, in fairness, we don't know how many tour level events are going to be played, but in terms of for the lower ranked players, obviously there's still a lot to be thought about.
Yeah, there's a lot up in the air still, isn't there? Very good for Kyle Edmund. I think that was an example there in that point of Choinski not doing enough with his forehand, especially the first one after his serve. He just dropped it in the middle of the court, basically, and Kyle had to play a few shots to take control of the point, but I think Jan could have taken a bit more control himself there, right from the start of the point.
Choinski hanging on.
Yeah, he's done extremely well there. Lots of first serves in this game as well, at least upping that stat, playing a bit more on his own terms whenever he gets a chance, but he had to work very hard to get to that point.
He's made all 6 first serves in this game as Jan Choinski.
Advantage.
You sort of sense as well that miss is almost a little bit of a hangover from the work he's done in the previous point, isn't it? Just in terms of the recovery, the intensity of the rallies.
Definitely, and I mean you can see from Jan Choinski that if he plays his very best point, his level is very similar to Kyle's, but the top players can do it point after point after point.
Juice.
And I don't think it's too often that Jan Choinski will be on 8 out of 8 first serves in a game and still having to battle as much for it as this.
Averaging 113 miles an hour on the first serve is this man. It's 5 miles an hour down on Kyle's first serve average speed today.
Advantage Edmund.
You can see why he needs to make them, because Kyle's ready to be very aggressive when he gets a chance to have a look at second serve. Here's another break point.
Go!
Yeah. Juice.
Well played, Jan Choinski. Kyle looked like he was just ready to take control of the point with his forehand there, but Choinski moved well out to his back inside and defended it, counter-attack down the line. Turned the point around.
Go!
Advantage Edmund.
Continuing to exert plenty of pressure. Physically wearing on Jan Choinski as well.
And mentally, I'm sure, that just as you say, the pressure just to keep coming up with good points time after time.
It's far too good. And a delight for Kyle Edmund there for all
Edmund
to see.
leads by 2 games to love.
He grabs the early break here.
That was a very impressive game, quite a kind of professional game, I would say, from Kyle. Just showed his class. Identified a moment in the match where he could really take control, set up already. You could feel that he just upped his focus, his intensity a little bit there, and made sure that he didn't give his opponent any hope.
Let for service. Let for service. Love.
Causing him a bit of pressure.
30 love.
Lost control of that forehand though. Nice and low.
30-15.
Just a little deep, just falling away off that one as well.
Oh. 40-30.
A lot of points playing out in that fashion.
Edmund leads by 3
and
games to
Choinski
love.
caught deep behind the baseline, just hanging on really. Kyle Edmund with a significant advantage here at a set 3 love.
I think Kyle's done what Greg Ruzetsky was advising Choinski to do. He's really attacked Choinski's forehand wing and got a lot of points from it.
Just having to play like really good points over and over again to save break point. Oh my God, which is good.
Amazing last game to break, really good.
Yeah.
Just keep staying relentless with it.
Yeah, good to test the focus here, isn't it?
Yeah,
just to stay on it, yeah?
Just staying in that zone.
Such high quality.
Being that person. Getting on the turns.
Zone.
Coaching team there, I think, smartly kind of almost challenging Kyle to keep his focus for the rest of the match as a mental challenge. You know, he's on top, he's feeling comfortable, but that's where there's a danger that you could maybe lose your focus a little bit. So that was the advice from Colin Beecher and Leon Smith there. And for Choinski, whether he needs to energize a little bit or needs to get some inspiration from the bench, I'm not sure. He just still seems a little bit ill at ease with the way that he's actually playing, a bit frustrated.
It's fairly subdued atmosphere right now, considering the fireworks we had earlier on.
Love 15.
Again, Kyle going early into Choinski's forehand side and drawing an error.
It's just so easy. Makes it look
Love
so
30.
easy.
I think the most famous example of that tactic was maybe from Brad Gilbert's Winning Ugly book, when he talked about how he and Agassi worked out the best strategy to play against Jim Courier when he was the top player in the world.
Love 40.
Actually, they found that when Agassi pounded his backhand, it was quite a solid shot. You know, when he was expecting it, he was in that corner, and then Courier would look to get round and use his forehand. But when Agassi went first into Courier's forehand side, then he opened up the backhand much more efficiently.
It's all got a little ragged from Jan Choinski, hasn't it? He's been taking a beating out here. He's on the verge. Oh, throwing in the white towel, 4-love.
Yes, that wasn't really a response that suggests that he's going to have any chance of finding a way back into match here. He just needs to throw the kitchen sink at Kyle, I reckon, here.
Let's for service.
Hit a couple of huge shots and see if he can just suddenly turn things around, get a bit of energy, get a bit of inspiration.
Let's second service.
Andre Agassi, whose son is actually a very, very good baseball player, isn't he? He's 18, 19 now.
Probably got some quite good hand-eye coordination genes.
I would suggest that might be the case.
Love 15.
It's tough when you've won a career Grand Slam, you're one of the best male players of all time, and you're only the second best player in your own family, eh?
It's pretty rough.
I'm sure he happily concedes that to Steffi Graf, though.
Still in the game in the background, isn't he, Andre? He helps Grigor Dimitrov. I was talking to Christian Gros, who's traveling with Dimitrov pretty much full-time now, and he says Andre's been brilliant to Grigor in terms of helping him out. He's communicates regularly with him, really understands Grigor as a person, wants to help him out. Couldn't speak highly enough of Andre, in fact.
It seems like Agassi's someone who
30-15.
It didn't kind of come easy to him to become the sort of person that he is now. Like, he had a few troubles in his teenage years and wasn't always the most sort of popular or pleasant character on tour early doors, for a variety of reasons that weren't of his making a lot of the time.
Yeah.
A lot of external pressures, and he kind of grew a lot as a player and a person. So that kind of perspective, quite apart from his tennis knowledge, will be invaluable, I'm sure, for a player like Dimitrov.
40-15. Game Edmund.
So Kyle Edmund moving along
Edmund
well,
leads
looking
by
for
5
another
games
win
to
here.
love.
It's just around the corner, as are some more points for the British Bulldogs. It's been a good period for them. They're up 5-love. Leon, we'll have a quick chat. This has been good stuff from Kyle again today. We've sort of got the sense from midweek he's really kind of picked up his level, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, we talked about this when I think we spoke one of the matches. I think it's ideal getting outdoor hard court and prep for the US swing that's coming up. And I think you know, I think Kyle's attitude has been fantastic. He's got himself really going into a good headspace, and he's executing now really, really well. I mean, I was over watching Broady and Pennis match, but since I've come over here, I think the level has been sky high. I mean, actually, Jan's put up, I think, to be fair, good resistance, but it's just relentless pressure. The footwork's so precise, the heaviness of the shots, you know, and there's no when Kyle's like this, there's no weakness because he's serving well. Forehand's obviously an absolute rocket, and his backhand's solid, you know, and he's moving at play around really well.
And you've got to feel, Leon, that when he gets to the States, and he's obviously clearly ready and raring to get to the States, he's going to be dangerous, isn't he, over there?
Yeah, it's a surface that he's going on, you know, it can be very, very lively there, as you know, which helps. You know, when he's... The key for Kyle is when he serves well, he puts him in such a good place because he's always getting the first strike. I actually think he returns well. I think physically, over the last 3 or 4 months, from what Beach's coach is saying, Colin Beechers, and his trainer Steve Kutza, he's put in a heck of a amount of work. You know, he's in really good physical shape. I think you can probably tell that the way he's moving. Actually, when I got here, there was a few long points where he's been pushed in the corners and he looks really strong.
Quick one, just how much have you seen of Jan? Leon obviously changed nationalities a couple of years ago. Have you seen much of Jan? Have you had much communication with Jan?
I mean, he's not played an awful lot actually since he made the switch. I mean, he's had, people don't know, he's had a British passport all his life, all his English, and he made the switch. And he's actually had a couple of sort of pretty significant injuries in the last 12 to 18 months, which has kept him off the court. But when he has played, because you can watch a lot of the sort of Challenge 11 matches on stream now, you managed to watch some of his matches. You know, he's played more on clay. You know, his forehand, you can see, is a little bit further around the grip. It's more suited to clay. But I've been really impressed with him this week, seeing him, you know, more live and up close. I think he's got a really good game. I think he's still young. What is he, 24?
Yep.
You know, he's got a big game. His serve's good, heavy ball striker. He's got a fantastic attitude. I mean, he works his socks off, you know. If he can stay fit and healthy, he's, you know, much better than what his ranking is right now.
Edmund leads by 5 games to 1.
Cheers, Liam. We'll let you get back to it.
Thank you.
Avoids the bagel in this set. Professional is the word for Kyle Edmund. These last few days really has been excellent. He's been very focused, serving for a win.
Love.
One of his best returns of the match. And Edmund on the back foot.
That's very well played, yes. And as Leon said, Choinski's faded a bit in the latter part of this second set, but that's largely down to the pressure that Kyle put on him, and that long service game that Choinski couldn't get to when Kyle played a great game really kind of finished him off, I think. Over the course of the match, he's shown glimpses of what he can do. He was a little nervous at the start, and then started to make the first set competitive. Had a sniff on Kyle's serve late in the set, but Kyle's just overall been a little too strong for him today.
Kyle averaging 63% first serves this week, just to follow on what Leon was talking about. And here he is at match point.
Leon talked about getting the first strike after that first serve. So it'd be interesting also to know how many times he's hitting his forehand after his first serve goes in on his next shot.
Game, set, match.
And that'll do
Edmund.
it. Kyle Edmund secures more points for the British Bulldogs. It's been a very good hour for that team. Jan Choinski outplayed here. He secures just 3 games. The British number 2 completes his singles week in very good style with a 2-1 win here. Just a level above, wasn't he, really, throughout?
Yeah. That's right, and as we talked about at the start, if you're playing a match like that against somebody who's a favourite, strong favourite, if you don't start well, then and you get behind early, it can be hard to make an impression, and that's really how it worked out for Jan.
One of the toughest ones to play this week.
So a few
So you look at your performances
words
this week
from
overall.
Brzezinski. Let's have a look at how these numbers, in the end, all told. What have we got?
It's a pretty dominant, comfortable win for Kyle. He's hit more winners than he made unforced errors. The opposite being true for Jan Choinski. I think we talked about his first serve percentage being fairly high through the week. It was a bit lower today, but winning plenty of points behind it. And solid on second. And hopefully for Choinski, it feels like it's been a worthwhile experience to get out there and feel the level that a player of Kyle's calibre can put on the court.
So let's hear from the winner. Naomi Cavaday is firing the questions.
Well, Kyle, great job out there. Another win in the books. He just couldn't find a way through you. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I think as well I made it difficult for him. I was playing well, so when someone's playing well, it's not easy, and I've been on the receiving end, so I just found my rhythm from the start. I found that yesterday as well. I just got going really quickly and got confidence from that, and today was the same really. I just came out and was very relaxed with the conditions, how I needed to play, what worked for me, and I just continued that from yesterday, so that was really nice. But yeah, I mean, there's a couple tricky moments. I think 3-1 I had to save a break point. And then yeah, once I broke in that second of the second set, that was it really.
And how are you feeling about your game, the quality of strike, as you say, from the back of the court, the depth, the width, looking like you've really got your eye, and do you feel ready to get back out on the road again?
Yeah, I want to get on the road again. Obviously, the tournaments are scheduled, so I hope that stays that way and we can play some competitive tennis. This week's been nice actually, because it's probably the first time in a long time I've actually played some matches outdoors since Acapulco really, when that was my last tournament. So this week's provided that, and I feel like each day and each match I've slowly improved, so that's been really good. And at the minute, yeah, it's different conditions out in America, of course, but it's nice to just get on the match court really.
Well, you had a couple of hot days as well to fight through, which must be preparing you well for the States, if that's where you're looking to head.
Yeah, it was hot. I mean, I'd say it's a lot more humid there. That's something a little bit different to deal with, but in terms of actual heat, it's pretty much what you're going to get. And maybe the conditions with the balls and the courts are a bit more bouncy there, but still, to get that sort of weather in the UK is not very often, so it was sort of as close as you can really get to US conditions.
Well, great job. Good
Thank
stuff.
you.
Thanks, Carl.
Cheers.
Yeah, very good job from Kyle here this week, and we'll see him again in mixed doubles.
Over the last 6 to 12 months, we've really tried our very best to invest in the facility, invest in the tennis centre, really try and bring a lot of innovation to the centre, really upgrade all the court surfaces so that the players, most importantly our very best players, feel that they can get the best possible preparation for all of those major events around the world. It only really does truly come to life when all of our players are here training and sparring with each other, and in this particular instance competing too, which is absolutely fantastic to see.
I think this week's been incredible. I think just the atmosphere it's created, seeing the players like Andy, Joe, with Grand Slam experience, world #1, high-ranked players, there with the next generation of players coming through. I think it just showcases British tennis, and I think it's a great launch pad for their careers.
Amazing opportunity here at the NTC for me and my team. Very challenging, obviously, with the procedures we've got in place to ensure everybody's safety. My team have worked hard. We're enjoying it, making the most of it, and it's great to see everyone having a good time, enjoying themselves.
Harriet was fun. I love that again because she's a happy, kind, nice to everybody. When you see everyone need to say hi, hello, I'm happy. And then it's a comfortable place, no stress with the player. They are very good, I'm happy.
We, the LTA, have always run a successful British tour calendar throughout the season. Obviously this year in the environment we've been working with coronavirus, we've had to adjust how that's operated. But in a funny sort of way, it's given us the opportunity to work with partners like Jamie and yourself in bringing new innovative formats and giving really interesting opportunities for our players to play and hopefully our fans to engage with and watch. Furthermore, our LTA youth program that we've been working on over the last 6-9 months, all of that content is available online, and tennis at home really can live and really can exist. And actually it's fantastic to be recognised by the Department of Education now as the only national governing body to have online resources approved for use through primary schools across the country. So it's available to anyone in that way, at school as well as at home.
Yeah, I think one of the things about the centre here, I think it's a really inspirational and aspirational facility for young children and adults as well to come and train in. The facilities here are world class, and it's very unique in the fact that, we have sometimes situations where the kids will be training, within a court or two of looking over, and you've got the likes of Andy and the other players, around, and it makes for a really just incredible training environment for everyone.
I would like to see, Battle of the Brits or national championships or a whole series of events like this take place, not just for the rest of this year, but in years to come as well, to make sure we've got, exciting, innovative formats for our players and our fans to engage with.
What a facility it is. Making full use of it in this week. And we got a ladies singles up for you next.
Hey James, are you on our court?
Looking very relaxed. That's Harriet Dart in the front of your picture. Myself and Arvin Palmer will be taking you through this one. It's Nick Lester who's going to announce them onto court.
Speedy Sunday, right? Go straight on.
Next onto court, a ladies singles match worth 3 points. First up for the Bulldogs, Harriet Dart. Followed by for the Union Jacks, Jodie Burrage.
So, a rematch of what we saw earlier in the week, and I have to say we had some fantastic tennis. The first set of that match between Burrage and Dart I thought was such a high level, one of my favourite sets of the week. Ended up in a third set tie break, which Burrage just managed to nick. It was actually Harriet Dart's first singles match back, so I think all in all she was fairly happy with it by comparison. Burrage, although lower ranked, has played an awful lot more in the past month. A lot lots of wins under her belt. She's looking really good in the doubles though, Harriet. Lost a bit of a heartbreaker last night, that mixed doubles, where she partnered Liam Broady, losing at 17-15 in the final set breaker. Couldn't get more epic than that for the end of the day. It'll be interesting to see how this goes now that Dart has got some singles in her legs. We know that Burrage has been full of confidence throughout the past few weeks. Jodie Burrage, currently ranked 280, career high of 233, so she's been really knocking on the door, very close indeed to being in Grand Slam qualifying, and has been looking really good over the past few weeks.
If you win or if your team wins at some point today, no physical contact, so no elbow bumping, no high-fiving, no hugging, no anything. Because it's going to be on TV and they don't want to have it, okay? Yeah. That's all I have to say. Heads or tails? Tails. 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 Receive. Receive. So man. Okay.
So Burrage opting to receive. Strict rules on the contact for post-victory. And it's a beautiful day. You can see there just a little bit blustery with the leaves. Something that the players have had to contend with all week, and the Bulldogs just starting to pull away here. Remember, coming in today, it was 45 apiece. Union Jacks do have some work to do if they are to secure the victory overall. Remember, if you get to 60 points, that is it. You have won the Battle of the Brits. And this ladies' singles is worth 3 points. So a big one to get on the board for either Burrage or Dart. And with their previous meeting being so tight, a final set breaker, it's a tough one to call. Alongside me for this one, I've got Arv. How you doing, Arv?
Very well, thank you, Naomi. Looking forward to this one. Two players that have been in some good form in their own right. Wonderful win for Jodie on the Monday over Conta. Played really well that day, didn't she?
Yeah, it was a fantastic match, I thought. Really, I mean, it's been a great week for Burrage all round. The weeks coming into this, the progress tour a couple of weeks before. She did rest before this event because she just played an awful lot of tennis, but she's pretty much maxed out on the amount of matches she could possibly play since domestic events have resumed, reaching the final of everything that she's been a part of and playing some really good stuff.
Yeah, I like the way she constructs her points. She's aggressive from the back of the court. A really good athlete as well, which is good to see. She moves very well, hits a big ball. Just on occasion, emotionally, just gets a little down on herself, but that's something that she's learning about all the time.
And here is Harriet Dart, 24 years old. She turned this week. Highest ranking 121, so again, she's just knocking on the door of that next level up. But for her, it is the top 100. Now she's at 146, so a little bit of a tricky spot ranking-wise in terms of scheduling for the rest of the year. She's going to be waiting to see what happens with the acceptance list over in the States. She won't be able to get there for Cincinnati, but potentially US Open. We've got more people kind of pulling out day after day.
Yeah, 104 is the magic number if you want to be inside that cut line, but obviously with the pullouts and certain players not perhaps wanting to go, then that will drop a little bit, but just in general, I think for her, I think it's all about playing the bigger events right now. Once they start up again, give yourself opportunities.
Yeah, Harriet Dart has done a lot to really set her stall out that she deserves to be in that 104. She's qualified for the main draw of Grand Slam 3 times. She reached the third round of Wimbledon last year, 2019. Didn't have to qualify there, took a wild card. But has consistently been showing that she can produce that level. Does enjoy the big stages as well, so it's always great if you can save your best tennis for the slams.
confident young lady is Harriet. She has that inner belief, and I think that sometimes is half the battle, isn't it? That you go out in the court and you can believe that you can beat anyone. We saw that in Australia this year. I think she put up a really good showing against Simona Halep. That second set was of high quality. She played really well. The entire match, in fact, really was excellent. Really thrived in that sort of environment.
Yeah. They're just in a box behind my chair. That's all right. Water and bananas and everything are in there.
And there's Jamie Murray, organiser of the event. I'm sure he's happy with how things have panned out this week. He's had some excellent tennis. I think almost all players, we heard from Kyle Edmund just there, playing better at the end of the week than they were at the beginning of the week. So getting that match practice, ready to go for when the season kicks off. And of course, it's been just a brilliant showcase for British tennis.
Yeah, that was the idea, wasn't it? Just giving the players an opportunity to
so
prepare the best they can.
When he sits down, it just goes up.
But when the tour restarts, an opportunity to play under pressure and play for someone, your team, and play for something as well. As bragging rights, we've seen that all week, how the benches have really got into it.
So it will be Harriet Dart to kick things off here after Burrage opted to have a crack at her service game first up. And Dart
First
looking
set.
for a little bit of revenge
Harriet
after
Dart
losing
for
a
the British
heartbreaker
Bulldogs to serve.
just a few days ago.
Ready? Play. Oh. 15 love.
I think in general this is going to be a fairly big hitting encounter. Both like to be on the front foot dictating. I think a lot of this is going to come down to the positioning on the court as well, because particularly Harriet likes to be right up on that baseline, sort of looming, leaning forward.
Variation could play a little bit of a part in this match. I think it's very tough to fight fire with fire for an entire match, and I think Dart's done a good job this week of just trying to use the width a little bit more. Not so much the angle, the short angles, but just trying to break that single sideline occasionally just to open up the court for herself. She's been building the point from the back of the court pretty well as well, not firing it, that backhand up the line too early. It's always a temptation.
30-15. Oh. 30 all.
No good depth there from Burrage on the return. It was something that was difficult for Dart to deal with in the previous match. She was wanting to lean forward and get on the front foot, but was getting knocked back quite often.
That's a big strike. You hear it off the strings, makes a nice sound when she really connects.
So early chances for Burrage.
This for me is such a 50-50 match, isn't
Yeah.
it?
It's
Really
so tough to call.
Tough to call, yeah. Who's going to get off to the better start? Who's going to get that momentum first?
And in that last match, it was swinging around all over the place.
Juice.
Often comes down to who's going to play the bigger points better. Hopefully it's going to be flashes of brilliance that separate the two.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Harriet not sure about that one. Just pulled it a little.
Let's come in.
Hawkeye's going to show her just how far out it was. Not far.
Advantage, Burrage. Juice.
Well, thinking back to that match just a few days ago, that first set particularly was just of such a high level, real baseline tennis at its finest.
Advantage, dart.
Things can change so quickly in a matter of days, can't they, Alv? We've seen quite a lot of rematches up through the week, and sometimes the results have gone the other way.
Yeah, I think it's quite difficult actually playing the same player twice in a week.
It doesn't happen very often,
No,
does it?
it doesn't. And I think, you know, when you've beaten someone and you're kind of feeling good about it, and then to have to go back out and play them again, that's quite tough. I think there's a little bit of pressure because you know you've beaten them before, you know what it takes, which is a positive, but sometimes to reproduce that sort of level is tough. And of course your opponent's going to make a few adjustments. They're going to lose from the loss, so expect a response from them.
Game dart.
Just
First game.
one or two opportunities throughout the course of the year where you play that round robin sort of format in tournaments.
Well, the other one that does actually tend to happen, I mean, not like granted, not that often, is a lucky loser playing the qualifier that they lost to. So they played like back-to-back days, and so often you get a different result, and the lucky loser goes through and goes on a run.
Well, that was my experience. I lost to someone in the last round of qualies and actually got in as lucky loser, won my first match, and then had to play that person again in the second round for a place in the quarterfinals, and managed to get the win. So that worked in my favour actually, and it was couldn't have been more the opposite. I lost kind of 5-5, and then I won 2-3.
Nice.
So
that's its growth, isn't it? Learning from every defeat.
Jodie, Burrage for the
probably
Union
the fact
Jacks.
that he was just feeling the pressure.
Yeah.
They'd beaten me 3 days before, and it was a chance for a spot in the quarterfinals.
It's always that little bit of an element of feeling a bit hard done by when you've won your way through qualifying, get to the main draw. You think, hang on a minute, this guy's already lost.
15 love.
Very rarely you get the lucky loser go all the way through and win the title. I think the last one I remember was Coco Gauff.
Yeah,
lost in Linz qualifying.
Yeah, on the women's, and I remember Rublev, I think Umag, wasn't it, lucky loser, and he picked up his first title that way.
Jodie Burrage showing off her much improved movement around the court, picking up the drop shot nicely. I think we will see Dart pull that in a little bit just to pull Burrage off the baseline.
nicely executed, nice combination of
30,
forehands. Good pace to it. Skidding through the penultimate forehand, that really allowed her on the front foot. It's Harriet's mother. Tennis player herself.
Oh yeah, vicious backhand slice. Yeah, got to be careful coming into
30
the
or?
backhand side of dart.
Yeah, cross court. Never advised if you don't get enough on it and your opponent's not under enough pressure here. A little unlucky, really, to be honest. Hit the top of the tape and slowed up a touch, but I think Harriet still had it covered.
Oh. 40-30.
Both striking it very cleanly, but really the damage being done when they find that width.
Juice. Advantage, dart.
Definitely a tidier start from dart than it was in the last match that they played, but remember that was the first singles she'd played in months. Wasn't able to play in the Progress Tour and didn't play singles in the opening couple of days here just because she wanted to be sure of that groin injury that was recovering. She did give it a run out in doubles a couple of times and I think came up pretty well the next day, so felt like giving singles a go would be on the cards.
Really kicking up there. You can see how that just
Burrage.
almost chased her. Curling into her body. Blustery today. Hasn't always blown in one direction, so the players are having to make those constant adjustments, make sure their feet are moving enough.
Been a tough couple of opening games, isn't it? Matches so far today have, well, on centre court anyway, have been fairly swift. But we thought this one might be tight, and already evidence to show that.
Advantage, Burrage.
Difficult for the strikers in these sort of blustery conditions. You know, they want to set before striking and just not able to do that. With this sort of wind, you've got to keep moving, keep adjusting.
Let's first serve.
Juice. Advantage, Burrage. Both just starting to find their range. A bit tricky in the conditions, of course, but it's a nice temperature.
Go!
Juice.
It is tough. It's the worst time of the day, actually, when the sun is out. That end, it's very difficult with the ball toss. You have to make those little adjustments, just throw it over your head a little bit more, or to the right, whatever it takes, just to manipulate the ball toss a bit.
Advantage, Burrage. You can just see the difference in court position there. Dart just leaning up to the baseline just gives her a few more options in terms of the width, a bit more angle to play with, and then can look to come forward.
Well, this is an extra layer I think she has over her opponent today, the ability to move forward. And that was beautiful technique there, the way she just moved through it. Nice short, punchy motion. She enjoys being at the net, I feel.
Advantage.
Quite the
Burrage.
right time to be going up the line with the backhand. Pull that one cross court, stay in the rally. Showing a little bit of impatience there.
Second serve. This is turning into a pretty lengthy game, over 10 minutes played already. Really nice striking there, focusing on the forehand of Burrage.
Well, she had the court position to finish, dominating the middle of the court there. Back behind is always a good play.
It's aggressive striking, and it's a fairly flat strike in general from Harriet Dart.
Let's second serve.
I just couldn't quite get herself set for that one. Had to make a bit of an adjustment on the net cord. You can see in the top right-hand corner
There's one
the
right
score
in
has
that
been
corner
adjusted
as
because
well,
Heather Watson
and
has
one
taken
behind
a
the
win, a
scoreboard
comfortable
there.
victory over Beth Gray. So the Union Jacks getting a couple more points on the board. It's all looking like it's going to come down to the final match of the day.
Advantage.
Well, that time you can see Burrage just maintaining the position a little bit more. That time she was on the baseline, on the front foot.
Juice.
Yeah.
There's going to be more and more importance on this game, you feel?
Yeah, 14 minutes in.
Burrage loses this game. This is going to really hurt. And, it's going to give Dart a real lift if she's able to break. The longer it goes on, the more meaning it has.
That's better. Nice construction there. We've seen quite a lot of kind of big hitting from behind the baseline so far in this match. That point a little more constructed.
Yeah, she took her time on this one, and it's so important to accelerate on a dry volley like that. Decelerate, that ball can go anywhere, so you've got to attack it, trust yourself.
Well, finally breaking through. Over 15 minutes to get her first service game on the board. I've seen sets that are shorter than that, 21 minutes. I think both players just finding their feet. I think they're so aware that they want to try and get on top of the point early. Maybe picking the wrong sorts of shots. I mean, some of them are working out great, and we've seen some big strikes already. We've also seen plenty of errors. It's the never-ending search for the balance of play.
It's a real shame. She soaked up so much pressure initially.
Love 15.
Did well to turn that point around, but lacked the execution ultimately.
She's just got to be a little bit careful because, of course, that game, as much as it was on the Burrage serve, Dart had plenty of chances, and it'll hurt a little bit that she's able to get the advantage early stages in this match. Super return.
Love 30.
You can see just completely knocked Dart off balance, nearly knocked her over right on the baseline. It was a good deep serve, but it was fairly in the slot for Burrage. Early move there from Dart to cover down the line.
How often do you see it when you've saved break points, you've got through a really tough service game, and then you're presented with opportunities in the next? So frustrating if Dart does lose this service game here, and Burrage takes their first opportunity. Just to rub salt into the wound.
So after a couple of long games,
2 games to 1.
a far quicker one as Harriet Dart is broken to love. Not a lot of rhythm about this match at the moment. It's all about the strike. The foghorn is back, so maybe that will make a difference.
Very good job.
But over on court number 1, as I was saying a little earlier on, there was a win for Heather Watson. This match, by contrast to what we've been watching on centre court, was rather one-sided. She was taking on Beth Gray. And she came through that one, love and 2. She has looked so good all week, Heather Watson, whether it's been singles, doubles, really grown into the week. Remember, she had not played any singles coming into this tournament. She's a top 50 player. And she is looking every inch that right now. Comes through. Love and 2 for the Jacks. Jacks.
Love 15. So as you can see in the top right-hand corner, just 6 points in it. 3 points available for this match. And then we head into the doubles, a 4-pointer and then a 5 to finish. Really is going to come down to the wire. And if it's anything like the finish we had last night, it's going to be a real treat. 17-15, that final set breaker. Even though she's a break-up, the frustration is that she just cannot get the game flowing like we've seen from her. It's a bit clunky. It's the same for both players. They're playing a good point, and then there's an error that comes in. That double fault is lingering. It's just hanging around at the moment. I'd love it to be a little bit slicker.
I think you just got to manage your expectations in these sort of conditions. It's tough down there. Except that you're not going to play the perfect tennis, and it's going to be a hard hat day, and you just got to dig in, show your grit and determination. It's one side of a game that she does need to try and manage a little bit better. We've seen it throughout the course of the week. She does get a little frustrated with things. I mean, because she wants it so much, which is a good sign, but she's got to learn to stay calm in certain situations.
Yeah, she's such a competitor. Loves to get out there or work as hard as is necessary to get the W on the board. But it's been something that we've heard a lot from Jodie Murray on the bench, especially with the youngsters. And it's so easy to have the goal of wanting to play well. Oh, just about squeezed in the volley, but it wasn't the most confident, and Dark breaks back. But it's so easy, I think, when you're young and when you talk to a lot of youngsters. I mean, you'll know this, when you're coaching, sometimes you say, what do you want to achieve in this match? And they say, I just want to play well.
Yeah.
Well, it's quite an ask, really, isn't it?
Well, what does play well mean?
Yeah,
as
exactly.
well? What does that mean? 100% of your best or 80% of your best? I mean, let's face it, it goes for professional tennis players as well, not just young tennis players. Is that the fact that your career is probably going to be made up of how many wins you have playing 75% of your best, 80% of your best. There's going to be, one or two matches a year where no one's going to beat you. You're going to play that well that it doesn't matter who you're on the other side of the court with, that you know that you're going to win. Perhaps 5 matches a year where anyone can beat you. You're going to be playing that poorly.
Yeah.
It's everything in the middle that's going to make up your career, and that's not going to be, close to your max. That's going to be around 75–80%, because there's nothing to say that your opponent's going to be playing 100% of their best either. They could be having an off day as well, so you can still win playing at that sort of percentage. That is nicely done, well controlled. Made the ground up quickly, but still had a fair bit to do. Really nice hand skills here. Not just digging this one back, but actually rolling it past her, so she got up to it really well, quickly.
Yeah, it can be so easy to try and focus on improving your best level of tennis, but you also need to bring up your worst level of tennis and try and keep sort of the range that you play on the court in as tight as possible.
Yeah.
Because it's really confidence boosting to know that you're going to play within that tight range. The worst it can possibly be is not that bad.
Yeah,
and
the best players in the world, their base level of play is generally a lot higher than everyone else. That's why they are so consistent. That's why they are at a certain ranking for the majority of the time.
And that's why in the big moments when they do get tight and you have to deal with those nerves, they can just rely on that base level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Had her fooled there. Burrage convinced it was going to be pulled on the inside in. Should just say over on court number 1, we've got another match just getting underway. Dan Evans over on court 1, I think, for the first time this week. British #1 taking on Aidan McHugh.
That is too good. Great width used within the rally there. Definitely broke the single sideline in that rally. Words of advice you could hear from Colin Beecher. Tennis is good. Controlling your emotions. Getting stuck in. Accepting that your opponent's going to play well as well.
Just keep breathing. Take your time then. Yeah.
Signs from both benches that they're not feeling 100%.
Go. It'll pass. What?
From this end, her second serve.
From this
so
end?
when you're returning now, don't let the second serve get up too much.
Go forward.
I think you'll be half a step forward. Go straight up the middle, ball's a rocket with the wind, yeah? And then you're ready for the next one. Did it well in the last game, but no need to take risks. Just solid hits. Doesn't even need to be that hard, just solid up the middle. And you'll get your ball after that.
And the other thing, when she comes in, don't feel you have to look for a pass on the first ball. 2 shots, yeah? Come on.
Words of advice from Captain Anne Kyothevong and new coach in the wings, Miles McLagan.
Low enough, awkward enough. Both currently a little low on their service numbers. Both serving at under 50% of first serves. And to up that number.
Can you just show the serve we've just had, please? Yeah, it light up in, which shows that it was within 20 millimetres, so it must have been in. They're trying to. Have you got the serve on centre serve? Coming now. $30 love.
Seems like the wind has settled down a little bit. Sun shining, maybe slightly easier conditions now.
Oh, 40 love.
Will always be a little breezy at the NTC. I don't think I've ever been here when it's not been. Very open. It's exactly what you need, though, if you're preparing for outdoor tennis. There aren't many players that get to play on only the biggest stadiums where they get a bit more cover.
Game, Burrage.
And the backhand fired away cross court.
3 games.
I think Dart was expecting that. And that's what we've seen, really, kind of out of nowhere, these big strikes coming in. We haven't seen the sort of steady building and construction of points. It's been rallying and then bang. sometimes working, sometimes not. It looks like they're both starting just to settle down now.
Love 15.
Jodie Burrage doing her training out of JTC, just down the road in Chiswick, but also based out of this facility. Get to make use of all of the courts, the gym on offer. He's been working there. You can see Colin Beecher is courtside. Actually, he's been team hopping. He was at the Bulldogs bench earlier on for Kyle Edmund. Now he's with Burrage. And the Jack's been sneaky, isn't he? Supporting both camps. Just helping out for David Felgate, who is managing the programme, head coach of Jodie Burrage. He's also done a lot of work
15,
over the years with Lucial, another member of the JTC team. There is Beach. I think he should have been forced to pick a side.
Keeping his options open.
I know, I didn't know we could do that.
Let's. First serve. Yep.
Good striking and the width getting the job done in the end.
30.
Harriet Dart, as I mentioned just briefly there, starting to do some work with Miles McLagan. They've been talking for quite some time, pretty much since this time last year. Done some sessions here and there, but just hasn't quite worked out timing-wise, but seems a little more settled now. Harriet has had some of the LTA staff just covering in the interim while she looks for a more permanent fixture.
She had time, sorry, Naomi just had time to drive through that backhand, but she chose to try and slice it. I wonder if she's trying to, she's very slice, very backhand. That's
what I was going to say was interesting shot selection there. Wouldn't have seen that one coming.
I think she's always better off if she's got time on the ball to rip through that backhand.
I like your style of. Still, the unforced errors hanging around.
Juice. Advantage. Dart.
Yeah, just as we feel like one of these players, or particularly Burrage in this game, just starting to settle down. A couple of unforced errors coming in. Dart with an opportunity to close this game out. It's been a hard-fought set so far. really has been a complete contrast to the last match they played, where that first set, every rally was just such high quality. Good move forward.
Cheers.
And Kyothvong said that at the last change of ends, saying when she does come forward, you don't have to go for the pass off of the first one. You can just make her play a volley first, then look to go around her somehow. Don't have to panic. Solid work from Dart.
Dart.
It does just seem like Burrage is struggling a little bit with herself and her own game. We heard Beach talking to her previous change of ends, saying this is just about you, it's not even about your game today. All about the mentality.
That is so well watched. That was dropping quickly. It's breezy.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, it was right up into the sun as well for the right-hander. Really ambitious to take that on. It's a sort of shot you could have let drop and taken off the bounce.
It's Sunday. It's been a long week.
Making sure the footwork's just right there underneath the ball. Look for that clean strike.
Advantage.
Again,
Burrage.
another long game with Juices. Burrage with an opportunity now to break. A little bit of a stretch out there for Burrage. Had an awful lot of tennis in the past 5 weeks or so, and an awful lot packed into this week. She's taken every opportunity. She's clearly been putting her hand up saying, pick me, put me out there. And she does manage to break through. It was hard earned. Burrage with the fist pump and is able to just nudge in front here. She's up a break. 4-3.
Yeah, this is so well played. She just took her time, picked a spot. There was no panic there. Just a little extra roll to that backhand for control and finding the angle.
It really feels like they're both battling with themselves as well as the conditions and as well as the opponent at the other end. An awful lot going on here. Dart not happy with giving up that break. Oh, and there's a familiar face. He will be on court soon enough for a bit of mixed dubs action. Sir Andy Murray getting some practice in. That's just behind centre court. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to play singles this week, but we did see him in singles action at Battle of the Brits a few weeks ago. And he was looking pretty good there, Al.
Yeah, I think it was encouraging signs for him, actually. Some tough matches in the legs and was serving big. Looks as if he was moving well, striking and timing the ball nicely. Had a little bit of time off after, but he didn't want to risk anything this week health-wise, so he's probably made the smart decision just to play doubles, just to lessen the load on the body.
And there's big brother Jamie. He's been in action an awful lot through the week. He will be in the final match of the day, the mixed doubles there. That one worth a whopping 5 points.
I could see it coming down to that.
Yeah.
That'd be exciting, wouldn't it?
Love 50.
Certainly what Jamie Murray, the tournament director, would have hoped for at the start of the week and be part of it.
Yeah, pretty tough taking on the challenge of being a tournament director for brand new tournaments, and not only brand new events, but brand new ones with really difficult and complicated restrictions involved as well.
Love 30.
Well, as we've seen in this match, just no one being able to get any sort of momentum going at all. When one gets on top, the other just comes right back. Dart with an opportunity here.
Oh. 15-30. $15.40.
Couple of chances for Dart to break back here. Wrestle the momentum away once again. And she does manage it, back level 4-all. And there's just so many elements to this match that have not been what we expected. They've not been what we saw a couple of days ago.
4 games on.
They both have strong first serves and do get on top of the rallies quite well. We saw some long rallies, some big hitting rallies a few days ago, but they were long. The errors were there, but they were coming in much later in the rally. Both players returning incredibly well, getting about 90% back into play. Now that, again, is something that just would not have expected coming into this match.
Love.
She likes the off backhand, does Harriet. Struck really well.
Struck at the right time. It's so effective. Yeah, plenty of time there. Slightly short on the return, so that's the right time to execute. Hard and deep up the middle. It's a good combination. Not much you can do.
But then the backhand we saw before that, then followed by that error from Dart. I know she was under pressure, but you just got to lift that ball a little bit more when it's pushed back deep at you.
Yeah, or you can just use the slice there.
Yeah.
You know, just defend that one. It's a nice time to use it.
can't really try and add pace to that sort of pace. Very flat. It's an incredibly risky shot.
$30-50. First serve.
You can hear the encouragement from Colin Beecher then for Jodie, saying that was smart tennis, and it does feel like smart tennis is going to be the thing that gets either one of these players through. The brute force just not quite doing it, both just being too inconsistent with that style of play. Good depth once again from Dart.
40-30.
There's a lot of meaning on this opening set, you feel, don't you? A lot of value to it.
Yeah, I feel like they both need a boost. Getting that set in the bag is, well, that'll do that pretty nicely.
Game Dart.
So Dart manages to come through that service game,
Dart leads
holding to
by
30.
5 games to 4.
She's up 5-4. Emma Raducanu on the umbrella.
Yeah, so when I went down the middle, it's flying out.
Okay, well fine, this is time to, you can change things out now. This is because there's no more setting it up. This is it, balls in court. But give yourself big targets. Well done.
Am I standing too far back on my side?
On that side? No, I think you just make sure you get in the you don't want to uphill, right?
Like the backhand.
Yeah, I mean, but she changed up body, it was good, but it was 30 love by then. Trying, to get a good start in the game is different. But now,
no, I mean the backhand. It's too high.
Let it go.
Huh?
Let it get up a little bit, yeah. That's okay, let's not worry about
Time.
that. Show you right now, on it.
Well, Harriet Dart has a chat with Coach Miles McLagan. This will be her partner coming up later on, Joe Salisbury, pairing up with Harriet Dart in the final match of the day. Worth a big 5 points, that one. Taking on Jamie Murray and Heather Watson. And it kind of feels like it's all going to come down to that. They really have played brilliantly together. There's another doubles player in Dom Inglot. Smart play from Dart there on the passing shots, not trying to power her way through Jodie Burrage, but just trying to get her outstretched. Got herself another shot and then had a big gap to play into to finish.
It's nifty footwork there. Gave herself enough space.
Oh. 15 all.
turning defence into attack there, Dart. That's superb play.
15-30.
What a lob that was. Hustled that one back. So awkward for Burrage there, just couldn't get enough on it.
Yeah, not happy with that. Just didn't watch it quite carefully enough. Did well on the
15-40.
ball 3 behind the serve.
That just shows you, just make one extra ball, just make your opponent play an awkward shot. You never know.
So opportunities now for Harriet Dart. Got herself a couple of set points. Doesn't look like Jodie is enjoying things out there today. Finds the tee serve, which is hit so well through this event.
30-40. I didn't hear it, and the machine didn't go off either.
Harriet just questioning whether it was a let. No call from the umpire.
Game.
And that seals it.
And first
And the
set
roar for
drop
Harriet Dart.
by 6 games to 4.
Little point to the head there. Really did feel like it was a lot of mind games in that first set. We had that 15-minute service game from Jodie Burrage, which she did manage to close out. But it has been a real battle in many senses, that first set. But Harriet Dart does manage to come through, up 6-4.
Yeah, very much a topsy-turvy type of set, but just a little stronger in the head there towards the end. Dart, good hustling as well, just forcing Burrage just to play a couple of extra balls here and there, and that was the difference ultimately, you felt. Service numbers for Dart and Burrage just a little low, so really looking to improve their first serve percentages. Both had opportunity. It was Dart who broke that one extra time, 3 breaks to the 2 of Burrage, and just a better ratio of winners to unforced errors for Dart. 11 winners, 13 unforced errors, and a big difference for Burrage. Just the 5 winners and 15 unforced errors that were costly there towards the end.
So double duty for Harriet Dart today. And she'll be in action at the mixed a little later. Partnering with Joe Salisbury, who's just over on the next door court warming up. But Dart will be looking to get the points on the board here. She can wrap this one up. I think that is a big boost to the confidence to get that set in the bag.
Dart to serve.
And I think we can just see the week catching up with Jodie a little. Heard her chatting with Colin Beecher at the side, saying it's all about you, how she can mentally push through this. Legs must be feeling a little heavy. She's been out, I think, pretty much every day.
15 all.
Dart will definitely be the fresher of the two. Oh, it's a clean strike, as Greg Rosetsky said. That is amazing.
30.
It's without a doubt her biggest strength. It is so effortless to watch. She just always manages to find the contact point in the right spot. It's as if you just cannot knock it backwards.
Well, hopefully she's channeling this frustration in the right way here, beginning of the second.
All.
This is part of it, isn't it? These sorts of events that we've been putting on for the players, test out the bodies, get match tight again, feel the wear and tear from slamming on the brakes, whatever it might be, the fatigue in the legs, having to push through. Extending the rally there, Dart.
30.
And for Burrage, I think that's really key, because with her ranking around 280, to push up to where she wants to be inside the top 200, getting into Grand Slams, well, to do that, you need to win quite a high volume of matches, especially if you're going to then look to push up to 100. It's very difficult to kind of have a couple of big runs and break through those rankings. You need to be consistently performing week in, week out. That means reaching finals as much as you can. It's 5 matches a week, plus the travel. Your body's got to hold up, your mind's got to hold up. And often, if you are doing well and you reach that final, when you want to perform your best tennis is when you're probably feeling at your most tired.
Net coverage.
First game, second set.
Closing down the angles by moving forward after the drop shot. Just timing a move across.
Harriet, when it's 7 from the two spot, because of your right foot came through, so.
So nearing the end, we've had an awful lot of tennis to sink our teeth into through this week. 7 days, but no let up at the back end of a tournament. Even more matches on the schedule today.
Doing great, come on. Really good. That's good.
Super movement from Dart. Quick around the baseline.
She does so well with that moving sideways, sticking right to the baseline, not dropping back.
Just makes Burrage's target smaller and smaller. We go for more and more.
Yeah, just knocking Dart onto the back foot there. And for Dart, as I mentioned at the beginning of this week, it was her first singles match back out on court against Burrage just a few days ago. So I think there's still room for tightening up areas of the game. Also incredibly important for Dart, who's had some niggles through this year, to see how the body holds up.
Oh. 30-40.
It's the right idea, but it's wind taking that one. Hook it up there, get it as high as you can, deep as you can, that's the idea. Worked well in the game. She ended up breaking to take the opening set. Sort of defense.
Yeah, just skipping through the back of that one. Didn't even need to set up. It was all hand skill. For Burrage as well, remember, she's had a couple of great run-outs at the beginning of the week, taking on and taking out Jo Konta on the first day. Also pushed Heather Watson close.
Game, Burrage. 1 game all.
It's been nice for Harriet to have Anne Kjothavong as the captain this week. Fed Cup captain, of course. Harriet's been part of that team, part of the success in Bath and at the Copper Box. He's yet to play a singles match in those situations. Of course, with Konta, Watson and Bolter at the time, who was top 100, who were ranking above her. But another added benefit for the week is Anne Kjothavong actually getting out on court in the singles court with the likes of Harriet Dart and Emma Raducanu, who you imagine will be playing singles in Fed Cup at some point in the future.
Yeah. It's good for her to watch them play under a little bit of pressure. There's a little bit of needle as well. How do they respond to some of the heckling that we've heard this week as well? You can withstand the amount of heckling we've had this week, and withstand anything.
Super defending.
15,
really toughing that out. Yeah, those 5 ladies very much been making up the, well, they were making up the Fed Cup team in 2019, but I think Jodie Burrage has got an idea of trying to squeeze her way in there. Needs to get a little boost to the ranking, and from what we've seen over the past few weeks of, she looks ready to jump up into that level of kind of top 220, qualifying for slams level, and get those opportunities for bigger points through the year.
Yeah, I think she's got the firepower, absolutely. I think she's got to work on her consistency overall, of course mentally as well, but yeah, she's got the makings of a very good player. I'm sure she'll be part of that squad of Anne's very soon. That's nicely taken. That's an awkward position of the court there. We need to get that ball up and down quickly. Make sure you get the right contact. And you get your head down and you really accelerate through this one. Wrapping that racket around the ball there for control and spin.
And I'm sure that's exactly what Fed Cup captain Kyothevong wants to see. She wants to have too many players to choose from for the team.
Yeah, it's a nice problem to have, isn't it?
Having to leave people out as hard as it is, that's what you want. You don't want to be searching. All of Fed Cup for this year been postponed to next. Got a tie against Mexico. That'll be played away in April.
30, 40.
And on paper, we are the heavy favourites, but you know they're going to chuck us on some clay courts at high altitude. It's going to make life quite tricky, so it's not a given.
Yes. Advantage, Burrage.
Hasn't had too much trouble on the second serve today. It is an area that can get a little shaky. Opportunity for Burrage here. Just to sneak her nose in front. That might give her a boost and an energy lift.
Can understand the frustration. It wasn't as if she was going for a whole lot on that backhand, simply trying to get back on court. That is a opportunity missed.
Advantage, start. Let's first serve. Let's second serve.
Good length. There's not a whole lot that Dart can do from back there, apart from defend and trying to hang in the rally, but she just was getting pushed further and further back.
Let's do this, Bulldogs!
couple of times on that forehand side, Burrage not staying down and through the back of the shot with full commitment, just trying to guide it, lifting that shot up and the ball just getting away from her as it ends up lacking the spin. Yeah, digging it out there, Burrage.
Jace. Advantage. Dart.
Well, she gave herself some real opportunities in this game, Burrage, to get the dart and get on top of things in this second set. But a few unforced errors. You can just hear she's getting a little negative. It's another long service game. Over the 10-minute mark already. And Dart does really well to come through that game, and you can understand the frustration from Burrage. She was in a good situation. She really toughed out a couple of long points, but does not get any reward on that occasion. So Dart has the control here, up a set and 2-1.
Challenge well. Be clear what you want to do out there. And just go for it, okay?
Yeah, in control of that rally. A point that she should have won, but just good defence once again from Dart. She has scrambled well. Mentally, it's having an impact on Burrage right now. It's just boiling over a bit. Regroup at this change of ends. Beauty of this format, the captain at the change of ends, just to calm you down, get you back in the right mindset.
Side.
Here we go, come on. Here we go, come on. You can do this. Everybody, be clear with what you want to do.
Yeah, and all of the captains have been really positive through the week, fairly relaxed, showing all of the experience that they have. I think that's been really helpful for players. It's been an insight into the mental game. So Burrage with a bit of work to do here. Still on serve. Again, just getting Burrage to reach on that first volley, making life difficult. It just hasn't quite been as much pop on the first serve from Burrage today as we've seen through the week. Again, just possibly just a little lack of energy in the legs, getting her up high enough. Well, a little better.
30-15. Oh. 40-15.
Burrage showing her competitive spirit, of course. Hanging in here, being a nuisance to dart.
Game. Burrage.
Well, it was a shot she was looking for, but just got away from her a little in the end. And we're all level once again. And as I say, it keeps having that feeling of somebody about to make a move, about to string all the quality together, and then just not quite happening. The opponent reeling them back in. It's been quite a choppy feel to this match. No real momentum, swings and flows.
Love 15. Let's first serve.
Just a reminder, still to come, we've got a couple of mixed doubles matches to round off the week. Andy Murray and Naomi Broady taking on Edmund and Emma Raducanu. That'll be next up on this court, playing for 4 points. And then the final match of the day, Jamie Murray and Heather Watson against Jo Salisbury. And Harriet will be back in action for that. And that one worth 5 points. Good quality striking from Dart, keeping it simple, corner to corner, not dropping back.
That's just a little extra zizz on that. That caught the wind as well. It skidded through. Stayed nice and low. Oh, that's a shame. There's something a little different there from Burrage, hitting and coming forward.
30-15.
Right shot, but just wrong execution.
Dart not reading the down the line shot there from Burrage, just hooking it in. And she's not going anywhere.
30-40.
Well, once again, Burrage giving herself an opportunity. She had break points in the previous dart service game. And again, Harriet finding herself under pressure. She had the serve to look at, stepped in, but just didn't quite commit to the forehand and finish off the swing.
Only 2 from 8 on the break points for this match. Needs to improve that percentage. Yeah, the good news is that she creates chances for herself.
Advantage, Burrage.
Just got to convert one of them. This was superb.
And it's like you said at the beginning of the match, of who's going to play well on the big points, the important ones. Break points is where you want to come up with that tennis. Dart putting in the high ball there, a little bit of variation.
Juice.
Once again, another break point slips away from Burrage.
Wide. Yeah.
And a quality point yet again on a juice point from Burrage.
Well, she makes it look pretty simple when she executes it, excuse me, as well as that. Good return, nice and deep, knocking Harriet dart back off that baseline. She steps into the short one. Can she play 2 good points in a row?
Well, Harriet really trying to pressurise the Burrage forehand and finally made her breakthrough. Stayed nice and patient there, but just kept that quality up.
Yeah, that's a tough one to take on the chin if you're Burrage. Didn't really do much wrong there. Dart was in no mood, coughing up an unforced error there.
Yeah, just taking that one so early. Burrage had no time really to react. And this could be a really crucial game for Dart to come through. She's been up against it a couple of times. But now we're in the middle part of the second set. Start to feel like she's really in control.
Game Dart.
And a super serve to finish it off.
Dart leads by
This has
3
just
games
been
to
such
2.
a tough battle all round, hasn't it? Both of them digging their heels in. But it is Dart who just secures that hold and is up a set and 3-2. Oh, so we're just going to hop over to the Bulldogs bench and have a little chat with Anne Kjothavong. Anne, can you hear me?
I can, yes.
What do you make of this match? It seems like it's really tough out there for both players.
Yeah, it is. You know, they just played each other a few days ago, and you know, Harriet's clear with what she needs to do out here. It's just about execution, and you know, it's been a long week for Jodie. Clearly, she's feeling it, but Harriet needs to capitalise on that.
Was there anything in particular that Harriet is trying to execute in this game?
Yeah, well, she. Just checking. She, you know, on the back, both of them obviously favour their backhands. They've both got incredible backhands, and for Harriet in this match today, she needs to stay on that backhand cross for longer. The other day, she was just taking it line too soon. But the biggest thing is just to keep competing and stay positive out here. You know, she hasn't played too many singles matches recently, so you know, she just needs to get stuck in.
Thanks very much, Anne.
Okay, cheers.
1.
Oh.
15 love.
It's got to be quite difficult for Dart as well here, because you just don't really know what you're going to get from the Burrage end of the court, because she is fighting that fatigue. She has the tennis in her, she has all the matches in her, so she's able to produce good quality. Just like that. It's just been a little patchy, that's all.
30 love.
Doing well. Yeah, Burrage. Making sure she's accelerating through it. Not much to work with there. Interesting, and suggesting both these girls with excellent backhands, and Burrage choosing to run around the forehand to play that backhand. That's how comfortable she feels off that wing. Normally middle of the court. Most players will be taking on the forehand there.
Beautifully nudged up the line there by Burrage.
That's welcome reprieve. Nice quick hold. Throw that pressure back on the other side of the net. I feel like Dart's serving the entire time in this set. Last 2 service games have taken around 19 minutes to get through.
Yeah, for Burrage, really, she's got to just be conscious of the score. She's been giving herself so many chances in the Dart service game, really needs to convert, try and get that break. Otherwise, she may run out of time here.
It's so important for her not to get frustrated, not to let the frustration take over. She's creating so many chances. She's just got to believe she's going to convert one eventually. Knocking on that door. This could be tricky as well. New balls for Dart. Maybe not. Flush that one.
15
Normally they can fly a bit, but she had that one under full control. Nice early strike. Didn't give up any ground after that serve. Look at that, on top of the baseline. Nice wide base to hit from.
Yeah, you can see what she was trying to do there.
15 all.
Just didn't quite get the height. And that's the difficult part, isn't it? Judging the height on the drop shot. Of course, if it sits up too high, you're pretty much done in the rally. They're going to get there and knock it away pretty comfortably. But you need a bit of it to just to help, especially to hold up in the wind.
It's a tough one, isn't it? She makes it, we say she's a genius. She misses it, perhaps not the right shot selection.
Oh, what a point there from Burrage. So strong out wide on the forehand, thumping it down the line.
30.
We've seen a couple of superb smashes in tough conditions out here. Got back to that one well. Again, knocking on the door.
Never know when that strike's around the corner.
40.
I think for Burrage, she's shown a little frustration through this match because she knows that level is just within touching distance. She's been hanging around Dart throughout this match. If she can just boost it a fraction, she might be able to stretch away. But another breakpoint chance here. Let's see if she can convert.
Go.
Well, frustration for Dart, and you have to say it did feel like it was coming. So many breakpoint opportunities for Burrage. She really was just piling the pressure on and started to string together that quality nicely now, and she's got herself a break in the second set.
Well, it was just a matter of time, wasn't it? She made the breakthrough. Constant pressure.
Balance just right. Keep doing what you're doing. Positive and keep aggressive.
Going to capitalise on this momentum now. Could do with another love hold. 2 love holds in a row would go down nicely.
Yeah, really got to focus on that first serve, get it popping. Nice drive up with the legs, as they're feeling a little heavy today.
Time.
Come on. Here we go, Jodie. Let's go.
But Dart has been able to respond throughout this match, and she'll be looking to do the same here. So Burrage looking to consolidate the break now, up 4-3. Still got that win to contend with.
Love.
Gives you a fair idea as to what's going on. Dan Evans being particularly vocal through his singles match over on court 1. And he's making noise because he just won that first set 7-5 against Aidan McHugh. Nice strike from Dart. Clean. Right in the slot it was, but she hit it dead straight down the line.
Yeah, that was as if it was on train tracks. Struck so pure. Taking some risk, and it pays off, spreading the return like that. Maybe some of that tension that she was feeling, having to work so hard on trying to hold serve, has just perhaps just left the body for now. She can just swing it a little freer.
Dart digging in, and as I said, each time she's really felt the challenge, she has responded. Got herself a couple of opportunities to break right back here. That's a tough shot.
I'm not exactly sure what she was trying to execute there. A short backhand to drag Burrage forward, or was that an attempted drop shot? Kind of a mixture of the two. Gotta keep it more simple than that.
It's another chance to break. Good serve from Burrage, mixing it up, taking the wide one on.
Cheers. Advantage, Burrage.
She's done so well to scramble away out of that game. Good aggressive hitting, and the backhand sliding right into the corner.
Leads by 5 games to 3.
Just a game away now from levelling things up.
Ball abuse, warning misstart.
Just the frustrations getting the better of Dart. Had her opportunities to get the break immediately back, but shot selection just letting her down. She had her chance. Well, it's hardly hit in anger.
Well, now the quality flowing from Burrage.
Love 15.
10th backhand winner for Jodie. Just in set 2 alone, so really starting to get that wing firing.
Yeah, a fair few of them have been fired up the line as well.
15 all. Yeah.
Dart digging in there, a little off balance for one of those backhands, but managing to hustle it out.
Oh. 40-15.
Well, a bit of luck there to help her through that game, but an important
Burrage
hold.
leads by 5 games to 4.
She's been frustrated with how this set has panned out. She thought she was just able to hold Burrage off, but not the case as Burrage got the breakthrough. So it will be Jodie Burrage to serve for the second set and take us to a third set tiebreak.
It's all about routines in this next game for Burrage. Make sure she takes her time.
Keep going for it, enjoy it. Don't forget to enjoy it and don't beat yourself up.
Serve, always crucial in these sort of situations.
Nice words from Heather Watson, getting involved. Saying don't beat yourself up, stay positive, there's just no point.
Time.
Come on, Jodes, here we go. Come on, Jodie. Lock in here.
Dart not happy about that one. Burrage using that wide serve well. Dart just couldn't get enough on that forehand slice return. It's all about Burrage being aggressive here, peppering the corners, Dart scrambling around, exactly what she's looking for.
Oh, 30-15.
Losing all the balance there, Burrage, on that backhand.
She was slow to react. Maybe picked up the ball a little late. Wasn't the biggest backhand return.
Dart was so desperate to get back up to the baseline there, and actually the depth for Burrage just caught her out. She thought she might get a shorter ball. And Burrage has managed to get herself a set point.
Turning into a tight affair now, this game. Who's going to hold their nerve? Oh, did she need to take on the drive volley? It was going to be very close.
Definitely seemed to hesitate on that shot.
Guess she had to take it on because there's nothing worse than leaving that and seeing that one drop in. But from our view, it looked as if it was going to drift long.
So, break point Dart. Oh, what a turnaround. It looked like Burrage was going to sail through that game and wrap up that set.
5 games on.
2 hours on the clock. But we are locked now in this second set. 5-all. Still could be plenty more tennis left in this match. Burrage has got to reset quickly. got to keep her discipline here, Burrage. Dart is not going to go anywhere. Wind has really picked up now just in the last few minutes. Again, real quality. Keeping the pressure on. And once again, I've said this a few times through the match, every time you feel like someone's getting a grip of their level, getting a grip of the match, they get reeled back in. Was a short second serve to take a look at, but the net just taking the second shot out. Nothing's not going Burrage's way now. I'd just like to say a warm welcome to any of you who have joined us on the red button. Coming at a really crucial stage here in this match.
Well, both players were really struggling to close out games. Just like the opening set, a very topsy-turvy affair.
So from 40 love, it's 40-30. Oh, it was such a good backhand down the line. The finishing has been so frustrating for both players here. The amount of times we see the setup in the points so well. We see the setup in the games to give them opportunities, and it is just that closing that eludes them. Dart with another chance here to wrap this game up. She does really well to come through that. Little bit of a wobble there, but Dart does manage to get herself a game away from wrapping up this match.
Yeah, showing some good fight, good grit, determination, Dart. It's looking as if Burrage was going to wrap this second set up. She is dug deep though here.
Words of encouragement from coach Miles McLagan saying go out there and win it. Don't want trying to sit back and get passive and allow Burrage to get her strikes in.
Yeah, it's always really interesting to see how players respond in these sort of scenarios. Are they the type of player that likes to sit back and wait for the errors, or will they be a little bit more aggressive than that and make the plays, pile the pressure on?
So a little bit of a turnaround the last couple of games, and Burrage is serving to stay in this match. Remember, they did play each other just a few days ago. Burrage came out on top, but again, it was quite a topsy-turvy match. It was a final set breaker that decided it. Very close in the end. We were expecting another tight one. That's exactly what we've got. Just couldn't quite get enough curve on that to pull it in.
That's been far away.
A little bit tentative on the volley there from Burrage, but unable to make her pay. We know that Burrage has been battling a little bit of fatigue in this match, as she has been out on court every day this week. Turning the point around really well there, Dart. Out wide on the forehand. Big counter-punching forehand down the line.
Just plenty of time on that forehand. Just had to pick her spot and keep her foot on the pedal there. Easiest to put away in the end.
Didn't get up to that one. Dropped a little lower than she was anticipating, as Burrage didn't catch it quite right. But it is Burrage that comes through the game, so we've got ourselves a tie break here. We said this match would be tough to call at the beginning.
Ali, have you got one more?
We've pretty much felt like that throughout. Neither player really able to get any sort of advantage or momentum going. of resistance from Burrage.
Burrage.
Dart trying to get the pressure on, but just couldn't get Burrage to take a late contact there.
Oh. 2-0. Burrage.
Oh, she was able to pull off the backhand up the line that time. It was risky play.
2-1, Burrage.
It paid off. She's way behind the baseline. She took this one on. Slightly leaning back as well.
And you think after a couple of unforced errors, those first 2 points in the break, she might not have gone for such an ambitious shot.
I think the coaching bench is saying just rein it in a bit, but some magic there from Dart. Just like that. Right back in this tiebreak. Can be much closer, could it?
Wow. Dead heat. 86 points each.
For fault.
Just drifting wide. Maybe you could say a couple of second serves we've seen from Dart in this tiebreak have landed quite short. Possibly Burrage could have really jumped up the court and got on that a bit quicker. Pushed right onto the back foot there, Dart, but still trying to come up with some sort of pace. I mean, she just lifted up her head and it flew long.
Really needed to stop that run of points there from Dart. She had the momentum.
It's been a difficult day for both of these players, I think, out in this match.
I don't hear what you're saying. Speak so fast.
Come on.
Done well in the forecourt. It's Burrage when she's come forward. 13 of 19. Points won.
Yeah, she was dictating there from the central third of the court on the front foot. Just did not keep the hand over the top of the ball.
Unforced error count. Climbing though. 35 unforced error. errors.
Oh. How about that?
5-4, Burrage.
Thankfully, she's been able to hit a fair few winners. Her 23rd winner, that one.
Bulldogs.
I think both are actually keeping a lid on the frustrations pretty well out here. Lovely dipping forehand to set that up. Really smart, but also aggressive from Dart.
Oh, she stayed so alert. Intelligent past that, not going for the outright winner, dipping it. Put Burrage in all sorts of trouble.
So she's got herself a match point on her own serve here. Dart manages to get revenge over Jodie Burrage from just a few days ago. Disappointment for Burrage. It was a hard-fought victory. Really, there were an awful lot of battles going on through that match. But a win for Dart on the singles court. That will feel good. Lots of positivity. She's through 4 and 6.
So good. Really well done.
All smiles now, but that's a huge relief for her. Really good effort. Things getting really tight in both sets, but she's the one that was just able to hold her nerve. It was so difficult to call right until the very last second, until that final point was won. A tough one for Burrage. She certainly had her opportunities.
Great wins this week, so look at all the positives. So well done, okay? And Beach will talk to you about it because you got Coach Beach. I mean, what more do you want?
I mean,
don't get any better than that.
Yeah.
Don't get any better than that.
One in life.
Yes.
Life guru.
Harriet, well done. Almost 2.5 hours. It was physical. What got you over the line there?
You know, there was very little in it, and I think just probably a bit of my experience, and I think after having one singles match under my belt before against Jodie definitely helped me. And yeah, I'm just happy to kind of get through this week feeling good about my body and stuff. I've struggled a lot in the past with injuries, so this week has really just been a stepping stone to try and get me ready back for the tour.
I was going to say that you haven't played a whole lot of matches. I know you've had your physical problems. How do you feel?
Yeah.
Where do you feel your games are after the couple of matches you've had?
It's a work in progress, definitely. I definitely thought Jodie played really well in both the times that we've played, and today I definitely think I dictated a little bit more. And I was just trying to improve some of my execution because that was quite poor last time we played. And overall, I'm happy, but obviously want to continue to progress and play better.
Fun to be part of this team last night. It was pretty rowdy. There's been a lot of noise around. It's been a little different.
Yeah, it's definitely been an experience and a great thing to be part of, and I love being part of a team, having been part of Fed Cup and multiple county cups in the past. Really gears me up for team events, and you know, I the type of player that I am. I fight for every point, every ball, till the death, and just happy to be able to get 3 points for the team.
Well done today. Thanks,
Thank you.
Harry.
Thanks.
A happy Harriet Dart getting the singles win. Seeing as we've had a jam-packed week, let's just take a little look back at all of the action we have seen since Monday.
Well, it's been a lot of fun. I mean, I think everyone's really enjoyed it. It's been a great atmosphere around the courts every day. Everyone's been getting stuck in, competing hard, cheering hard, supporting the team.
This week has gone extremely well. Players have had a great time, tournament's gone really well. Everyone here at the LCA has mucked in and helped us, and it's been really, really good.
It's been brilliant, absolutely loved it. I think everyone's bought into the event really well. I mean, you know, I think tennis players naturally by definition are competitive. That's the way they are. Actually, when you do put them in a team environment, it's so unusual in many ways that actually a lot of them kind of thrive off it, and I think the vast majority here have done that.
I think it's been fantastic, especially the team element this time round. You've got the top-ranked players playing against the juniors with the juniors, and to have 4 captains on board and 2 teams of 13, to have that dynamic and the atmosphere that you can see behind us here, it's been fantastic.
Oh, it's been absolutely fantastic to watch live tennis at its best, to see all the Brits get together. And the team spirit's been amazing, and I know that Harriet loves competing. She's had a few months off, like a lot of them, hasn't played many matches, so this is a great way back into playing matches. And yeah, she's loving every minute of it.
It's a small team, isn't it? And taking a lot of hard work, a lot of man hours to kind of put it all together.
I would like to see, you know, Battle of the Brits or national championships or a whole series of events like this take place, you know, not just for the rest of this year, but in years to come as well, to make sure we've got, you know, exciting, innovative formats for our players and our fans to engage with.
Jamie and I work really well together. We've really enjoyed putting this on and getting to know all the players, and we've just got a taste for more now, and we're busy plotting and planning and scheming to see what we can do next year.
I mean, it's a long week, but it's been fun. I think everyone's had a good spirit about the whole week, and yeah, it's been cool, yeah.
Well, what a fantastic week it has been all round. Just some sensational tennis out on display. We've had this man in your picture out on the doubles court as well, Andy Murray. He has been loud and leery on the bench as well. Full support for his team, the Union Jacks. Almost all of the players really have got into their team spirit and given it everything that they've got, whether they're playing or supporting, including this man, Kyle Edmund, getting a lot of hours in the legs this week. So a mixed match for you now. And Nick Lester will be announcing them onto court.
Welcome onto the court for a mixed doubles worth 4 points for the Bulldogs, Kyle Edmund and Emma Raducanu. Closely followed for the Jacks by Andy Murray and Naomi Broady.
Where are you?
I'll take this closest one. Yes, our 5th offering up on centre court. There's the former world #1, a multiple Grand Slam champion, Andy Murray, takes to the court for the first time today. It's been all doubles for him this week. Making that decision at the beginning of the week. Didn't want to risk the body and his health, but wanted to be part of this competition. Has always been a team player. And he's played, as always, a major part in Jack's success this week. Playing alongside Naomi Broady, who was out a little earlier, playing some singles against Emma Raducanu. It was Raducanu who got the win in straight sets. So looking to finish on a high this week. That's Raducanu and Edmund that won the toss, and they elected to receive. Still pretty blustery conditions, and this one is worth 4 points. It should be a good one. Yeah, Broady out playing singles a little earlier and just came up a little short against Emma Raducanu, who was playing some good ball. Was the youngster from Kent, 30 years of age now is Naomi Broady. She's been on the tour for quite a while. She's had a high ranking of 56 in doubles. Currently ranked at 142, one career title to her name, so she's done very well. She's a powerful player with a big serve. You can slam her backhand, and she doesn't mind being around the net either.
Yes, and here's her partner, who is a little more familiar, of course, the former world #1, who's competing on the doubles court, has competed on the doubles court only this week. We understand that's just the case, was always going to be the plan of just this week. It had this week down as a bit of doubles.
Yeah, he wanted to be part of the competition, the second offering of Battle of the Brits team tennis. So, yeah, just to save the body, didn't want to risk anything. The goal is to be playing some of his very best tennis, come the US Open, and he needs to be in tip-top shape physically.
Yeah, may play qualies of Cincinnati. We'll find out sooner, nearer the time, but a lot depends on how he feels, obviously, over the next couple of weeks. The wind certainly got up. And here's Emma Raducanu, who, as Anki Athavong told us earlier on, has been desperate to play as much as she can, which is so good to see for a youngster 17 years of age. That's what you want, isn't it? Someone asking you to be out there playing. That's exactly the attitude you want to see.
Yeah, I think sometimes that youngsters are a little shy at perhaps putting themselves on the line and playing some tough matches, some awkward matches, but she seems to be absolutely the opposite. She loves the competition. She was saying after a match how she's loved being part of this team and the environment, the support, and of course the coaching corner as well, having the experience of the two captains that she's been kind of feeding off and rubbing shoulders with this guy as well. What a thrill for her to be playing alongside Kyle.
Yeah, here's the man who was born in Yorkshire, of course, Beverley. That's where he spent most of his time. Just checking your knowledge there. Of course, born in South Africa. Can't forget the Rainbow Nation, can we? Get told off.
Love Rob Koenig on the phone. Born in Johannesburg.
Can't forget the Rainbow Nation. Had spent much of his youth, of course, in
Kyle
Yorkshire
Edmund
and Beverley,
Emma Raducanu
where he
won
learned
the
the game.
toss
And Richard
and
Blues
elected
was
to
one of his
receive.
early coaches. And, there's the dark clouds above us. Not too threatening, really. That shot, perhaps, slightly misleading if you're looking at from our position. There's still a fair bit of blue sky around. We just got to hope that it stays that way for the remainder of the evening. Of course, this match could be the clincher as far as the overall picture goes. Just a couple of points required for the Bulldogs. Just need to win one of the last 2 matches to secure victory in this competition. Have you seen the trophy?
Time.
I haven't actually. I'm guessing you have.
Thanks, man.
You gonna let me in on it, or?
I got a glimpse of it, yeah.
Okay.
To be honest, my memory's so bad, it was about 3 hours ago, and there's quite a lot happened in the last 3 hours.
A lot of tennis has been played. This certainly has been Super Sunday. 29 points up for grabs, and 10 matches across the two courts.
Yeah, very busy. But it's certainly been a roaring success. I think the players have all bought into it.
Yeah.
Been a proper element of competition as well. I don't think when Kyle steps out, and whoever these guys step out to play in Cincinnati, they're not going to be short of match tightness.
No.
I don't think.
And playing under pressure as well, with something on it. It has been high intensity at time with the heckling from the side of the court as well. It's been some needle, but they're all friends, of course. Just adding to the atmosphere out here. I think everyone's enjoyed it. And if you can deal with the banter, the heckling here, you can deal with anything on the main tour and Davis Cup, Fed Cup.
So Andy Murray and Naomi Broady up against Kyle Edmund and Emma Raducanu. Nick Lester alongside Alf Palmer here in the commentary box for what could be the clinching match.
First set, Andy Murray to serve. Ready, play.
Go! Go!
Love 15. Yep.
Sorry.
A decent second serve. I think that was one of the things at the initial battle of the Brits that was so pleasing for Andy, wasn't it? The serve numbers were good, the serve speeds were high. And that's obviously an area of concern.
Yeah, I think with everything that's gone on with the hip, it was a case to begin with that, you know, not quite having that push and just changing things technically with the serve. But she talked about how he felt like he was serving as if he was in his kind of mid-20s. That's the sort of pace he was finding, which is really good. And you know, we had a speed gun that week, and yep, there were some serves around the, you know, the 130 mark, which is very good, and he was able to maintain that sort of speed as well.
Oh, what a return. Rip it and rip it, that was.
There's just no nonsense when it comes to Edmund's forehand. His eyes just light up. You leave it in the slot for him, he's going to spank it. This guy got the job done. Close opening set in his singles. It's Aidan McHugh.
That's yours.
Heavy serve.
40-30.
Will certainly be offered a wild card into the Western and Southern Open. Would, if you were in his corner, would you be sort of saying go and play qualies? What do you think the sort of call will be there? Nice finish.
Yeah, it's tough to know, but yeah, I don't think it's a bad call, is it? If he goes there and plays qualies and
deciding points
and plays a few matches, obviously he's always talked about the real goal is performing well at the Grand Slams, and that's still the aim, to play his best tennis. So I don't think it's a bad thing if he got in a few matches in qualies. Just as long as he feels he's prepared to play a few days earlier. Lots will depend on when he's planning to go out there.
Edmund Raducanu. First game.
Good start for the Bulldogs.
Squeeze middle more when I was at the back.
You want to find Peter's backhand on the return and then look for it, or if you're serving to go for his backhand or body backhand.
Score you two.
Always been very good tactically as Jodie. Reads and sees the game very well. The instruction for Naomi.
How's Cam doing today? You spoke to him briefly earlier on.
Yeah, he said it was a little bit of soreness there, and didn't want to take any risks. Obvious reasons. I think he did the smart thing yesterday. Felt like if you're not 100% fit against someone like Dan, you haven't really got much of a chance. They didn't want to take that risk. It really would be a shame if he seriously injured himself after all the good work he's put in the last, 14, 15 weeks. Wants to go to America fresh and injury-free. But he didn't seem too concerned.
Wow, brilliant return. Great job.
That's the backhand. She can slam. Hits it very flat. What an extreme grip she has on that wing, but she can hit through it, no problem.
Whatever you want.
And he's standing very deep to return serve.
Let's first service.
There's a fair bit of pre-shot movement from Murray, isn't there? He does move up the court a lot before he split steps.
You don't want to give Edmund too much time on the forehand, as we've got to know. Got to try and get it cross-court if you can. Make him play a two-hander.
$30-15. All.
Has to be in the conversation as being the best two-hander the game's ever seen, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean, the versatility he has of it as well.
Yeah, aggressive he is off the backhand. The sheer volume of returns he makes off that wing is phenomenal.
one-man show, that point.
It doesn't matter where he's on the court. He can be 2 meters wide of the tram line. He gets hold of that forehand. He can hit winners from anywhere. When you give him time to set like that on the forehand, you better watch out. And it's so difficult to read as well because it's wristy. Not much of a take back. Just revs it up.
That's a great point.
Game.
Forehand dominating
Edmund
from Edmund.
Raducanu.
And he backs up the break.
Edmund Raducanu leads by 2 games to love.
Even. And we're finding it hard to find the backhand of Edmund. Camps himself in that corner. I think a lot of old school doubles players would be thinking, well, why
Naomi
do you
Broady to
serve
serve.
and volley? You need a serve and volley in doubles. Not anymore, not with weapons like that from the back of the court. It causes all sorts of problems. And not only that, you try volleying a forehand of Edmund's. You don't quite catch the volley right, and you don't attack it. Just the thing flies off your strings. Zero control.
Love.
He's played mixed, of course, with her brother a fair bit at Wimbledon when they've been given the opportunity to. There's Naomi.
Oh. 40 love.
Ooh, made the move. Got the volley he wanted.
Game. Murray Broady. Edmund.
So Broady and
Raducanu
Murray
lead by
are
2 games
up
to
and
1.
running in this mixed doubles. The Bulldogs up 2-1.
Difference between ball speed. I saw it earlier. Yeah. She's going to look to take a spin.
Yeah.
Literally, all 3 straight through. Everything on her, she'll get something. Keep talking about.
Can I just say one thing? Sometimes if they don't let him touch the ball twice in a row.
Time.
Come on.
So Emma Raducanu, just 17 years of age, and a singles winner over Naomi Broady earlier on today.
Emma Raducanu to
double.
serve. Love 15.
It's a good move. Murray putting the pressure on with the return.
Love 13.
Just squeeze the space. And with Broady's wingspan, going to be tough to get through. Just a little high on the backhand. Broady able to hit down on the volley.
(15-13).
It's good pressure once again, just rushing Raducanu.
Couldn't keep the backhand down.
30-14.
Get over the top of that one.
It's actually a very good second serve, nice and deep. Could do the first serve here now, though. Against one of the best returners in the game.
Well, the return beat the serve. All ends up Murray getting involved here. 2 apiece.
Love 15.
He's going with the body serve, didn't quite find it. The backhand of Edmonds has proved out of sight the last year or so.
(15 all).
actually not a bad play against Kyle, just to
30-15.
change the spins and give him a whole lot to work with because he feeds off the pace so well. Kicker, smart move. More kick on that.
Go!
It's a good little chip, and the lob didn't have enough on it from Raducanu under pressure.
40-15.
Hitting into the wind, needed to be more aggressive.
Go!
Yay, Murray Broady.
Excellent game from Murray and Broady. 3 in a row
Murray
for
Broady
them.
leads by 3 games to 2.
And they're trying to fire their team up here. It's a must-win match. 3-2.
The only reason he made that first one is he sat on it. You know what I'm saying? The only reason. Everything else perfect. Keep doing what you're doing. Oh, sorry.
Great returning. Here we go.
Let's go down and have a quick chat with Greg. Greg, bit of a slow start, but 3 encouraging games there.
Oh, very encouraging. I think, you know, it's Andy and Naomi finding their way together there and finally combining very well. And we expect them to return really well as a team. And what a bounce back after being broken in the first game.
As far as the overall picture goes, you've got no wriggle room now. It's win from here on in. You need your team to get a bit of energy down there, don't you?
Well, we do, but you know, I think we're feeling very confident. If you would have told us after day 3, we're down 17 points, that we had a chance to win this thing with 2 matches to go, we'll take it. So if we win this one, it's all in the last match, and we're feeling very optimistic about that.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
Optimistic.
Fighting talk from Greg. Like it. Ever the optimist is Greg.
15 love.
The idea was good from Murray, but Edmund just read the situation well.
30 love.
And again, dancing around it.
Very clean from Kyle Edmund again. It wasn't easy that the wind was moving it in front of him.
I think it's pretty clear. Anything that's hanging there, lacking pace, it's all his. Make way. Monster forehands coming through.
Dom Inglot starting to get involved.
Let's for service.
good pressure from Murray and Broady. Might be a bit late in this game, but just rushing Edmund, not giving him quite so much time on the ball. Some good resistance from Broady, but Raducanu mopping up in the end. And there he is. Big character.
3 games all.
He's gone. This match worth 4 points, remember. First team to 60. We declared the winners.
Love.
I don't pay for them, mate. It doesn't matter.
Dirty love.
The Jacks can take this first set. I've got a feeling the energy levels might raise significantly around this place from within their group.
Yeah, I think the main instigator might take to the stands. Well, just to defend that volley back into play. Murray, a huge Edmund forehand.
I want to go high. You're serving here. I'm here.
Excellent game from Broady, just what they wanted. And they move ahead 4-3 in this first set.
Got up a few times yesterday, mate. Having the Queen's final. That was only 4 months after I got a metal hip put in, and I still beat you. It'll be tough that to take, surely. No, it's not. It's not.
Great stuff. Yeah, playing great.
Do you think I should have a swing sometimes at Kyle's serve, or keep?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think because unless you get a great lob over here, I mean, he's getting.
I need to get it more
on the
over
forehand.
Emma. Yeah.
But I think, if you feel it, go for it. Yeah, feel free to hit it. Yeah. She's not that content at the net, so you know she's got the full court to
Been a top 100 singles player, of course, Naomi Broady, a few years ago now. But had that horrible ankle injury last year. Kept her out of the game for quite some time. It's a heavy return.
He got what it deserved. It was short and lacking in pace. She's got such a big swing arc. Those long levers of hers. She can generate pace very easily. With the wind, that end of the court as well. Yeah, that's working out really well for Murray as well. Coming forward after the return, piling on the pressure. Raducanu suffering on serve at the moment. Simple play, isn't it? A return nice and deep just allows you to get forward, take control of the net.
Go!
$15-30.
Let's go, this one. Go on, Broady. Let's go. That's all right. Fine. Yeah, this one, let's go.
Didn't get hold of the return, frustratingly.
30-all.
Just had to make sure he watched it carefully, because it was a miss hit from Murray. Won a big match earlier. That's Ryan Penniston all the way.
$30-40.
So, chance to break. 2 chances here. There's a man who won his singles earlier on today.
Juice, deciding points.
Yeah. Chance to break still, though, here. Oh, they've gone straight at Edmund, and he's not up to it.
Broady.
And would you believe it? They've turned this set around.
Broady leads by 5-3.
Oh, did so very well there, Broady. Keep that return as low as she did. That's why it was so difficult for Edmund to deal with.
Love.
Just tying Edmund up off the return. He wasn't able to get a swing at the ball. Heavy first serve from Murray. That's a big second as well. Didn't really give Raducanu much time.
30 love.
So well thought out.
40 love.
It's been a clean 20 minutes or so from this pair. Chances to put the seal on set number 1.
Game
They do just that down the early break, but the recovery was a swift one for Murray and Broady.
By 6 games to 3.
Who have won the first set here in 34 minutes, 6-3.
Great stuff, Broads.
What do you guys think about staying the same side serving? Because you're both serving so well from the same sides.
Yeah, well, it's going to work out that
Yeah,
way,
exactly.
I think. Is it?
Exactly. Yeah, it will, because they'll serve here one, you'll change and you'll start up after. Keep the same sides. Perfect, everything's the same. Great return there on both point, by the way, awesome.
Yes, it was a very nice recovery from Murray and Broady after going down that early break, but really was all them thereafter. Got the break back and really looked strong there towards the end. It's a decent first serve percentage and doing really well when they've made it. Second serve, not too much of an issue either. Doing very well around the net. Broady very strong as far as her hands are concerned, and they are in charge.
And a match they must win, of course, in this penultimate match of this Battle of the Brits team tennis event. It's been not only just been a great event, but from a competitive perspective, it's been a great showcase for British
Second
players
set.
as well, isn't it?
Raducanu
Those
to
players that are
serve.
not as well known. Good chance for them to show the wider public what they can do.
Go!
Kind of makes the case for a British nationals even stronger now, doesn't it, really? Because the public have got to know some of these players that they didn't know before.
Yeah, we don't know what the future holds as far as the main tour is concerned. So if there's space in the calendar, I think the players would be more than happy to play more of these type events. It's given them a great opportunity to keep their eye in and put in some hard work and compete at the same time. All that hard work, you want to be able to translate it onto the match court. To do that.
Go!
Love 30.
Well done from Kyle Edmund. They'll try and stem the flow here.
15-30.
Had some good doubles with Joe Salisbury a couple of days ago. There's Carl. Nice to see Carl's dad here today as well for the first time, Stephen. It's becoming a familiar pattern, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's difficult for them right now. Raducanu struggling on serve. They did the smart thing and try to change things up and get her serving that end where she's slightly with the wind. Just try to get a bit more MPH on the serve. It hasn't quite worked out for her.
And Kyle's not a natural poacher, is he? That's the problem. They've got a little bit here as well.
He's not as comfortable. You look at the movement as well.
Too good. They're flying right now with the Union Jacks. And Murray and Broady up a break now in the second.
Second set.
Yeah, they've been all over that Raducanu serve. Some really good returns, just in charge of the point.
Of course, with Kyle not
get this game
looking to poach, it'll just, Murray knows on the return he can actually push it deep and just get in.
And sometimes it's not all about poaching and crossing, it's the movement as well at the net. Just trying to catch your opponent's eye, just to keep them guessing, is he moving, is he not moving? And it's just not quite enough of that from Carl. That's something that if he's going to play more doubles, then definitely will look to improve. That comes with playing and playing plenty of matches.
Love.
It's been effective in mixed doubles this week. Had a couple of wins with Lloyd Glasspool.
Apology from Broady. I think she soon realised she needed to move and play that volley. Certainly in her range.
Oh. 30-15.
Good hit from Raducanu. One of the best of the day from her.
That's yours.
It was a super return. Murray couldn't really attack the volley, did the best he could, but Raducanu remained on the front foot there. Nice and low and accurate. Good width to that, swinging away.
40-30.
Really working that natural angle that he's got, serving out wide.
Here we go, Jack. Regular.
Just going for a little too much.
Deciding point.
Second double for the pair. And here's a deciding point. It's an important one for the Bulldogs. A slippery slope, really, of late. decent return from Broady there to mop up.
Murray Broady leads, but 2 games to love.
So good. So good. Good out here, Jack.
So with a set and a break advantage, Naomi Broady was discussing a couple of changes of ends ago that she might have a few swings here. Of course, that is, she gets a look at the serve. Naomi Broady's been not put a foot wrong so far.
15 all.
Stella certainly around the net. She is mopped up. There's been no hesitation, no snatching at volleys. She's remained very calm. Experienced campaigner as far as doubles is concerned.
$30-15.
Come on, Andy. Go, bro. Get this one. Come on. Up. That's good.
$40-15. Edmund, Raducanu.
So that'll stop the bleeding. It's been a tough spell for the Bulldogs. They were down a set and a break in the penultimate match of the week.
Excellent energy. Really good. Right on it this next game. Yeah. At some point you're going to get sniffed for this. Okay? At some point. Just be ready. Good energy. That last game was really good.
As we saw in the opening set, things can change very quickly, so you've got to be ready for it.
Time.
His legs moving. Try and win that opening point.
Come on.
Come on, kiddos, here we go, mate. Here we go, bro. Here we go, start now. Start now. That's all right, Andy.
Quite sure what he was thinking there. He knew it as soon as he'd hit it. It was a misjudgment.
Raducanu,
of course, had the benefit of actually getting a feel for the Broady serve in the match this afternoon. It's a different sort of serve, obviously, with the height it comes down from and the pace she has to it.
You're going to serve here and here.
Oh, he made the move perfectly.
30-15.
Difference between the first and second serve for this pair. And they lost 2 points when they've made the first, but are now have only won 5 from 11 behind the second serve. How good those cupcakes, to be fair.
All in one there, I think, for Dan. Yeah, that's a sensible shot right up the middle of the court there. Good choice.
30-all.
If in doubt, always a good target.
Oh, such a smart volley. Knew exactly what he was doing.
40-13.
Bulldogs are very quiet. Very, very quiet. Here we go. Here we go.
All right. You're serving here. I'm here. Let's go. Come on.
Game.
That was a difficult one for Raducanu, wasn't it? It was dipping quickly. And what a big game that is to get through.
Broady lead by 3 games to 1.
Let's go, Jack! Here we go, Jack!
Oh! 15 love.
I mean, usually this scenario is players go to the US Open expecting it to be quite loud, not the other way around.
Yeah, they'll get there and think, oh, it's a bit quiet.
I mean, it's completely 180 this year.
Crazy world.
Not enough in these conditions.
30-15.
Really, the microphones we can pick up only really pick up about a quarter of what's being said down there. If you're actually courtside, it's all good-natured stuff.
Oh! 40-15.
So the gap's reduced, but the Bulldogs are going to have to try and find the answer as they're in trouble here, down a set and a break.
trying to drown out Leon's instruction here.
Backing yourself on your groundies. Yeah, and be aggressive. Both great strikes to the ball, so just keep working. Okay, if you go slight body, second serve, just move around, just whack the forehand straight now.
Yeah.
Come on. Don't get caught there, look, come on, get fired up. Big court here, okay? Here we go. Come on.
Two mixed doubles matches to finish things off here. Of course, Jamie Murray and Heather Watson up against Jo Salisbury and Harriet Dart. Is it going to come down to the last match of the week? It certainly looks that way right now.
15 love.
Bulldogs, let's go. Bulldogs, here we go, Riders. Good, Jack.
Murray read it well and put it back with interest.
30 love. Dirty to tea.
Simplest of techniques on that forehand return. Step out, open up the hip. Nice turn of the upper body. Turn through.
Again, Naomi Broady so secure when required.
40-15.
Great stuff. Come on, this one.
Just got a little stuck there, perhaps.
Thank you.
Still a game point, though.
Tremendous stuff. What a second serve it was from Murray.
And another fantastic put away from Broady.
Rising to the challenge. Inspired by playing with this man. Who wouldn't be, really?
Yeah, that's probably worth, what, another 10 or 15% to your game?
I would have thought so.
really had much luck on that returner serve against the Edmund serve, especially.
A couple of wins with Lloyd Glasspool. Andy Murray. Also partner Jodie Burrage to knee on the second day. They ended up losing in the end in the match breaker.
That's 15.
Let's go, this one. Here we go. Come on, team, let's go, come on. Let's stick together here. Stick together. Yeah, for life. Come on. Here we go. Come on. This one.
Andy knew it was coming. There's still no chance of tracking that one down.
14.
He started running while Carl was lining that one up. Right across the baseline. There we go.
Chasing shadows there.
Game. Edmund Raducanu. You both, please.
So they're still playing catch up. They've been playing catch up really since being broken back in that opening set. It's 4-3.
Keep it up.
Come on. If you're not returned, just stand slightly inside. Because Andy in the court, he just drops it.
Yeah.
So on these ones.
Let's have a very quick word with Annie. Annie, what do your team got to do a little better here to get back into this one?
Well, I think Andy and Naomi have been playing some incredible stuff out here. I don't think Naomi's put a foot wrong. But you know, our team just need to keep raising their energy. They'll need to look for their chances, and hopefully it'll come before it's too late.
I think the one thing we've seen with the mixed stand is that it can change in a heartbeat, can't it? Just a couple of returns made here or there and it can be a different story.
Exactly, and you know, we've got two big ball strikers, and they just need to impose themselves, and we'll see.
Thanks, Annie.
Thanks.
So time running out, but certainly some returns need to be made here.
Just lacked the intent there on that volley. Was too careful. Got the volley he wanted. Goes such a long way if you can win that opening point.
What? Here? Yeah. And I'm going here. Yeah.
Those were the big strikes that Kyothevong was talking about.
15-30.
It's nicely done. That's two now that she's been able to keep nice and low and make very awkward for Andy. Driving that down low over the net.
17 years of age, Emma Raducanu. Good chance here.
30 all.
You're serving here, I'm here.
He's got it. Made space for the forehand. And he's caught Murray up the line.
30-14.
There's a difference for Edmund. Putting him at the baseline, clubbing forehands, he's a lot more comfortable. Makes the absolute most of this. Creates a space for himself, and Bob's your uncle.
Make the most of the return again. It just reared up a little bit on her, I think.
Juice, deciding point.
First break point they've not taken. Of course, this might be their last chance.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's go right here.
Oh, what a shot!
Broady.
She had plenty of time to ponder it as well. And that has got this man going.
Well, what composure.
Broady lead by 5 games to 3.
Too much time can be a bad thing, but she lined it up.
Yeah, Jodie Burrage might have to go for a hearing test tomorrow. So her eardrum's blown out.
Do jump. That was clutch from Broady.
Fifteen left.
Ready on this occasion. Sure, and he just didn't see it, did he?
40 love.
Yeah, just got a little tangled up there. Good improvisation though, but just couldn't keep it low enough. Made Edmund play one more ball.
Haven't seen enough really of that sort of move, but not a clean volley. Going to get out of the way, so Edmund and Raducanu for the Bulldogs keep this match going a little longer. They are going to have to break to avoid sending this match to a deciding match, 5-4.
Come on, good job. Why not, eh?
We broke him first game of the match.
Bring you go. See?
Let's go.
You bring that. That's it.
Break up.
Come on.
Break time.
Let's go here. Go after it, Gira. Go after it. Yeah, have a go.
Time.
Yeah, certainly wouldn't mind a look at some second serves here. Serving for a win, 4 points for the Union Jacks.
Now then, is that the first sign of tightness from Broady? A little bit of a late call for Murray. Barely put a foot wrong as Naomi.
Just a little bit more turn into the body, wasn't there? And Raducanu just couldn't make the necessary space for the return.
Serve that was. It just swung at the very last second.
Barely missed a volley out here as Broady in the hour and 12 minutes. Slightly wayward one there. Going with the I formation again. Oh, just caught her frame. Just couldn't get out of the way of it.
Oh, it's all happening out here now.
30-14.
Oh, and it was struck big from Edmund. It's just too quick. You could hear it clearly.
The car was on it.
No worries.
2 break points. Not been broken since the opening game, and Murray lost his serve. Got it. Naomi Broady blinking. And that is a tremendous effort from this pair. They haven't really had a sniff.
5 games
They're back level at 5s.
Well, Leon Smith said at the change events, why not? And I don't think Broady wanted to play that one. Just left it. Just got a little nervous. Tightened up.
love. Dirty low.
Oh, they're in a tear of points right now, Edmund and Raducanu. They've got some serious momentum now.
Bulldogs have well and truly given a shot in the arm. Significantly more noise coming from the far end of the court at the moment.
4-15.
Right at Naomi, Broady, who's not had the answer again. Edmund and Raducanu.
Raducanu lead by 6 games.
They've got the lead here. It's been a while. 6-5.
You guys on fire. Brilliant.
Come on, take this.
You guys on fire. Keep going. Yeah. Keep committing to it. Hit through it like you did there. It's perfect. And in second ball, just hit through it.
So good, guys. Come on, easier. Everything at Naomi.
Yeah. Whatever you say, boss. That's it. That's it. You make the calls. Right, come on, Emma. Emma, kid. Let's go fire it up here.
Certainly looking a little bit brittle right now, isn't she? She was so good for a set and 3/4, but there are some vulnerabilities.
Yeah, she's got to try and clear the head right now. The brain's going to be a little scrambled, but remember, setup is on serve. Still in control.
Oh. 15 low.
Pressure once again. Showing some good energy here.
Just remarkable how momentum can just play such a big part in this sport. Suddenly there's just a few chinks of light at the end of the tunnel and win a couple of big points here and there, and this is a completely different match right now. This pair were in real trouble.
That's good length from back there from Broady. Peppering Raducanu's baseline.
Possibly paying the price as well. Edmund is staying back off the return. A chance to get involved.
Touchy.
Two big points to win as Murray and Broady take us into the second set tiebreak.
6 games all, tiebreak.
It was an early move from Edmund. Broady saw it. Wanted to get involved, but it was just too soon. Needed to be a move forward and then across.
Harriet down Joe Salisbury to the right of us and warming up. Perhaps anticipating what's about to be, perhaps. Could this week come down to the last match? There would be some script.
Go!
2-1, Murray Broady. 3-1, Murray Broady.
Just the return back where it came from with pace. Edmund not given the space to work with. They push the panic button.
Murray Broady.
Made the first serve crucially.
4-2, Murray Broady.
Really not making a mistake at the net on this occasion.
See this one, next one.
Guys, you'll get a chance. Here we go.
Naomi Broady, it's the perfect forehand.
5-2.
Jumping up made it very difficult indeed.
That's so well weighted. High, shoulder height and above. Can't do much with it.
2 points away from taking us to a final match.
For once, the feet not quite in position there on the return for Murray.
5-3, Murray Broady.
Reaching for it. Small opportunity missed there.
He's missed it, unfortunate. Edmund just not able to keep it down. And they weathered the storm towards the end of the second. And now Murray and Broady chances to close the gap to just 2 points.
Murray Broady.
Okay.
Suffering from nerves.
Murray
That is quite surprising.
Third double for the pair. Still, though, a one chance to take this Battle of the Brits team tennis down to the wire. Unbelievable finish.
Broady.
Extraordinary stuff here. Naomi Broady. Well, I'm not quite sure what to say, but somehow she and Andy Murray have pulled off the win and have taken this event down to the very last match. How do you describe that, Anton?
I have no idea how that made it over the net. That is incredible. I think that spun back into the net once it bounced. And Raducanu simply just did not have a shot, did not have a play on it. That is a remarkable end. I think everyone a little perplexed there.
You got to teach your brother that one. You got to teach your brother the reverse into net on match point.
Let's go, Jack! Here we go, Jack!
Oh, that certainly made up for the couple of volleys that Naomi missed a little earlier.
What a volley, great play. Who cares?
I think he hit it. He kind of went through the middle, yeah.
He flipping ripped it at you. Oh my goodness me.
Came off the strings. Very, very floppy. Oh my god.
I think he was just trying to work it out there. That just defied the laws of physics, that volley.
Don't think Emma Raducanu is still trying to compute that, how that all shook out in the last couple of minutes. Anyway, what it does mean, fittingly, is that this great event will go down to the very last match, the mixed doubles. Made that volley. Naomi's there.
Well, Andy, Naomi, what a fantastically entertaining performance that was. That match had a bit of everything, including that final shot, possibly the best reactive shot we've seen all week. Do you want to talk us through how you managed it?
Just talent. Just complete luck at the end. When Kyle's at the back, it's so intimidating because his forehand is so big. So I was trying to debate if I should just stand still and brace myself or if I should try and move, but I don't know what happened at the end. I don't know.
You just hit a brilliant backspin volley. It's just so
I was just willing it to bounce into the net before she got it.
It really was such a high level in that second set tie break. Andy, what did you make of that breaker and the whole match in general?
Yeah, I mean, I thought we returned really well, and Naomi was unbelievably solid up at the net. She cleaned up a lot of high balls, tie break, obviously got ahead, and then I messed up my 2 points on serve on the match points, and then yeah, obviously match point was a good one, but I feel like we deserved to win that match. We played better, we had the chance to close it out in 6-3-5-4, didn't get it, but yeah, it's a good one to get through, and it's brilliant that it's come down to the last match, because it's sort of, I don't know, it sort of felt like that was going to happen today, regardless, before we went out. So it's good that it's going to be the last one, and hopefully we can get through.
Yeah, all down to this final match. Jamie and Heather out for the Union Jacks. How do you think it's going to go?
For the Jacks, obviously.
Yeah, the Jacks. Yeah, I think the Jacks get it. I mean, Joe Salisbury's been riding his luck all week. He's been very fortunate. So, when the crunch comes, I think he'll probably fall away, I'd imagine. But we'll
Brilliant.
see.
Thanks so much, guys. Well done.
Yes, never stops, does it? The sledging and the banter that we've had all week here. What a lot of fun it's been. Liam Broady seems to have gone to the opposite bench. But this is how it finished, I think. And this might be one of the more remarkable volleys you're likely to see this year. Look at this. Absolutely remarkable. Stuck the racket out, hope for the best. And boy, did it work out well. Brilliant camera work from the boys downstairs to get that shot. So after 7 days of competition, we come down to the very last match. What a storyline this is here at this Battle of the Brits team tennis. And it'll be Jamie Murray and Heather Watson up against Jo Salisbury and Harriet Dart. That'll be coming up shortly. So we can, while we wait, there'll be a few minutes or so, we'll look back at how these guys get their rackets strong. A look behind the scenes.
I work here at the NTC stringing rackets and customisation of rackets for the players that work here on a week-to-week basis. And this week obviously is a lot busier for me because we've got the competition, the tournament on here. But yeah, there's a lot of rackets. Some of the top players this week would have had about 15 to 18 rackets each done. So that's quite a few, it all adds up. So well over 100 altogether. Probably our highest tension here is probably around about 60 pounds and the lowest is about 40, and most people go somewhere in between around 50, 55 in tension. No, I mean some of the guys have their rackets set up are a little bit heavier than the girls, but string-wise it's pretty much the same. All the top players have their rackets balanced and weighted. So they all feel exactly the same to them when they pick them up, every single one, because they've got about 6 to 12 rackets, some of the top players, and so they want them to feel exactly the same when they pick them up and play with them, whereas a normal club player would just have them off the shelf from a shop, and there can be a variance of they could have two rackets that look the same but they could feel different, slightly different, because they weigh slightly different or the swing weight's different. It depends, it varies. Some players will play with one racket for a whole match. Other players like to change rackets 2 or 3 times during a match, at change of balls. So the balls are newer balls fly through the air quicker. So some of the players like a brand new string, so as they got slightly more control over the ball. So that gives them a little tiny edge.
One busy man, not too far away from where we are in the commentary box, which as you'll see is just up there, just above the players. And a beautiful view, vantage point we've got here this week. As Alan McDonald joins myself, Nick Lester here. Naomi Cavaday will be here in a moment or two to take us through this last match. Harriet Dart and Jo Salisbury make their way down for the Bulldogs, a pair, of course, that were able to turn the tables in incredible fashion on Monday night. You'll remember down 8 points to 2. They really got this event going.
Done it before.
We'll head down
First rodeo.
to bring on the players of Palmer.
So it's all come down to this, our final match of the week, and it's winner takes all. Representing the British Bulldogs, Jo Salisbury and Harriet Dart. And for the Union Jacks, Jamie Murray and Heather Watson.
I'll get no voice after this. Let's fucking go. I'm going to go change and I'll be back showering after your match.
Don't expect too much rational analysis of the last match there, the way it ended. That was quite a remarkable finish. The volley that Naomi Cavaday hit, Naomi Broady hit there. Naomi Cavaday just joining me.
I wish I could come up with something like that.
How deliberate are we going to call that volley?
Well, she was trying to get it over the net, and it did go over the net, so...
Yep.
Pretty
Goal
much nailed
achieved.
it, right?
Yep. She certainly, one thing that she did really well throughout the match, playing against someone with the power of Kyle, was to stand up, and as always, she's very willing to get involved, isn't she, and brave up the net, so she got her rewards for that, I think.
Here we go, dogs. Let's go.
So, the final match of the day to decide it all. Jamie Murray and Heather Watson in your picture.
3-minute warm-up. Any questions? It is.
Sir?
We will go... Yeah, we'll stay here.
Yep.
Good man.
We're going to head up.
Well, what a fantastic week's worth of tennis we have had here at the National Tennis Centre in Roehampton. Who could have predicted it would all come down to this? Remember, the Union Jacks were trailing away 17 points on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing, isn't it?
So confirmation it's worth 5 points, but doesn't really matter. Anything over 2 would get the job done for either team. And it has to be said, we have some very experienced doubles players out on the court. The one in your picture, Heather Watson, 28 years old. She is a Wimbledon mixed doubles champion. So a Grand Slam to her name. Really has performed well throughout the week in singles, doubles, mixed. She's done a bit of everything. And she just seems to really thrive in the mixed environment.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Heather will be delighted with the way this week's gone. I mean, she came into it not in her best form, and she's kind of played her way into great form. Had some excellent performances in singles and doubles.
And the Union Jacks really have gone for the big guns, haven't they? Because alongside the Wimbledon mixed doubles champion, you've got a 5 times mixed doubles champion in Jamie Murray. And I think everybody would relish the chance to play a bit of mix with Jamie. But they've made a really nice pairing this week, Jamie and Heather.
Absolutely. They've got a good kind of team chemistry, which is almost the most important part of mixed doubles, is that you and your partner are getting on well together, have a good atmosphere on court, good energy. And Heather is really capable of looking after herself.
And over to Harriet Dart, 24 years old. She was this year on court for the 2nd time today. Just like Heather, played a singles earlier on. Managed to get the win over Jodie Burrage, but it was a hard-fought match. It was long, it was tiring. She had to do an awful lot of serving. She had 41 serves in 2 games at one point.
It's amazing. Yeah, Harriet's proved this week how accomplished she is on the doubles court as well. Very good instincts. Pretty much all aspects of her game are solid, and she reads the game very well.
And she'll be partnering Joe Salisbury. Doesn't have a mixed doubles title to his name, but did pick up the men's doubles title at the Australian Open this year, partnering Rajiv Ram. And he is the British #1 when it comes to doubles, and they really have made a strong pair as well.
That's right. Joe has
Jamie Murray and Heather Watson won the toss.
2 years has really established himself as one of the best doubles players in the world. Yep. A very good skill set for this form of the game.
I wonder what will happen to them at the end of the week. We've almost got the different reactions depending on which way this match goes. One looks a bit angry.
Yeah, down
the
in the
other one
dumps.
apologetic. But yeah, we're really in for a treat with this. We've got 4 very experienced doubles players out on the court. They've played a lot through the week and played at such a high level. Harriet last night involved in that epic mixed double. She wasn't partnering Joe, though. She was with Liam Broady. They lost that 17-15 in the final set tie-break. So looking for a bit of revenge here.
Indeed, and it's just kind of the calm before the storm here, this warm-up. I'm sure that everyone from both teams is going to be on court in short order to make some more noise for us. Really looking forward to this one. All on the line.
So the final match. The lights are on as evening draws in. Still a little bit blustery. Pretty fair conditions all in all, and it'll be Jamie Murray to kick things off.
First set, Jamie Murray to serve. Ready, play. Love.
It's a solid start from Jamie and Heather, and Jamie got into trouble in his first service game yesterday and was broken, so he'll be looking to start a bit stronger today.
The good thing actually for both these pairings is that the women out on court have they've both got such great reactive volleys around the net. They're not afraid, they're not going to back off. They do so well. They're also quite calm. If they've got more time than you might think, they take that time, they play into the space. They're trying to be really precise.
Yeah, they've both got very good instincts and good kind of bravery up at the net as well to deal with the power of the men.
Expecting the benches to get a little bit rowdy. We're just down a few players at the moment as they just kind of get a bite to eat, maybe a bit of a sugar level boost. But
yeah, surely you can't keep that up 100% of the time.
Well, I think unless you're Dan Evans, it's basically the only way.
Whoops. Yeah, Jamie again needs to get himself going here. That's a bit lazy with the feet on that. Maybe it hung up in the breeze a little.
Jodie Murray has been fantastic on the bench this week. I wonder whether she'll be glad to have a bit of a break from trying to manage her two sons and Dan Evans, which I think has also been a challenge. Beautifully done there. So casual, right off the floor.
Casual and stayed calm. Joe made a move in front of him there. Very well played.
And that's it, isn't it? It's about the best volleyers, of which Jamie is right up there, of course, just look like they have so much more time than you think they should.
That's right. Yeah, they're waiting for the ball, rackets out in front. There's no panic, no big swings. It's all very controlled.
Game, Murray Watson. First game.
So the first game wrapped up there. This is the final push for all of these players. It's been a busy week, and especially to go from not a lot of matches to, well, as many matches as you can possibly fit in a day.
That's right. It's been very intensive for everyone. And amazingly, the energy levels we saw on day one, in terms of the support and the team spirit on the bench, is pretty much maintained all the way through. So I'm sure they're all going to have a couple of days off after this.
It'll be interesting to see how Salisbury fares on his serve. Had a bit of an issue with the back a couple of days ago. It just meant that he was losing a few miles per hour.
That's right, and for Joe, his athleticism is a huge part of his game. You can see when he's, especially when he's serving well and he's fully fit, how much he uses his legs in his serve. He goes up, very explosive. So if his little niggle in his back hinders that at all, it can affect his game quite a lot.
And I won't say who we went for in terms of the winners might be, but I will tell you that we were split on it.
That's right. So a few bragging rights for the commentators' predictions come the end of the match.
Really is a tough one to call.
Yeah. 15-30.
Very good return there from Jamie. Not easy to go down the line of a body backhand serve like that, but he redirected it well and beat Harriet with placement rather than pace. You're right, I think that Joe is a little down on his usual speed here at the start. He's serving a little carefully, perhaps.
Let's. Second serve.
Good move forward there from Watson.
Excellent teamwork from the Union Jacks there.
15-14.
Turn to feet. Jamie in the correct position to capitalise, and then his partner finishing it off. Great teamwork.
Jamie was just so close to the net there. It was impossible for Salisbury to lob because it was such a low, short ball.
That's one of the key skills that Jamie prioritises and trains a lot, is his movement and positioning as receiver's partner. So when his partner returns, trying to be in the right place to intercept or mop up some of these first volleys.
Didn't work out on that occasion, but I do think that's one of their strongest
deciding points
formats for Murray and Watson, because Watson's so strong on the returns.
Yeah, that's right.
And as you say, Jamie's so good as returner's partner.
Yeah, and anytime you're building a doubles team, whether it's a mixed doubles, men's doubles, ladies doubles, it's all about complementing each other in terms of your strengths, your skill set, knowing how to set each other up.
Game. Salisbury Darts.
He just about wriggles his way out of that game. And they're all level at 1-1.
One game all.
Yeah, he found 3 good first serves there from 15-40, which he'll be happy with. Just a bit more commitment, bit more speed.
Yeah, we've got the combination, not necessarily that Dart and Watson are better at singles than they are at doubles, but they are such well-established singles players. So the serves, the return, the solid play from the back of the court all comes in. And then, of course, we've got the doubles specialists in Jamie and Joe. Seems to be a combination that a lot of people like. She saw the gap.
That's right, in terms of the mixed doubles combinations, quite often the specialist men's doubles players will perform very well with the more specialist singles female players, because their serve, their return, those aspects of the game are often more dangerous, stronger.
And it is so crucial because they have to try and deal with the guy's serve.
That's
and
right.
they've got to serve well enough so that the guy opposite can't just thump away winners on return.
And there's far more chance that they can be setting up their partner, who's usually, as the male player, looking to be close to the net and finish with the volleys.
And even playing with the likes of Jamie and Joe, you do have to help them out a bit. You can't just set them up all the time. They've got great volleys, but they can't get it done.
I mean, the absolute ideal is, I mean, I talked about this the other night on commentary, that probably one of Jamie's favourite partners ever in any format, men's doubles, mixed doubles, is Martina Hingis. I mean, she could pretty much just do the whole lot. So the only thing she didn't really have was a strong serve, but she's so good at defending it that it didn't really matter too much.
That's you.
Let's go, Jane. Here we go. Come.
40-30.
I think at the moment you would say that potentially one aspect that could tip the balance a bit is that Heather's looking very fresh. She didn't have as much time on court on the singles today as Harriet has. So Harriet's maybe looking a tiny bit more jaded than she was last night. I'm sure she'll find her way into the match though.
Murray Watson.
Jamie happy with that serve from his partner.
Murray Watson lead by 2-1.
And there's been signs of some pressure, but all in all, we are at 2-1. Really could see this match going all the way, couldn't you?
Feels almost fated, yeah, that we'll end up at 9-all in the match tie-break in an hour or so time.
If you get a really good hit on them, you want to take the net away from him. Maybe sat on that for a while.
Just go find that two back and we're going to give a little side for you.
Yes, please.
Doesn't matter.
It's been great to hear the conversations at the change of ends this week. Some of the tactical discussions that the coaches and the players have been having with each other.
Harriet Dart to serve.
See if Harriet can complete the set of holds of serve now.
It's a pretty ambitious return for Jamie to go for that off forehand with it swinging so much into the body.
That's right, it's a tough ball to create any pace on when you're jammed up that way and then have to go back cross court again.
Whoa.
You can see he's looking to be quite active here, Joe Salisbury, rightly so. Establish a pattern, get inside the heads of the opponents.
She's spotted a couple of gaps down the line, just hasn't quite been able to find them.
30-love.
That's right, and I think Dan Evans was looking for a chance to use his trademark quote of the week of "Let her play, Joe." Every time Joe made a move that didn't come off, he would remind him that his partner was quite good enough to handle herself.
Great coverage from Jamie.
He did very well, really athletic on that last volley there. I thought actually maybe misjudged the lob a little bit, but he maybe could have got behind it a bit better and done more with that shot, although it was a good lob, wasn't it? But that's a tremendous use of the legs there and controlling the volley as well.
Oh, well, it was going to come off eventually, wasn't it?
Too aggressive, Joe. Too aggressive.
30-all.
Play, my friend.
There we go. He was just desperate for a chance to unveil that one.
this is only just the beginning.
That was an example there of Jamie kind of jammed himself on the backhand wing that side. So that's twice in a row that
40-30.
he wasn't really able to get out of the way of the ball.
All over the net, Joe Salisbury. And a really strong service game for the combination of Dart and Salisbury.
Yeah, that was excellent from Joe there.
2 games off.
He faked that time, drew the ball to him, and actually he read it well, because after Heather had smacked one down the line, she probably wasn't expecting him to then move on the next ball, which he did.
Love.
Actually, in terms of Jamie's service rhythm, I think this is probably the best he's looked in the last kind of couple of days. He was just starting to feel a little bit heavy in his legs last day or two, but he's got much more of an athletic look and a good rhythm today. For the Salisbury dart team, that's one of the areas where they might need to do some thinking. Harriet has struggled quite a lot with Jamie's second serve all the times that she's played in this week.
Super hands from Watson, no panic whatsoever.
40 love.
Six Grand Slam mixed doubles titles between them for the Jacks.
Game. Murray Watson.
It's a very clinical game.
Murray Watson leads by 3 games to 2.
Jog to the bench to keep the energy up, still on serve.
And it's that serve that Jamie just hit that's the one that Harriet struggled with, really, coming in, swinging into her right hip, jamming her up. Kind of almost feel like she should just be looking to hit it hard down the line more often rather than trying to redirect it cross court, because she's never really got a handle on how to control it when she's gone off.
Where's your gun?
Time.
Come on, guys.
Let's go, Jax! Come on, guys. Here we go, Jax. Come on now.
So it's been high quality stuff to kick this one off. Final match of the day here. Really has made fantastic use of this facility.
Here we go, Joe. Let's see what we got.
Love 15.
Excellent first point. Jamie used his feet well again there.
15 all.
It still feels like that serve is just a little placed, a little bit cautious from Salisbury.
Agreed, yeah.
Yeah, he's found it. It was a clever return from Jamie, but an early move on the follow-up.
I've got a feeling that Jamie maybe misread Heather's intentions there. I think he was expecting Heather to hit more into Harriet's part of the court there. And actually, when it went to Joe's backhand volley, he had a lot of space to hit into. And as a rule in mixed doubles, you'd normally plan with your partner that you might return cross court when the man is serving and volleying. After they put the first volley into play, that most shots you would then hit direct at the woman.
I think there was a call there that it might have been going long. It was a fantastic turnaround.
What an excellent point. Everyone played some good shots during that point.
3 games all.
Jamie may well have been right that that was going long, but it felt like his call actually came a bit too late, as Heather was already committed to the shot and probably, if anything, just distracted her a little. Anyway, good hold. And Heather's turn to serve again. Bulldogs will be looking to put pressure and maybe get a love 15 or a 15-30 here.
Just out of reach.
Love 15.
Excellent movement there from Joe. After he returned and came in, he just held his move right until the last possible moment, and Heather didn't see him coming.
Love 30.
Opportunity here. Well, Dart convinced that one had just drifted wide, but Hawkeye Live not making a peep.
Can we see that, please, Hawkeye?
That's one of the strengths of both the women in this match, is that they both stay calm under pressure. Heather didn't panic there or rush her shot. She just waited and played a good ball down the line.
She's done well there. Wasn't a huge amount of pace on that serve. It was attackable.
Yeah, that's an amazing second shot from Heather. I don't think her serve, she really got hold of it. I don't think she meant to hit an off-pace serve there. And Jamie's move was actually, because of that, probably too early. And Harriet read what he was doing, but Heather running into her forehand corner kept the ball so low over the net that Jo couldn't do anything with it. It's supposed to be a body serve. Jamie's not going to cross.
Great anticipation there from Dart, right into the middle of the court.
And that looked like maybe that was a planned cross from Jo and Harriet. So she called that play on the second serve. Jo hit and stayed back, but he moved in to cover her, and she came into the middle of the court and showed great control in the volley.
Well, that has earned them a couple of break points. Oh, super return from Harriet Dart. A little bit of height, but it was too far away from Jamie at the net. And it's the Bulldogs that break first. Enthusiasm from the bench.
Great game, guys. Great tennis, great tennis. Eddie, could I get water, please? Here we go.
Come on, guys. So good.
Great work, guys. Great work.
Yeah, so good.
Remember, it is winner takes all in this match. Bulldogs have been ahead throughout the whole week, pretty much. Jack's playing catch up.
Same again. Same again. Here we go, guys. Here we go. Keep it up. Keep it up. Yeah?
It's interesting that it's the same matchup that finished the first day so decisively in the end for the Bulldogs and gave them their early 9-4 lead that they never really relinquished. It's how we finished as well. Yeah, from 8-2 ahead, or 8-2 behind. Jo and Harriet won. Can they consolidate that break they've just earned on Heather's serve by holding Harriet's?
Yeah, just to get hold of that return there, Jamie.
Dirty love.
So important to keep your energy high in a situation like this. You've got to stay so sharp. If you let it drop for a second, you can get a little flat-footed. The racket can come a little closer to the body when you're at the net. You just don't get those contacts out in front as well.
Yeah, that's right. And they've obviously at a disadvantage at the moment, the Jacks, but they all know that there's a lot of tennis left in the match. Having struggled a little bit to deal with a few of those Dart second serves into his body, Jamie, I think, chose to take that one a little earlier there. Even though Jo made the move, he rushed him by taking it so early and got a good contact. That might be his tactic for the remainder of the match now.
Again, just pushing that racket out so far in front for that volley.
30-all.
Excellent volley, yeah. Because Harriet hit a good shot there down the line. Jamie pivoted well. He was close to the net, moving forward. Had enough momentum in the shot to force the error.
Anything in the court here, Harriet, it works. Here we go.
Good teamwork again from the Union Jacks there. Heather with the deep return. Jamie moving to the middle of the court with a winning volley. I wonder if Joel tried to call a play here that stops Heather from hitting cross court.
Well, the Bulldogs are really getting some momentum going now. A break followed by a sudden death juice point. That's a nice combination to get in the bag. And they're up 5-3.
And that was what Joe and Harriet called a switch there so that Heather couldn't attack Harriet cross court with Jamie up at the net. That's a good lesson for anyone wanting to know how to play I formation at the net, is that Joe didn't just expect the ball to come cross court, he covered a little bit of the line as well.
Serve pretty much hitting the baseline. Oh, it's a superb return off a very good second. Salisbury finding the off backhand right onto the sideline.
Taking it early, stopping the ball getting too high with the kick. As you say, it was a decent second serve, but even better return.
It's more like it.
Heather Watson doing her job well there. Rock solid at the net, keeping the ball deep and away from Joe Salisbury.
Took a big swing.
Yeah, she's probably borderline whether she had enough time to hit a swinging volley there. Usually she hits that shot well, but just mistimed it that time.
Key for Marion Watson to get out of this game. They have been able to put pressure on the Salisbury and dart service games, so they won't be counting themselves out of this set. But it will be the Salisbury serve that they'll be facing.
Game, Murray Watson.
Do indeed put that pressure on. They are trailing a break.
Salisbury dart leads
will
by
be
5
Joe
games to 4.
Salisbury out to serve to wrap this set up.
You're getting your
for the
chances
Bulldogs
when you're playing 2 back on the first return, and then second up. Buys you a little bit more time on those returns.
You need to give Harriet a hard time here.
Yeah, I know. I keep nodding
serve.
Joe rather than...
Yeah, give her a hard time and keep moving forward onto the volleys.
Yeah. Really good stuff, guys. Come on, we get this back. 1 point at a time.
All right, here we go.
All the coaching advice there, and the change of ends framed pretty positively there, which is good to hear. Always you want to have something constructive in your mind that you want to carry out rather than something that you're supposed to avoid doing, which can be a little bit more of a negative feeling. I'll just be looking to get a foothold here, maybe win the first point, see if they can put some pressure on.
Oh, beautiful strike from Watson, and that's something she's done really well through this set. Seeing that down the line gap, it hasn't always paid off, but she's seen the move.
Yeah, and that's exactly the kind of play we're talking about. The first ball after the first serve went to Joe, but not in a situation he could really attack, and then Heather targeted Harriet's side of the court.
Clinical point.
15-all.
Perhaps if I was Jamie, I'd be asking Heather on that shot to maybe just aim in the right to the middle. That's a tactic we've seen working quite well in the mixed doubles over the last couple of nights, because it's not something that is always covered so well, especially teams that don't train together all the time. I think Jamie lobbed cross court there, expecting that Joe and Harriet might switch again, but he didn't quite get it right. Joe's very, very strong overhead.
Again, a very similar point to the last one we saw on the outside. Dart with the finish, and a few set points here.
It's been a competitive set. The difference probably being that the Bulldogs took the chance they had to get the break on Heather, whereas a few points went begging for the Jacks.
Start.
They're still fighting in this game. That's a well-played point. Set up the attacking situation with a very good lob from Heather after Jamie's return.
Down through the back of that volley. Need to keep the momentum travelling forward.
Absolutely, yeah. It's interesting. That's something that he'll practice a lot, Joe Salisbury, moving to his volleys with his legs. You could see how close he was to the net already. He's very good at getting his first few steps far into the court before his first volley. But then, as you said, all that momentum almost stopped as he hit the shot. Resulted in the ball not having the trajectory he was looking for.
So still set point, but also a break point.
Game.
And they take the set point with a clean ace as Salisbury just relaxes the shoulders and gets through that serve. Good bit of pop on that ace down the tee. And it's the Bulldogs that are one set away from a victory.
Really, really good. Great set. So close.
Yeah.
So the Bulldogs closing in here, but it's just a set and a tie break that Murray and Watson need to get back, so they are 2 So, start of set number 2. Jamie to kick
Second
things
set,
off.
Murray to serve.
Serving from the opposite end now, so maybe a slightly different feel in terms of the wind.
He's done well there. Had to react and cover a lot of court.
The Jacks bench loves nothing more than a big Jamie Murray topspin forehand. They've treated to a few of those this week.
15 love.
Doing a good job of getting that one, just dipping a little.
That was a good middle direction as well on that ball, targeting the area where perhaps the opponents can be a little bit weaker. Bit of indecision, lack of communication.
Talking about moving through the back of the volley, that's more like it.
Yeah, it shows you how well Joe moved.
15-30.
He returned, then moved forward, and by the time he was hitting the volley, he finished almost on top of the net.
Just clutching to a little bit of that sideline.
30 all.
A double-handed forehand volley there. Sometimes you just have to get the job done any way you can. Doesn't have to be orthodox.
On Murray and Watson here. A couple of breakpoint opportunities for Salisbury and Dart.
It's a big moment now. Chance to carve out a real advantage early in the second set.
Deciding points.
So unsurprisingly, on this deciding point, Joe's going to have a swing.
Decisions to be made for Jamie and Heather.
Darts. The pressure telling. First game, and Jamie Murray is broken in this second set.
First game, second set.
The Bulldogs are sniffing out the finish line.
So smart from you. Great. Let's go, Dog. Come on, let's go.
Just be ready for it.
Yeah, come on. Energy's great. Yeah, go. Joe, when they go out, we do
13 love.
I'm not sure if Dart was trying to get out of the way or just trying not to get hit.
Well, she did well to achieve both. Jamie with a sort of fast topspin volley there. Too fast to drop into court, but Harriet did very well to evade that one.
Aye.
Hit?
Yeah.
Hit me?
Yeah.
Dart and Salisbury, an absolute wall at the net.
Again, shows the value of
30 love.
having someone as accomplished as Harriet Dart up at the net there. She had to deal with several tough balls there, but turned the point around and did exceptionally well in the end.
Forty love.
Super game.
Salisbury darts. Salisbury Dart leads by 2 games to love.
It's always nice after breaking to tick your own service game off with a routine hold like that. And they look in a good place now. The Bulldogs, good energy. Harriet's really engaged. Joe's moving well the net, putting a lot of pressure on. And the onus is now on Heather and Jamie to fight back into this match.
Go!
And being a set and a break down here,
Love
Alan,
the
does
team.
that make them look to be more aggressive, or is it about just going back to what they've been doing and just executing?
I think the execution is key for Heather and Jamie, as you can see there. That's for the team, that's 2 double faults in a row, which isn't what you want.
Joe coming up with something there, off the hip.
Actually, in terms of being more aggressive, I think that's what the team that's in front should always look to do. Once you get ahead, you know that the other team's going to try and find a way back into the match, but the pressure is there of knowing that they're behind. So if they suddenly have you as their opponents really in their face, being even more aggressive, then it can be very tough to deal with. We saw that there.
Get away with that.
I mean,
15-30.
My experience as a doubles coach tells me that every time you hear the words, I got you, me, then something's gone wrong there. So they actually did well, very well in the end to deal with that. That could be a moment to look back on as a change of fortune, perhaps.
Keeping it more simple that time.
30 all.
Big point here. Just a bit too much pace there.
30-14.
Entirely sure that was going in, but like you said, it came at him so fast it was almost impossible to get his racket away, out of the way of the ball. 2 break points now.
Deuce, deciding points.
The scoring system means that Harriet will have another shot at that one. Another chance. Huge moment, especially for the Jacks, I think. Very hard to come back if they go double breakdown here.
It was well seen by Dart off of the return, taking it down the line. And it looks like they're closing in here. A set and 3 lots.
Lead by 3 games to none.
Attaboy, Joe. Great teamwork. Great teamwork.
Guys, your energy is through the roof. Keep it going.
Unbelievable, guys. Keep it up. Keep it up. Come on.
Every single one.
Got to be pretty impressed with the performance of Dart and Salisbury so far, Alan.
Yeah, for sure. I think the start of the match, I think we felt like Joe was maybe a little bit ginger with his serve, and Harriet, perhaps her energy was down a tiny bit from where it normally is because of her tough singles, but once they worked their way into the match, they played tactically and in terms of their physicality and energy, a very, very strong match. It really is not quite last chance saloon, but if they're going to get both of these breaks back, Jamie and Heather, they're probably going to have to start here with a break of Harriet's serve. That's smart again, lots of movement from the Bulldogs, lots of variation, not giving the Jacks an easy way to start the point. And when you're behind, you're so concerned with getting the ball in play and trying to battle back that it can be hard to take risks.
Maybe just put off a little bit by the move there of Jamie at the net. He had a little lean with the shoulder in and then corrected his position back to his side of the court. So maybe Dart a little unsure where to play it.
Looked like, yeah, and Heather shot enough on it to make it difficult for her to see the move and concentrate on the ball.
Again,
very smart play from Joe, just continuing to move around, you know, not just going once, but then repeating the move the next time, getting his rewards again.
It's all rolling now for Salisbury and Dart.
40-15.
Again, just finding it really difficult to get it away from them at the net now.
And like we said before, I think it's a good tactic when you're the front runner in a match in on the scoreboard to keep on pressing, keep the pressure on, don't just rest on your laurels and assume that everything's going to keep going your way.
It's just going to give them that extra little bit of confidence if they want to take the ball line or make that poach at the net.
15 love.
More pivot, Joe, more pivot.
Oof, wasn't far away.
30 love.
Sounds like the Jack's bench have decided that their last roll of the dice might be to up the sledging quotient even to a higher degree than before.
Love.
Well, of course, this will be an important hold down the set and 4 love. Might be a little bit too late unless there's a bit of let up from Salisbury and Dart, but that is entirely possible.
Game, Mary Watson.
And they get that one in the bag.
Salisbury Dart lead by 4 games to 1.
I think I would be thinking right now that if they can get this first break back before the opponents get to 5 in the set, then they would still have a realistic chance of getting back into it with Harriet's serve to come, but it's all going to rest on how quickly they can get that first break back, otherwise they're going to run out of time.
They're going to get tight out.
You can really feel the atmosphere. It's been so good for the last mixed match on every day. We've just had such drama, and nice to have all of the players that are here on site out on court.
Love.
Not the start that Jamie was looking for there. Again, he got jammed up a bit. It was a pretty good, fast second serve into his body.
Love.
Just have to kind of cling on to the fact that you just never know in these situations. You know that you're not favourite to win the match any longer when you're behind like this, but just keep asking as many questions as you can and see what happens.
Just got a little stuck there. Harriet just ended up jabbing at the volley.
She's learned her lesson clearly. It was a similar kind of height of forehand volley as the one that she missed in the tape on the point before. Very calm and well controlled shot, that one.
just sitting up. Pretty simple finish for Jamie.
40-13.
You just never know what can happen, so they're still trying to keep their energy up, ready to take any chance that comes.
Deciding points.
Now this could make things interesting. It's on the Salisbury serve. It will be Jamie to have a swing.
They've had several great points on Joe's serve in this match. I think maybe 4 in total, and he's produced first serves on all of them.
Jamie Murray getting it behind Salisbury. He had to backtrack and couldn't control it.
That was absolute class, wasn't it, that shot? After Heather hit at Harriet, who actually did pretty well with the volley, Jamie just moved across, and a lot of feel needed to direct that shot where he put it. And as we said, you just never know. If they can get to this next game now, then they'll feel quite confident to put pressure on Harriet's next service game.
Well, the Jacks have been coming back all week. They've been down. This is the final match. It is winner takes all. Can they come back once more?
Love 15.
At times when Heather's in these situations where she can't really see the ball and what Joe's doing at the net, that she might be better off just throwing up a lob at times, because he's so good at taking away most of the court from you.
Deep return, putting the pressure on.
And there again, the pressure, not just in that point, but throughout the whole match, paid off there. I'm sure Heather would have been thinking in a large part of her mind about what Joe was doing, where he was going to be at the net, as she had to deal with, again, a ball that she really needed her whole attention to control.
Putting the pressure on, moving forward off the back of that return, Salisbury.
Love 40, they're staring down the barrel again. Have to go point by point here. You can somehow find a way through this game. There'll be suddenly a few nerves, I think, in the opponents.
Just fantastic coverage. The teamwork of this pair has been outstanding.
Salisbury Darts
just a game away now.
5 games to 2.
That was an incredible point.
Absolute highlight reel. Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. Come on. Okay.
Big push here.
Now you go again, huh?
Yeah,
Let's go.
Yeah. Here we go.
Come on.
Here we go.
Come on, this one.
Come on,
this one.
come on, come on.
No let up. Let's go.
Yeah. Here we go.
Light up.
Great response, guys.
Here we go, great work. Come on.
So, a lot resting on the shoulders of Harriet Dart, serving for the match and the overall victory. Good way to start.
15 low.
Unfortunately for Jamie, Joe's got a bit of a read on him here. He's still on a march in terms of the way that he's played his service partner on Harriet's serve, and he kind of felt that lob coming there. Excellent return. Heather still in there fighting, and I think that's what you have to do. Just keep on going after the ball now. Be aggressive, see if you can make something happen.
Let's first service.
Toss got well out in front of Harriet there. I'm surprised she actually even hit that one.
Nicely done from Jamie.
15-30.
When someone's moving around in front of you as much as Joe is, your kind of two options are either to wait, see where they go and then try and avoid them, or to just fully commit to your choice of shot before the serve comes down and just put the problem onto them and see if they can deal with it. Jamie did well there because he just committed to his shot even though Joe moved.
Again, a little bit of an opportunity. 15-40 now after that double.
Yep, this is where they would have loved to have got that hold of Heather's serve.
Serve is getting away from her a little here. Joe looking sharp.
30-14.
Let's go, Jack!
To get it away from Joe at the net there. Well set up by Harriet's serve. We do have a deciding point, but it is also a match point. Victory for the Bulldogs! The first ever Battle of the Brits mixed team event, and it is the Bulldogs that came out on top. It went all the way to the wire, to the final match. But what a performance from this pair. Fitting it should end on a mixed doubles. They come through in straight sets against Jamie and Heather, 4-2. Well, what a week this has been. The level of support, everybody's been out on court, cheering, competing. The Bulldogs took the early lead. And they almost relinquished it, but not quite. Just held on in the end. They were the first team to reach 60 points, beating the Union Jacks, but only by 1 match. What a week we have enjoyed here at the National Tennis Centre. And I think they've had a good time too. Just incredible scenes here. Disappointment for the Jacks. They were just oh so close. They had to come from such a deficit, down 17 points on Wednesday. But the positivity, the relentless positivity of Jodie Murray and Greg Rosetsky, and the energy on the bench, particularly from Dan Evans, really did nearly carry them all the way to the title.
Don't worry when you think that's a Sambuca shot, mate.
What a fabulous week from all involved.
It's great, I literally just stand there.
Brilliant teamwork and a great display of what British tennis has to offer, the strength, the depth.
Great job, guys.
And just the sheer joy of being able to get things done for their team.
I think at the end of a match like that, they really, I think Harriet was saying there, she kind of almost was trying to go in for a hug and then realized that she couldn't do it with the social distancing. A moment of elation where you couldn't have a team huddle at the end.
Yeah, I didn't make the team meeting actually, that's probably why I can't remember it.
They are just so chuffed. It's been an awful lot of work this week, and I bet there'll be some sore bodies in the morning. But this week has just achieved so much. They've had a really good runner in the bodies, getting back out on the match court. They've got their games up to scratch.
Leon, how are we going to chug the champagne?
Fingers crossed.
How are we going to chug
The
the
tour
champagne?
internationally will be kicking off shortly. It already has started actually for the women's over in Italy. And we will see these players back out on the road soon enough, because I tell you what, the Brits are ready and they are coming.
Just an ordinary night.
Why don't we hear from
Raducanu.
the winning pair in Harriet Dart and Joe Salisbury. Good to see Jamie taking it in good spirits as well.
Yeah, no.
Must be disappointing for the team. But we've got Harriet and Joe, and they're down with Nick.
Guys, congratulations. That was some performance to round off the week, Joe.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, I can't believe after all this tennis that we've had this week that it came down to the last match of the week. And yeah, it was so much fun. I mean, the mixed doubles has been great all week. Everybody on the benches getting so into it. The support's been amazing. So yeah, it was just a great finish to the week.
Harriet, take us back Monday night. You're down 8-2 Monday night in the break. It sort of feels like you guys kind of started this and now you've finished it in many ways.
Yeah, kind of ironic really, but yeah, again, I think just on Monday we, improved on a lot of things today, and just happy with the performance. And yeah, to go out with a win is just incredible. Great atmosphere, and our team is amazing. So just so happy right now.
Joe, just your thoughts on the week as a whole. There's been a lot of noise, a lot of banter, all of it good-humoured for the most part, and you guys have just got on with it. And in many ways, I guess this has been the perfect week for you all, because the idea was to bring competition, and that's exactly what you've had.
Yeah, exactly. It's been an incredible event. Obviously, big credit to Jamie for putting it together, and everybody else that's worked so hard to put it together. But yeah, it's so great to have all the best British players, men and women, all together out here supporting each other, playing against each other. And yeah, it's been borderline, some of the support on the sidelines, some of the heckling, and but yeah, it's great. I think it's good practice. If you can play in these conditions, you can play in anything. So yeah, it's been an amazing event, and everybody's really enjoyed it.
And a word on the captains, your captains, Harriet, Anne and Leon, and the role they've played this week as well.
Yeah, it's been great to have both a Fed Cup and Davis Cup captaining us this week, and they just give so much support to us and so much confidence. So yeah, just thanks a lot to them for long 7 days. Yeah, they've had to sit through some long matches, so credit to them for being here and yeah, giving everything to us.
And plans for this week, guys? Bit of chill time, heading both to the States?
Yeah, I think we'll need a few days off after that. It's been a lot of matches, long week, but yeah, they will take a bit of time and then get ready to go out to the States. Yeah.
Good luck, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I think we can bring both Kyle and Cam in as well. Kedders, we'll start with you. That was some men from your team right there.
Yeah, really good. I mean, me and Emma weren't quite able to do it, but I went back in and came back out, and they were on the roll. I think they played a really, really good match, like clutch. So yeah, it was when the match was like that, it was easy to support and really exciting. So overall to win, like last rubber was pretty good. I'm sure Jamie's pretty happy it went down to his tournament went down to the last one like that. It made the event really.
Yeah, a few people talking about writing different scripts here, and it certainly worked out pretty well, Cam, didn't it? You talked in the week earlier about playing college tennis, very similar environment out here, but you guys enjoyed it very much, I would imagine.
Yeah, I thought it was a great atmosphere throughout the week, and everyone brought great energy, and just to get these matches in before the US swing was huge for guys like me, Kedders and Andy, and especially Joe, and yeah, all credit to Jamie putting on such a fantastic event, and especially over this tough time. So I think it's great for British tennis as well. It's brought everyone a bit closer together, even though the two teams are kind of ripping into each other a lot. But we're all friends out here, and I think yeah, it was a wonderful tournament.
I was going to say that, Cam, from the younger crop perspective here, one would imagine this has been a very beneficial week. You guys have obviously played at the highest level, but a lot of players here haven't, and to play you guys must be a huge benefit for them.
I think, yeah, definitely, and especially with a lot on the line and a lot of us watching, and kind of we don't want to lose to them, and they want to beat us badly, and we're obviously, some of us are favourites to win the matches, so it's a lot of learning for everyone, and I think it's just a phenomenal event.
And Carl, plans now for both of you. In fact, I guess you're heading stateside pretty soon.
Yeah, soonish. I mean, it's 3 weeks till Cincinnati, so. I will head there soonish, not exactly sure when, but I'll ideally do like a bit of a training week before heading to like the site of New York, and then obviously want to be there early-ish, so about a week as well. Different conditions over there, also been out of competition for 5 months now, so it'd be nice to get going again.
Guys, it's been a pleasure to watch you both. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Good luck. I think we can bring in the winning captains as well. That's some big smiles here. Let's start with you, Annie. That was a heck of a week, and some finish from your team there.
I mean, you couldn't have scripted that at the start of the week. Who would have believed at the start of the week that it would come down to the final match? And just credit to Joe and Harriet this evening. They put in an unbelievable performance. Joe Salisbury just all over that net. But the whole week, every day, has been a lot of fun, a lot of tennis, a lot of tired people, but it's all been worthwhile. And to Jamie and Mary for putting it on, I think every single player involved in this event owes them big time. A lot of effort has gone on into putting something like this on, and I think it's been great for British tennis.
And your reflections, Leon? It's been a long week. I was thinking back to Monday night, the guys were 8-2 down, same pair were down 8-2 in the breaker, final set breaker, turned it around, and in a funny kind of way, that kind of sparked your team's good first 3 days, and then here we are, and they finished the job off.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, look, there's been a ton of matches. It's so good for them. We said it in other interviews that for the younger players to be around these senior pros who are really established at the top of the game is amazing for them. And it doesn't matter which team either on, it's definitely another occasion that's brought everyone together. There's a really good feeling, you can see that as well. There's a very good camaraderie across all of British tennis players, which is really important. And I'll echo what Annie said about Jamie, Mary, and all the LTA staff that have been here. They've been running tournaments here for the last 6-7 weeks non-stop. They need a bit of a break now as well. But it's been brilliant preparation for the US Open swing as well now for everybody. So it's a huge success.
And a good effort for team tennis, guys, as well, because obviously we see ATP Cup, we see Davis Cup, but it's been a great effort for team tennis. This is, the environment here, we see it a lot on the continent, but the environment here has been just so much fun for everyone.
Yeah, it was definitely a place for team tennis, and particularly so for mixed events. We've seen the way the male and female players have interacted and have been able to learn from each other and feed off each other. I really hope something like this is done again. Everyone's enjoyed it, so yeah, let's do it.
Same time next year, Leon, same teams?
Next week? No way, no chance. Yeah, but I think, look, there's a big appetite to do something like this again. I think, obviously, Jamie, Mary and the LTA will have learned about, all the bits that worked so well here, and even tweak it and make it even better next time round.
Guys, it's been fun to watch. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, of course, so many positive emotions to do with this tournament. I think even the losing team, they really have just enjoyed themselves through the week. It has been so nice to have the support. We've seen some of the youngsters having people like Andy Murray on the bench. I mentioned the Davis Cup captains, Fed Cup captains as well, Kyle Edmund. The amount of experience. Johanna Konta has been here through the week as well. It really has been the best of British and something that we can all be really proud of. And Jamie Murray will be very proud of himself for this event that he has managed to put together, because it's been hard to put on a brand new event, and an event that has so many restrictions, so different to any normal event that we would used to. There's no model for it. You really do have to try and get things going as best as possible, and that's what this was all about, giving the players a platform to play, to showcase what we can do in this country in British tennis, and to get ready for life back out on tour, get on the road. We've seen some fabulous tennis. So that is a wrap on the week. But before we leave you, we've got to award the trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, an absolutely fantastic 7 days of competition has come to an end with 60 matches over the course of the week. I'd like to introduce two people who have been very instrumental in organising the event behind the scenes. Please welcome onto court the Assistant Tournament Director, Mary Greenham, and Director of International Events at the LTA, Stephen Farrow. A huge thanks must go to our hosts, the LTA, the NTC operations team as well, St James's Place and all the other sponsors that have been involved this week. Also to the umpires, including James Giathavong, who is courtside. And thanks as well to everyone who's worked so far hard behind the scenes to make this event possible. We'll hear from Jamie in a minute, but I think Andy is going to step up to the mic and just say a few words.
Hello? There we go. I really didn't want to do this. No, I just want to say thanks, first and foremost, to everyone who put the event on. Stephen, Mary, and also my brother, who I think all the players would agree has done an unbelievable job these last 4 weeks, giving us an opportunity to compete in what's been a difficult time. So can everyone say thank you to Jamie for his effort in putting these events on? Jamie had a stinker today, but and then, yeah, I just want to say big thanks to all of the players who are here. I think everyone had an unbelievable spirit this week. Very, very competitive matches. I really enjoyed it. British tennis is often accused of being soft, I think, and I think all of the players who are here did an amazing job. And, you know, it's up to us to change that culture, so well done to everyone for their efforts this week. It was brilliant. And then finally, I need to apologise to Liam. He took an absolute pumping this week from everyone pretty much on our team, and he dealt with it unbelievably well. Great job today, Broads, and yeah, thanks for all of your entertainment this week, mate. Well done. Thank you.
Yeah, for me, where am I looking here? Yeah, look, guys, it's been an amazing week. It's everything that I thought it could be. Amazing to bring everyone together, all the top players, the younger players, great opportunity to come and be a part of something like this with our older guys. I think it's been a great experience for everyone. I want to say a big thanks to St James's Place, big thanks to the LTA for their support in putting this on. A huge thank you to the NTC operations staff, not just for this week, but for the last sort of 6 or 7 weeks with all the events that have been going on here, making it possible for us to come out and compete. Mary, thank you so much for all your help. Like, this literally would not have happened if it wasn't for you. So massive thanks for that. I mean, look, it's a really small team that we've put together in order to make this happen. I want to say a big thanks to Simon Anderson, who has put this whole event together from a production standpoint. It's been incredible. So much work. Thanks, Simon. Big thanks to Abby, Jack, and Jimbo again for all your support, all the filming, all the social media stuff. So many hours put in to make the event what it is. And lastly, big heartfelt congratulations to the Bulldogs. Well done, guys. You guys want to get the trophy, or that's it? Yeah?
Yeah, we'll get the trophy. Yes, please.
So, we will bring the players up one by one, guys, but the British Bulldogs team, the winners, will be coming up one by one. We'll have some music coming up very shortly as we introduce the players. First of all, Beth Gray. Eden Silva. Maya Lumsden. Emma Raducanu. Harriet Dart. Dom Inglot. Joe Salisbury. Alister Gray. Aidan McHugh. Liam Broady. Cam Norrie. And Kyle Edmund. And the two captains, of course, Anne Kiathavong and Liam Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, your St James's Place Battle of the Brits team tennis champions are the British Bulldogs.
So the champs are crowned. Nice to see Jo Conter making an appearance as well. She played her part for the Bulldogs this week, but not quite working out on that occasion. And you can just see, you can feel how much everybody has enjoyed this event. I think British tennis is going to be stronger because of it. All of the youngsters gaining so much time on court with some of the best players this country has ever produced. Feeling the team vibe, and what about ramping up the motivation for the rest of the season? These players cannot wait to get back to competing on an international level. A fabulous event put on by Jamie and Mary, as we heard. Really just has ticked every box in what all of the fans have been missing in terms of watching live tennis, and the best of British take part. Battling it out against each other. It was the British Bulldogs that take the trophy over the Union Jacks this time, but it went right down to the wire. I can say that the energy all around the place has just been so positive. So much wisdom shared. So many experiences and memories made. Some of these players get to play on teams a lot of the time if they're part of the Davis Cup team, Fed Cup team, or if they're at college, but a lot of these players don't fall into any of those categories just yet. And what an opportunity this is to have the men and women competing together, supporting each other, and showing the real strengths of our sport. The Bulldogs with a couple of fluffy Bulldogs alongside. They've got to be so thrilled with their performance. Captains Leon and Anne, they've got the champagne. Smiles all round. Apart from that one, looking a little grumpy, but very happy for the Bulldogs. We have had just such a fantastic week here at Battle of the Brits, the mixed team event. We have had so much fun. We really do hope we get to come back another time.
Some days there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself. There's no one I can turn to. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last. Your relationships are never meant to last.